Chapter 2685. Damn it! Liang Mingfu shouted, and was about to cast another spell. But at this time, the dozens of black lines had flown to the big hand, and dozens of black spots appeared on the big hand like spots. Seal! Liang Mingfu dared not hesitate. His Dharma power surged, and the big hand emitted a faint light again, driving all the spirit-swallowing bugs away from the big hand. When Liang Mingfu was about to control the big hand to catch the spirit-swallowing bugs, they opened their sharp teeth again and started to chew the light of the Yuan Ying's hand. "You're courting death." Liang Mingfu snorted and slowly grabbed the spirit-swallowing bugs with his big hand again. "Uncle Liang, watch out!" Li Zongbao's voice was very loud. Oh! Liang Mingfu was in danger and hurriedly released his divine thought. Sure enough, just behind him, dozens of spirit-swallowing bugs scattered and flew towards him. At this time, they were less than 3 feet away from him. How can these spirit-swallowing bugs be so cunning? Liang Mingfu was shocked. He moved quickly, and the Yuan Ying's hand smashed towards the spirit-swallowing bugs again. Buzz! The spirit-swallowing bugs were almost unable to move under the restriction of the Yuan Ying's hand. Suddenly, the big hand made a deafening sound. Damn it! Liang Mingfu heard it, and his face changed greatly. Before he could do anything, boom, with another loud sound, the Yuan Ying's hand suddenly collapsed in the air and turned into a broken talisman again, falling slowly. The spirit-swallowing bugs that had swallowed the Yuan Ying's hand swarmed towards Liang Mingfu like a swarm of bees. Run! Liang Mingfu only had one thought in his mind, and his body suddenly swayed. Pa! Just as Liang Mingfu flew several meters away, a spirit-swallowing bug strangely rushed towards him from the side. Liang Mingfu waved his hand, and 2 more spirit-swallowing bugs appeared on his left side. Liang Mingfu's heart sank. When he just raised his other hand, buzz, as if thousands of bees were dancing around his ears, Liang Mingfu was very anxious. He scanned with his divine thought, and his face turned pale. He saw that the dozens of spirit-swallowing bugs had already landed on his back and were devouring his protective golden light. Oh no! Without hesitation, Liang Mingfu made a prompt decision to cast an incantation before the protective golden light was extinguished. Boom! With a loud bang, the space within a radius of hundreds of feet shook violently. Countless airwaves rushed in all directions from here, and the dozens of spirit-swallowing bugs were also pushed more than 1,000 feet away. That was not all. Within 100 zhang of Liang Mingfu, there were several Golden Core cultivators and quite a few Foundation Establishment disciples. The Golden Core cultivators were still able to escape in a panic, but the Foundation Establishment disciples were miserable. Although they tried their best to escape, they were still unable to escape the impact of the Golden Core explosion. Most of them died. The pitiful thing was that instead of dying in the mouth of the spirit-swallowing bugs, they were dragged to the grave by their own teachers. For a moment, the area within 1,000 feet of where Liang Mingfu had exploded was completely empty. How terrifying! Xiao Mao exclaimed in shock when he saw how powerful Liang Mingfu's self-destruction was. Li Zongbao, Fairy Hongxia, and Xiao Mao were originally quite a distance away from Liang Mingfu. After Liang Mingfu flew in the opposite direction, they were at the edge of the 1,000 feet radius. When Liang Mingfu self-destructed, they hurriedly dodged and did not suffer much damage. That's amazing. Unlike Xiao Mao, Fairy Hongxia saw that after Liang Mingfu's self-destruction, only half of the spirit-swallowing bugs fell to the air. The other half flapped their wings again and rushed toward the nearby Golden Core cultivators. Master, Li Zongbao was shocked again. Heng Zhao was very close to Liang Mingfu, so he was the first to bear the brunt of the self-destruction. When he hurriedly dodged, more spirit-swallowing bugs were pushed to his side by the airwaves. Unfortunately, this wasn't the most important thing. Right at this moment, countless sword cries resounded from beneath the cultivators, and tens of thousands of enormous flying swords charged straight out from the ground. Sword light flickered, and sword chi crisscrossed. It was precisely the swordsman that Lu Ruochang had hidden within the spirit-devouring grand formation that had attacked at the same time. Previously, only the spirit-swallowing bugs were wreaking havoc in the soul-devouring formation. Under the control of Fan Kuyuan's pagoda, their main targets were the cultivators at the Golden Core stage. The Foundation Establishment and Qi-refining disciples were only disturbed by the so-called gold-swallowing bugs and earth-swallowing bugs. Of course, many disciples were killed by the real spirit-swallowing bugs, and their corpses were everywhere. Now, the sword formation showed its sharp teeth again. Its target was the Foundation establishment disciples who had lost their fighting spirit. Li Zongbao wanted to help his master, but the huge sword was condensed by many sword lights. Obviously, it was the joint attack of a group of sword cultivators. How could Li Zongbao be distracted? He hurriedly clapped his hands and habitually took out the immortal piercing whip. However, the immortal piercing whip had been destroyed by the spirit-swallowing bugs. How could it be useful? Li Zongbao sighed and hurriedly looked for other magic weapons. Fortunately, Xiao Mao and Fairy Hongxia were beside him. The two of them temporarily protected Li Zongbao. The huge sword of the soul-devouring formation was born. As the sword chi surged, hundreds of spirit-swallowing bugs were attracted to it. However, in the sky, the fluctuations of the pagoda suddenly intensified. The spirit-swallowing bugs only hesitated for a moment before they rushed towards the golden core stage cultivators again. Now, there were less than 160,000 Dao sect cultivators left. They had long been reduced to mere chickens and pottery dogs. There was no way they could form an army. During the first two battles, they could still form simple formations to fight against the giant sword. Now, they could only rely on their instincts to flee in all directions. Many disciples had even died at the hands of other cultivators. For a moment, screams rang out everywhere. In the flashing sword lights, it was like purgatory. Not only that, under the attack of the spirit-swallowing bugs, more and more golden core stage cultivators used their final killing moves. One by one, protective talismans were used. Although these nascent soul stage cultivators could kill some of the spirit-swallowing bugs, once they used their talismans, they attracted more spirit-swallowing bugs. It was tantamount to drinking poison to quench thirst. In just a short time, more than 10 golden core stage cultivators died. Among them, there were several golden core stage elders in the conference hall. Ko Xiangling of the Yongyi sect, Zhu Junwei of the Cool Breeze Valley, Yuan Yiguang of the Blue Li sect, and Qing Zi of the Mo Sang Mountain were all cultivators in the early stage of golden core stage. They had been injured outside the sword tomb. Although they had recuperated for a while, how could they protect themselves under the attack of the spirit-swallowing bugs? One by one, the spirit-swallowing bugs rushed into their bodies and swallowed their golden cores. Huaping from the Blazing Fire Mountain was proficient in the art of controlling fire. Wisps of flame flew to the left and right from time to time, luring the spirit-swallowing bugs to fly to the left and right. At the same time, she also wandered on the edge of the cliff of death. Huang Feng from the exotic beast sect was also strange. He had a strange beast that looked like a green snake coiled around his finger. From time to time, he would make a sharp hissing sound from his mouth, which made the besieging spirit-swallowing bugs a little afraid of him. However, these cultivators in the early stage of golden core stage were just on the verge of death. They would die if they didn't do anything. Hung Ming and other cultivators in the middle stage of golden core stage were still trying their best to hold on. When they heard the sound of self-explosion from time to time, they felt bitter in their hearts. They knew that the Taoism sect cultivators were really defeated in this battle. However, they still had a little hope in their hearts. They wanted to find a chance to escape from this spirit-swallowing formation. Woo, like a gust of cold wind, a chill appeared on Hung Ming's face. Oh! Hung Ming was slightly stunned. He was a cultivator in the golden core stage. Usually, he was immune to cold and heat. How could he feel the cold wind at will? Not to mention that he was fighting hard against the spirit-swallowing bugs. Hung Ming couldn't help looking around. When he looked around, he felt a chill in his heart. As far as the eye could see, there was a flash of sword light. Outside the sword light, there was a thick fog. Within the fog, wisps of dark green were faintly discernible. At the same time, there were strange cries of ghosts and howls of wolves coming from within the fog. Obviously, the fog had been there for a long time, but Hung Ming didn't notice it. All the disciples in the Foundation establishment stage and the Qi refining stage who had escaped earlier were forced back by the fog. Although these disciples activated their flying talismans and flying skills, it was obvious that their Dharma power had been exhausted. From time to time, some disciples were infected by the fog. However, those who were sprayed by the fog all fell from the sky without making a sound and no longer moved. Hiss! Hung Ming really sucked in a breath of cold air. His heart was cold and an unparalleled sense of despair rose in his heart. LV Ruochang had really put in a lot of effort in this square sword formation. He had used all his methods. The yin-yang sword formation killed cultivators in the middle stage of the foundation establishment stage and below. The 5 elements sword formation killed cultivators in the golden core stage and above, and the spirit swallowing bugs killed cultivators in the golden core stage and above. As for the remaining cultivators, they were killed by this mysterious fog. From the moment the hundreds of thousands of Dao sect cultivators fell into the square sword formation, their fates had already been decided by the swordsmen of the Hung Kingdom. LV Ruochang would not let a single cultivator fly out of this sword formation, no matter if it was Qi refining, foundation establishment, or golden core. There are dozens of sects in the Dao sect. Why are there no senior brothers in the later stage of the golden core stage participating in this battle? At this moment, Hung Ming suddenly thought of LV Ruochang's question. Could it be that the Dao sect is bound to lose in this battle of Dao cultivators? Do the teachers of each sect already know? Or is there another reason? Hung Ming naturally did not have an answer to this question. Looking at the fog flashing with green light, Hung Ming had already lost the courage to fight. He also did not have the strength to resist the attacks of dozens of spirit-swallowing bugs. Even if a senior brother in the later stage of the golden core stage came, he would not have a second chance of survival. At this moment, in the thick fog, a green shadow gradually became clear. It was the palace guarding bug, which had already become 10 feet long. This palace guarding bug's body was strangely distorted, and the green light was flickering rapidly. On the palace guarding bug's back, Night Rain, who was dressed in black, gradually appeared. Chapter 2686. Soul Armament. Hung Feng's body trembled uncontrollably as he stared at the beetle. Ever since he took charge of the council hall, he had read up on many of the previous battles in the council hall. He had even read up on some of the information and records from Sky Patrol City. Thus, he had some understanding of the situation in the Huan Kingdom. Now that he saw the green glow of the beetle, which was as agile as a spirit beast, how could he not know that it was a soul armament? Lu Ruochang has gone mad. In order to win this war, he actually lured soul cultivators into the Huan Kingdom. Hung Ji turned pale with fright. But when he saw Yi Yu's true face, he was a bit surprised. This soul warrior seems to be different from what is recorded in the ancient records. Master, Li Zongbao's voice sounded distant. Hung Feng was startled again. When he looked again, a spirit-devouring bug had already climbed onto his protective golden light. Forget it, everything is about to end. Hung Ju raised his head and looked over. Li Zongbao, Fairy Hong Xia, and the rest were trying their best to resist the sword light. Seeing his proud disciple like this, Hung Ju felt gratified. Perhaps this kind of life is what Zongbao should have. But I won't be able to see it. Seeing a spirit-devouring bug bite through Hung Feng's protective golden light without any resistance, Li Zongbao's eyes almost popped out of their sockets at this critical moment, when all the Dao sect cultivators were about to be wiped out. An indescribable pressure surged from the west of the sword formation like a rising tide. This pressure was very weak in the eyes of Hung Ming and the rest, but it was simple, tenacious, and peculiar. This pressure was like a rising tide, instantly enveloping the great spirit-devouring formation and even surging toward the east. Following which, a huge sealing force descended from the sky, completely enveloping the entire 4 directions sword array. This sealing force was so strong that all the cultivators, swordsmen, and even the spirit-devouring bugs stopped in their tracks. Ah, someone is condensing their core. When Hung Zhou felt this pressure, he immediately knew that it was the pressure of a golden core cultivator. Just like Yutong, when the sealing force appeared, Hung Zhou also understood that it was the celestial phenomenon of a cultivator's breakthrough. What a pity! Hung Feng felt a trace of regret. This late-stage foundation establishment disciple is not condensing his core at the right time. If it was a few days earlier, he would have succeeded. Now that he's condensing his core here, there are spirit-devouring bugs, swordsmen, and even soul warriors. How could he succeed? However, the power of imprisonment was not what Hung Zhao had imagined. It grew stronger and stronger, and everyone was trapped in it. Especially those spirit-swallowing bugs, they were tightly confined and could not move at all. Like Yutong, Hung Feng's heart was in turmoil. He was a middle-stage golden core disciple of the Utopia faction, so he was very clear about the details of a late-stage golden core cultivator's pregnancy. He knew better than Yutong about the signs of a late-stage golden core cultivator's pregnancy. This sealing force could only be produced by a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator's pregnancy. It was absolutely impossible for a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator to condense his core. Which senior brother is actually in the sword catacomb? Hung Feng was almost stunned. No cultivator, no matter if it was the state of Shi, the state of Meng, or the state of Lian, with any common sense, would conceive a baby in the sword catacomb. However, Hung Feng was only stunned for a moment. Then, a thought of escaping from death appeared in his mind. His previously dead vitality sprouted like a bud. Hung Feng knew that in the early years, the Taoism sect cultivators who were trapped in the sword formation relied on several late-stage golden core cultivators to conceive a baby. From there, they won a chance of survival and defeated the swordsmen who were already confident of victory. Now, wasn't this the Taoism sect cultivators repeating the same trick? Wasn't this the best opportunity for them to kill the spirit-swallowing bugs and escape? Almost without thinking, Hung Feng reached out his hand and took out the nascent soul talisman with difficulty from his storage bag. Then, he activated the Dharma power in his body with difficulty. Buzz, with a flash of brilliance, the nascent soul hand slowly expanded. In this confinement that was comparable to that of a pregnant baby, the nascent soul hand could still be activated. Since Hung Feng had such a thought, De Sun, Xiong Huasong, and the others naturally had the same idea. All the golden core cultivators in the conference hall who had talismans activated their nascent soul hands. Although there were hundreds or even thousands of spirit-swallowing bugs, they were different from the golden core cultivators in this confinement phenomenon. They trembled very much, as if they were extremely afraid. The fluctuations of the pagoda in the sky were also disturbed by this confinement force. The spirit-swallowing bugs were no longer under control. They froze in midair, and the nascent soul hands grabbed them and crushed them to death. Damn it! What? Why is it a pregnant baby again? Outside the spirit-swallowing formation, LV Ruochang and the others were also affected by this confinement force. Their expressions changed greatly. LV Ruochang almost stomped his feet in midair and said hatefully, "This which golden core cultivator is pregnant? Among the hundreds of thousands of cultivators in the Taoist sect, there is no disciple in the later stage of golden core, right?" Seeing that the confinement force was getting stronger, LV Ruochang was so angry that his whole body trembled. Boom! A huge explosion came from the spirit-swallowing formation in the distance. A burst of yellow brilliance shot up into the sky and shook the confinement force. Fan Mingyuan, Fan Jianyu. LV Ruochang saw this, and his expression changed again. Inside the spirit-devouring formation, yellow light soared into the sky, and the area within a radius of several thousand feet was hit by a powerful wave of air. The restrictive force inside the formation was shattered by the explosion of the pagoda that Fan Kuiyuan had turned into. The remaining hundreds of spirit-devouring bugs once again had blood-red light in their eyes, and they madly charged toward the nascent soul hands of Hung Feng and the others. This time, the spirit-swallowing bugs were even more powerful. In a moment, the nascent soul hands were devoured. The hope that the Taoist sect cultivators had just had was snuffed out again. Fan Jianyu. LV Ruochang looked up at the sky and said sorrowfully, "The warriors of the sword region will never forget your contributions." Then, he urged the sword light under his feet to fly slowly in the confinement force. He said coldly, "Even if there is a golden core cultivator in the later stage of golden core, so what? Not to mention this spirit-swallowing formation, even my final killing move is not something that a pregnant Tianzhao can defeat." However, before LV Ruochang could fly more than 10 feet, strong hurricanes were set off in the space enveloped by the confinement force. The center of these hurricanes was a small virtual point. As these hurricanes grew stronger, the virtual point gradually revealed a shiny silver-white light spot. Once this light spot appeared, it immediately condensed and grew larger. In a moment, it grew to the size of a thumb, then a fist, and finally a dipper. This dipper was surrounded by a huge whirlpool. The golden spiritual chi of heaven and earth in the whirlpool was constantly gathering, forming many pearls. The golden spiritual chi of heaven and earth in the entire square sword formation was swept away and turned into these crystals. For a moment, the radiance of the magic tools and magic treasures on the battlefield dimmed, and the sword light gradually disappeared. Some cultivators who had exhausted their magic power couldn't even stand steadily in the air, and actually fell from the sky. Of course, this situation only stagnated for a moment. Gusts of wind swept up in the formation again. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth, and sword chi in other parts of the sword tomb, surged toward the formation again. LV Ruochang was stunned. Hung Tung was even more stunned. But while Hung Tung was stunned, he was also pleasantly surprised. This was because the spirit-swallowing bugs attacking the nascent soul hands were obviously attracted by the vast amount of golden spiritual chi of heaven and earth. They did not care about the hands of the nascent soul and the golden core cultivators. Thousands of spirit-swallowing bugs, whether real or fake, rushed toward the huge crystal. The spirit-swallowing formation was no longer effective. This does not seem to be a pregnant senior brother at the peak of the later stage of golden core. A pregnant senior brother shouldn't have crystals. Hung Tung almost stretched out a hand from his throat. Only pure spirit tied can form a nascent soul, right? But, if it is not a pregnant senior brother, how can there be such a huge crystal? Perhaps this senior brother's nascent soul is different from that of ordinary cultivators. This could only be Hung Tung's guess. Quick! After LV Ruochang recovered from his shock, he did not have time to care about the abnormality of the pregnant senior brother. He cried out to the group of third-grade illusory swordsmen, "Let's hurry and find the location of this senior brother's nascent soul before he is pregnant. From the looks of it, he is not far away. Maybe we can take the opportunity to kill him." But what about the golden core cultivators in the spirit-swallowing formation? Ruoling was a little weak, but she still asked, "It is very difficult to kill a nascent soul. Why don't we take the opportunity to kill the rest of the Tao sect disciples?" LV Ruochang said confidently, "I have a soul-killing formation outside the spirit-swallowing formation. Even if there is a pregnant senior brother." As he spoke, a rumbling sound of thunder rang out from the sky above the sword catacomb. Within 100 miles of the sky, the rolling dark clouds surged rapidly, and faintly discernible golden threads danced in the dark clouds. A vast killing intent, through the power of imprisonment, filled the space between heaven and earth. Pooh! LV Ruochang sensed the killing intent of this heavenly thunder. How could he not know that this was the nemesis of spirit warriors? A mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth, and he was practically dispirited in midair. Junior sister LV. Ruoling was shocked and hurriedly flew forward to support LV Ruochang. LV Ruochang's eyes were lifeless, like a dead fish. He stared straight at the sky and muttered, "In the sword catacomb where lightning does not occur, when will there be heavenly thunder? This cultivator who is pregnant in the sword catacomb, who is this expert? Alas, since LV Hushing was born. Could it be that this is what she said? That I was too clever in my calculations, and in the end, I ruined Qingqing's life? LV Ruochang was sad. Could it be that I can only fail at the last minute? This is predestined." Chapter 2687. Just as LV Ruochang expected, outside the spirit-devouring formation, the rolling fog was still moving forward slowly and steadily, although it was affected by the confinement force. Although the palace-guarding bug and Yiyu could not fly in the air, they had already landed on the ground, but they were still crawling forward step by step. However, sooner or later, they would meet the Taoist sect cultivators, and these cultivators would be killed by Yiyu's soul-destroying formation. Hung Zhao and the others were ready for the final battle. However, when the heavenly thunder broke through the confinement formation, Yiyu's face changed greatly. Others did not know, but he saw clearly through the soul-destroying formation. All the vengeful souls were struggling painfully in the heavenly thunder, and many of them had turned into white smoke and disappeared. More powerful vengeful souls, attracted by the soul-destroying formation, were fleeing in panic. Yiyu looked at the sky, and he was also confused. But just as he was confused, the heavenly thunder in the sky became more intense. The golden light was shining, and it slowly gathered in a place in the west. Oh no! In the golden light, the heavenly thunder became more and more powerful. Yiyu's soul-destroying formation trembled in fear, and the green light around it gradually dimmed. Yiyu complained secretly and hurriedly recited the soul incantation, and the soul-destroying formation shrank rapidly. When the soul-destroying formation was restored, Yiyu looked at the 40,000 vengeful souls of the Sword Mountain and the 4 sword schools reluctantly. He wanted to activate the soul-destroying formation to collect them, But these vengeful souls were trapped in a quagmire under the heavenly thunder. No matter how Yi Yu activated the soul-destroying formation, he could not take any vengeful souls away from the heavenly thunder. Without the vengeful souls, how could Yi Yu dare to face the Golden Core cultivators? Yi Yu's figure slowly disappeared as he prepared to leave. However, Yi Yu's figure flickered several times, but he just couldn't disappear. Under the might of the heavenly lightning, his soul cultivation movement technique was also affected. Kill! Hung Zhao and the others were killing the spirit-devouring bugs while observing Yi Yu. They saw Yi Yu collect the soul-destroying formation, and his figure flickered several times, and then he turned around and left. How could they not know that he had given up the soul-destroying formation? Overjoyed, he hurriedly circulated his true essence to fight against the binding force while killing the swordsman. Relying on the strength of a single person to break Lu Ruochang's plan of several years. Relying on the strength of a single person to save hundreds of thousands of Dao sect cultivators from certain death. Other than Xiao Hua, who was preparing to condense his core in the Brahma Gold Palace, in this Dawn Rain continent. Who else could it be? However, Xiao Hua's situation was not as simple as Hung Zhao and LV Ruochang thought. Xiao Hua originally wanted to rely on his advanced celestial phenomenon restriction to kill Yu Tong, but just as he was about to make a move, a tearing pain suddenly appeared in his lower dantian, as if his entire dantian was about to be torn apart. When his divine sense sank into his lower dantian, he was unconsciously scared out of his wits. He saw a light purple thing slowly rotating between his two lightning cores. A huge suction force came from this light purple thing. This suction force rushed into his qi refining and foundation establishment meridians. This situation was originally recorded in Zhen Qing's experience of condensing one's core. Other than the two lightning cores, everything else was roughly the same. However, what caused Xiao Hua to turn pale with fright was the suction force generated by the core condensation. This suction force was divided into two, each containing the power of the heavenly Dao. The power of the heavenly Dao in these two suction forces was different according to the Dao of Yin and Yang. One was Yang, the other was Yin. They were separately sucked into his two meridians. If it was an ordinary cultivator who condensed their core, the Yin and Yang suction forces would be completely balanced. Because of the different Yin and Yang attributes, the solidified true essence absorbed would produce a fusion of Yin and Yang, which would allow the true essence to condense into a golden core in the dantian. But at this moment, the suction force in Xiao Hua's two meridians was completely different. The suction force in the qi refining meridians was more than 40% greater than the suction force in the foundation establishment meridians. This enormous suction force twisted Xiao Hua's lower dantian. This kind of heart-tearing and lung-splitting pain was more severe than any kind of needle pricking. Moreover, this suction force had already penetrated deep into his meridians. The unbalanced power twisted all the meridians in Xiao Hua's body. Seeing this situation, Xiao Hua understood. If it was an ordinary core condensation, then he would have taken the dry separation pill. The dry separation pill could accelerate the solidification of the true essence flowing within the meridians. This solidified true essence would be sent into the light purple area by the suction force, and the golden core that countless foundation establishment cultivators yearned for day and night would condense there. However, would Xiao Hua dare to take the dry separation pill now? His two suction forces were completely unbalanced. Not to mention whether or not it would affect the two meridians, even the amount of true essence used to condense the golden core would be different because of the difference in the Yin and Yang suction forces. And with different amounts of Yin and Yang true essence, could it condense into a complete golden core? Xiao Hua could almost think of the answer with his heel. It was absolutely impossible. The only result of doing this was that the Yang true essence would be greater than the Yin true essence, resulting in the asymmetry of the golden core. This golden core could only collapse, and he could only die. There was not a moment when Xiao Hua didn't want to cultivate to the golden core realm, but now he had truly condensed his golden core, yet he was incomparably regretful. This young master, why did I have to cultivate to the 18th layer of qi refining that day? Why didn't this young master think of the difference between the Yin and Yang suction forces? Xiao Hua was incomparably remorseful. Martial Uncle Zhen Qing, why didn't you write an extra sentence in the jade slip? However, all of Xiao Hua's remorse, all of his complaints, how could they change reality? On the Dawn Rain continent, no one had ever cultivated a cultivation method after the 12th layer of qi refining. This kind of conformist matter was bound to have a cause and effect. If it wasn't for the fact that the meridians refined by the 12th layer of qi refining were exactly the same as the meridians refined by the 3rd layer of foundation establishment, how could this qi refining cultivation method only have the 12th layer, and not the 11th or the 13th layer? Perhaps many years ago, there were people who cultivated to the 11th or 13th layer. Perhaps they also failed or even died when condensing their golden core at this time. Perhaps these lessons were passed down by word of mouth many years ago, or even recorded in a taboo. However, after so many years, cultivators had already forgotten about it. Everyone thought that the 12th layer of qi refining was a matter of course, but who would really think about why it was precisely the 12th layer? Even if Xiaohua asked Master Wu Xian to answer, Wu Xian might not necessarily be able to say anything. Instead, he would probably fly into a rage and berate Xiaohua, forcing Xiaohua to cultivate peacefully. However, Xiaohua had the memories of cultivating to the 18th layer of qi refining, yet he wouldn't ask Wu Xian for advice. Furthermore, Zhen Qing's jade slip also didn't have any records of the balance between yin and yang. Most importantly, in order to find his own origin, Xiaohua chose to cultivate to the 18th layer of qi refining without hesitation. All of these were enough to lead to today's tragedy. Of course, before these tragedies, Xiaohua once again tasted the countless benefits of cultivating to the 18th layer of qi refining. His true essence was a lot more vigorous than ordinary cultivators, and he had the advantage in fights. His divine sense was also far stronger than others, and his cultivation speed was also far faster than others. Unfortunately, everything had a price. Although many times this price was their life, there would always be people who would risk everything to do it. Others laugh at me for being too crazy, and I laugh at them for not being able to see through it. Xiaohua was truly at his wit's end. He smiled bitterly in his heart. Originally, I thought others were idiots, and I had already seen through it. But unfortunately, I was the idiot, and others had already seen through it. This 13th layer of qi refining cultivation method was placed in the Imperial Thunder sect, yet no one cultivated it. I don't believe that with so many capable people, not a single one of them could see through it. Even if they didn't know about the meridians in the entire body, how could they not know if a foundation establishment master explained it to them? Why didn't they cultivate it? Wasn't it because of the balance between yin and yang? Wasn't it because the qi refining cultivation method on Xiaoyu continent only had the 12th layer? Perhaps there were also people who tried, but all of them fell. But, in the end, I'm different from them. I seem to remember that this qi refining cultivation method originally had the 18th layer. In order to find my origin, I could only... it seems... Thinking of this, Xiaohua's heart suddenly moved, and a bright light flashed in his mind. Since the current suction force is different, the root of the difference lies in the 2 meridians. Since this young master knows about the meridians in the entire body, why can't this young master create a meridian that is similar to the meridians in qi refining after the foundation establishment meridians? Xiaohua immediately thought of the meridians in the entire body that he saw when he was dual cultivating with Fairy Hong Xia. But Xiaohua hesitated again. I don't have a method to refine the meridians in the future. That's right, different meridians, different cultivation stages, require different refining methods. Xiaoyu continent doesn't have a so-called universal cultivation method, and even the water attribute and fire attribute physiques cultivation methods are different. Although Xiaohua knew the location of the meridians, without the corresponding refining method, it was also useless. It seemed that he had reached the end of his rope again. Xiaohua was somewhat impatient, but within his dantian, the 2 lightning cores were still revolving, emitting hissing lightning. That light purple thing slightly swayed, and the suction force within was still increasing. This is really going to kill me. Xiaohua really wanted to stop condensing his core right now. If it was someone else, perhaps they would really be able to stop. On Xiaoyu continent, cultivators who were stuck at this stage were as numerous as carps crossing the river. One more Xiaohua didn't count as anything. But what was worse was that the 2 lightning cores were constantly revolving, emitting lightning. Xiaohua was simply powerless to stop it, and the suction force that was tearing his dantian only became stronger, not stronger. Xiaohua himself didn't know whether or not his dantian would be torn apart by this suction force in the end. Xiaohua's primordial spirit, which was comprehending the primordial spirit's sword-controlling technique, didn't have time to continue comprehending, and hurriedly flipped through the many cultivation methods that he had comprehended before. Earth attribute, water attribute, fire attribute. Qi refining, foundation establishment, gold core. Xiaohua had collected a lot of cultivation methods, and the meridians involved were also not few. But unfortunately, there wasn't a foundation establishment cultivation method that required meridians. Suddenly, a crazy idea emerged in his mind. Create a cultivation method. Chapter 2688. A self-created cultivation technique? Thinking of this outrageous idea, Xiaohua bitterly smiled. Every cultivation method was a summary of their own cultivation process by a senior with an extremely profound cultivation base, exploring a path that no one had ever set foot on before from the height they stood on. And these seniors were at least nascent soul cultivators, right? So much so that the cultivation techniques created by the senior experts, after their creation, had gone through many years of analysis and modification by many capable people before they finally took shape and could be practiced by low-level cultivators. Xiaohua's current cultivation base was only at the late foundation establishment stage, yet he still wanted to create a cultivation technique for foundation establishment cultivators. This was simply an impossible matter. Normally, even if Xiaohua was beaten to death, he still wouldn't think in this direction. Even if he was really asked to do so, he definitely wouldn't do it. Perhaps he would only smile lightly and say, "Let's leave this matter to those with outstanding talent to worry about. It's better for us commoners to tuck our tails between our legs." But at this moment, the situation was so dangerous. At the juncture of life and death, how could there be any elegance? Perhaps only in this kind of critical moment could a person's potential be stimulated, allowing them to see divine abilities that they normally couldn't see. Seeing the suction force tearing at his dantian and distorting it, Xiaohua stepped into a desperate situation. The idea of creating a cultivation technique gave him a glimmer of hope. With only a slight hesitation, Xiaohua stepped into a domain that he had never thought of before. I've previously practiced the dragon transformation art, so I'm extremely familiar with the meridians in my body. In terms of the path of discovering the meridians, it's 100 times better than those masters who don't know the meridians. In addition, the key at this time is to balance the yin and yang suction forces. It's not necessary to cultivate from the early foundation establishment stage to the late foundation establishment stage. I only need to open up my meridians. It's not necessary to refine my true essence. Also, I have many cultivation techniques here. Even if I don't know how to create a cultivation technique, it's not necessarily impossible to succeed as long as I follow along. Furthermore, I usually practice the dragonization art as well. The tenacity of my meridians is incomparable to that of others. When I'm developing and refining my meridians, I can correct any abnormalities as soon as I notice them. There might not be any mistakes. Lastly, there is an extremely large amount of metal attribute spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the sword tomb. And there is also an extremely abundant amount of sword qi. Furthermore, I obtained the secret art of transforming sword qi into true yuan from the Yu family, so I don't have to worry about absorbing the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth. The more Xiaohua thought about it, the more he felt that there was a glimmer of hope in front of him. Immediately, his heart was filled with incomparable faith. In this world, there will always be a first cultivation technique. This first cultivation technique might not necessarily be the work of a nascent soul or spirit-severing stage senior. Since there was someone who could make such an earth-shattering move and create a cultivation world in this world. If that's the case, why can't this young master step on the shoulders of the predecessors and create a simple foundation-building technique? With such determination, and in this extremely dangerous place, Xiaohua actually made an astonishing move. He sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes with difficulty, enduring the heart-wrenching pain. The cultivation techniques that he had seen before flashed through his mind, and he tried to find some incantations to refine his meridians. At the same time, the dragonization art also stopped under the control of the other Yuan spirit. That Yuan spirit also gathered at the new meridians and carefully examined the effects of the incantations. At the same time, Xiaohua controlled Si Yinding to open a gap in the Buddhist gold formation, allowing the metal attribute spiritual energy of heaven and earth and sword qi of the sword tomb to pour in. The heavenly infusion technique in his body was activated again, and the metal attribute spiritual energy of heaven and earth and sword qi quickly poured into his body, rushing into the meridians that Xiao Hua was preparing to open. As he tried the incantations one by one, strands of true qi were refined, and strands of true essence were produced with great difficulty. Needless to say, almost all of the existing incantations were useless. Xiao Hua slowly tried to modify individual details according to the meridian's perception. Once the meridians were smooth, the refinement of true qi would immediately proceed. If the details were not satisfied, Xiao Hua would have no choice but to figure out a new incantation according to the previous incantations, and then use this incantation to refine the spiritual energy. Time passed slowly like this. In this irreversible time, Xiao Hua was racing against time, trying to create a new cultivation technique before the gravitational imbalance collapsed, and to balance the power. Fortunately, Xiao Hua's Yuan spirit was very strong, and in this short period of time, he was able to pay attention to many details. When the first strand of true qi was produced in the new meridians, Xiao Hua's heart had already calmed down, and the originally extremely unbearable tearing also gradually weakened. Looking at the Buddhist gold formation where Xiao Hua was, a huge vortex was slowly forming. Xiao Hua was evolving a cultivation technique from the early stage of foundation establishment to the late stage of foundation establishment, and the amount of spiritual energy required was enormous. Although there were large crystals in the range of several hundred li, those crystals were the celestial phenomenon of core condensation, and would not be affected by Xiao Hua's cultivation at this time. Kacha, in the high sky, fine golden heavenly lightning was suspended, from time to time rolling and brewing, but it did not fall for a long time. In the sword tomb where 10,000 lightning bolts were not born, the rich gold qi that had accumulated for many years was slowly being defeated by the might of the heavenly lightning. Countless vengeful spirits were fleeing in the midst of the heavenly lightning, trying their best to escape from the shroud of the heavenly lightning. However, this heavenly lightning had an endless suction force, and although it was extremely far away from the vengeful spirits, those vengeful spirits were unable to escape. This was the gold qi that had been defeated by the heavenly lightning, and a huge amount of sword qi was slowly flowing in the sword tomb. The vortex above the Buddhist gold formation was so large that a lot of spirit qi and sword qi inevitably fell into it, and as more and more spirit qi and sword qi flowed in, it formed a torrent that entered the sea. How could Xiao Hua know that he was already changing the current situation of the sword tomb? He was only immersed in the tranquility of creating a cultivation technique. The huge amount of spirit qi and sword qi was absorbed into his body by the immortal body-filling technique. The spirit qi flowed into his meridians, and the sword qi was once again transformed into spirit qi by the falling gold mountain's secret technique. Following the spirit qi, it flowed into his meridians, and within his meridians, the spirit qi was just in time for Xiao Hua to try out the newly created cultivation technique chant. It was absolutely impossible to practice the entire cultivation technique before the suction force tore his dantian and body apart. But under Xiao Hua's attempts, new meridians were gradually being opened, and the yin-yang suction force also had a place to go. The huge difference between the yin and yang suction forces was gradually being changed. Moreover, this change was extremely slow in the beginning, but later on, it became faster and faster. This was the same as when Xiao Hua was creating a cultivation technique. In the beginning, it was admittedly unfamiliar and at a loss. But with failure and success, he gradually grasped the knack of it, and the speed at which the cultivation technique chant was being produced became faster and faster. After an unknown amount of time, perhaps several hours, perhaps several days, when Xiao Hua finally practiced the last chant, Xiao Hua calmly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with incomparable confidence and incomparable calmness. He slightly sensed it and let out a sigh of relief, secretly thinking that he was lucky. In fact, when Xiao Hua was creating the cultivation technique, he had neglected another crucial point, and that was that the 12th layer of qi refining was equivalent to the 3rd layer of foundation establishment. Xiao Hua's 18th layer of qi refining was only 6 layers more than the 12th layer of qi refining. If he were to create the meridians of the 3rd layer of foundation establishment, then wouldn't the yin-yang suction force be greater than the yin-yang suction force? Wouldn't that cause another imbalance? This problem was also something that Xiao Hua realized in the middle of creating the cultivation technique. But at that time, how could Xiao Hua retreat? He could only brace himself and force his way through. Perhaps it was the effect of the Phoenix Jade Talisman, Or perhaps Xiaohua only focused on opening his meridians and did not thoroughly refine his true essence. This time, a balance was formed. Naturally, in this balance, there was no longer any pain, only a trace of fetters, like a fishbone in his throat. After all, Xiaohua's newly opened meridians were not completely opened. Xiaohua's lips curled into a smile as he muttered to himself, "This cultivation technique should be my Fortune Gate's first foundation establishment cultivation technique. Even it's a rare cultivation technique for the metal element physique." However, after the joy, Xiaohua was bewildered again. In fact, it had only been a few days since the beginning of the creation of the cultivation method. In such a short period of time, how could it be so smooth? Even if he was really talented and could create his own cultivation technique, how could opening meridians and refining his true essence be something that could be done in a short period of time? Xiaohua was prepared to risk his life to delay the core condensation process for several weeks or even several months. To be able to succeed in a few days was definitely not what he had imagined. Could it be, my meridians don't need to be expanded? Only need to be able to refine my true essence? Could it be that when I cultivate the dragon transformation art? Xiaohua couldn't help but have some doubts. Forget it, this is a good thing, and now is not the time to investigate. I'll think about it when I don't need to open my meridians. Thinking of this, Xiaohua activated his newly created cultivation technique. Streams of majestic true essence condensed into true essence and rushed towards the final barrier. Boom, a faint muffled sound rang out, as if a wall had been pushed down. The two attractive forces in Xiaohua's dantian suddenly became incomparably balanced, and the true essence in Xiaohua's meridians became still at the same time. The two attractive forces of yin and yang blended together like water and milk, and all the large crystals in the cage involuntarily trembled. Xiaohua understood that this was the best time to condense the core as mentioned in the Zhenqing Jade Slip. Without thinking, he slapped his hand and took out a dozen dry separation pills from the space, and was about to put them into his mouth. But at this time, a vigorous sword chi rushed into his body, and the already stopped heaven and man body bestowment technique was once again attacked by a large amount of metal element heaven and earth spiritual energy. Xiaohua's body involuntarily trembled. Chapter 2689. Oh, ah! Xiaohua was slightly stunned. His divine sense swept over, and he was immediately frightened by the huge vortex above his head. Without thinking, he hurriedly urged the Seen Cauldron to close the gap in the Brahma gold array. However, the almost endless sword chi and spiritual energy followed the previous trajectory and directly poured in. Xiaohua simply couldn't close the Brahma gold array under the impact of the sword chi that was stronger than a waterfall. He couldn't even stop the sword chi from rushing into his body. The endless stream of sword chi and metal chi was like a torrential river and sea. Xiaohua's back was covered in cold sweat. It was really one wave after another. Each wave was higher than the one before. If Xiaohua was careless, he would fall in this wave. Withdraw, Xiaohua shook his hand and took out the yin-yang sword gourd that was previously stored in the space. He urged the sword gourd to move. The endless metal chi, and sword chi continuously rushed into the sword gourd. However, in the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the sword gourd emitted a green and red brilliance. Xiaohua understood that the yin-yang sword gourd couldn't absorb anymore, so he hurriedly put the sword gourd back into the space. Forget it, this young master. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. He was once again forced into a corner, once again tied to a pirate ship. First drink poison to quench thirst, then we'll talk. For a moment, Xiaohua could only activate the dragon transformation art, agitating all the meridians in his body. The two sets of yin and yang meridians heart sutras were displayed. The heavenly infusion technique drew in an endless stream of heaven and earth spirit energy, refining the true energy in his meridians and forming true essence. Rumble. As Xiaohua urged the dragon transformation art, a burst of muffled thunder sounded. It seemed to be in Xiaohua's ears, but it also seemed to be in Xiaohua's body. The power of heavenly thunder was born from the surroundings, slowly imprisoning Xiaohua. Lightning tribulation again. Xiaohua felt the familiar feeling of lightning tribulation when he first entered the foundation establishment realm. He couldn't help but be shocked and deeply bitterly smile. Forget it, it's like this anyway. Then let's do it together. Thinking of this, Xiaohua simply ignored the lightning tribulation. He only focused on the sword qi that was poured in. As for the sword qi that was poured in, Xiaohua didn't dare to use a secret technique to convert it into true qi. However, he had long since comprehended and modified the falling gold mountain secret technique, which allowed him to directly transform the sword qi into sword origin. Since there was a steady stream of sword essence being produced, Xiaohua very naturally flipped through the sword techniques for sword cultivation. He opened his mouth and spat out 2 flying swords, cheerfully flying around Xiaohua. Starting from the most basic part, he started cultivating bit by bit. The strands of sword essence condensed by Xiaohua rushed out of the sword technique in his hand, as if chasing after the 2 flying swords. They formed circle after circle of mysterious sword essence around Xiaohua's body. Inside the sword tomb, with Xiaohua's Buddhist gold great array as the center, the sword qi and spirit qi formed a hurricane. This hurricane was like a tidal wave crashing against the shore, surging towards Xiaohua. As time passed, this hurricane grew larger and larger, and the area it affected also increased. At the edge of the sword catacomb, as if it had sensed the phenomenon of Xiaohua condensing his core, all of the purple jasmine flowers bloomed. Among the bright purple petals, a blood-colored fruit was revealed. This blood-colored fruit was so bright that it reflected the rising sun outside the dense dark clouds, emitting a faint light. Outside the sword tomb, the scattered cultivators of the Dao sect and the sword cultivators of the Huan kingdom, as well as the disciples of the cultivation clans who had come to the vicinity of the sword tomb in search of opportunities, were all shocked by the sudden appearance of this strange phenomenon. All of them had shock on their faces as they looked at the faintly visible lightning flashing above the sword tomb. They knew that something important must have happened for there to be a strange phenomenon in the sword tomb that was devoid of lightning. Perhaps it's time for the cultivation war to come to an end. Everyone had this thought, but the Dao sect cultivators who were trapped in the 4 directions sword formation did not think so. Even the sword region swordsmen who set up the formation did not think so. LV Ruochang and the other 3rd-grade illusory swordsmen had already arrived near the spirit-devouring great array. They had already reorganized the Huan country's swordsmen into a new great array. However, because the spirit qi of heaven and earth in the sword tomb was confined by the phenomenon of Xiaohua condensing his golden core, although the spirit qi of heaven and earth outside the range of the golden core was constantly flowing into the sword formation, this spirit qi of heaven and earth was once again sucked in by the suction vortex formed by Xiaohua earlier. Therefore, there was not much spirit qi in the sword formation for the swordsmen and cultivators to use. LV Ruochang and the other sword cultivators wanted to attack, but they were powerless. The swordsmen could not use their flying swords to attack the cultivators. On the other hand, the cultivators wanted to escape, but they were surrounded by the swordsmen and were powerless to do so. Moreover, LV Ruochang and the other 3rd-grade illusory swordsmen were injured. Although Hung Ming and the other middle-stage gold core cultivators were weaker than them, they had spirit talismans in their hands. Although the spirit talismans were not as powerful as before in the hands of Hung Ming and the others, they were more than enough to protect themselves. Therefore, the sword cultivators and cultivators were temporarily in a stalemate, each looking forward to the situation turning around. In the blink of an eye, a few days had passed. Although it was only a few days, it was an earth-shaking change for Xiaohua. Xiaohua's sword principle cultivation had been there for a long time. He had been comprehending the sword playing the world for a long time, but he had not had the opportunity to advance further. As for the flying sword technique of the Huan country's sword cultivators, Xiaohua had been comprehending it since he obtained Li Xiubai and Immortal Bright Sword's jade slips. The Dream Slayer and Mountain Splitter were excellent proof. It could be said that Xiaohua's comprehension and cultivation of sword principle had reached a very high level. However, because Xiaohua did not have time, he did not condense sword essence. After arriving at Sentry City, he knew that the Dao sect had a unique method of detecting sword essence, so he did not dare to act rashly. But now, he had obtained the Changbai sect's secret technique, and the secret technique to directly transform sword qi into sword essence. At this time, it was really a matter of course for him to cultivate the flying sword principle. To put it simply, Xiaohua's sword path cultivation was like a pond. It had been dug out long ago, but no water had been let in, so it couldn't form a beautiful scenery. Now, after a long drought, the rain came from the sky and filled the pond with water. The pond was like a bright pearl, a beautiful scene indeed. Seeing that the vital essence in his body was becoming more condensed and pure, and the sword essence was flowing smoothly in his body like a river of stars, Xiaohua's mouth unconsciously hung a smile. Of course, at the same time, he had some doubts in his heart. Xiaohua did not know that his physical body was formed from the flesh and blood of the demonic phoenix, and this flesh and blood had been infiltrated by the chaotic qi. He only knew that his physical body was strange, and that all magic treasures could not fuse with his body, which was very different from other cultivators. However, the sword essence of this sword cultivator could circulate in his body and outside his meridians, which surprised him a little. Unexpectedly, he also discovered that although the sword origin was flowing freely in his body, it seemed to have some connection with the location of his middle dantian. However, Xiaohua's middle dantian was sealed. He could only make some guesses based on the trajectory of the sword origin. However, when Xiaohua's gaze fell on the flying dream executioner and mountain splitter, there was a bitter smile on his face. Although these two flying swords flew according to the trajectory of the sword essence outside his body, they could only fly outside and could not fuse with his body. There was extreme helplessness in his joy. Maybe it's because of this. Xiaohua muttered in his heart, this young master's sword essence is so tough that it has already reached the illusory sword realm, but sword intent has not appeared. Since there is no sword intent, then this young master does not need to temper at all, which is why I can rush to such a realm in such a short time. This kind of secret technique to absorb sword qi, presumably the sword cultivators of the Huan country also know. But why don't they have so many illusory swords? I'm afraid it's the same as the Dao sex cultivation. It has to be done step by step. The cultivation of a sword cultivator, on one hand, strengthens the primordial spirit brand in the sword spirit, and on the other hand, tempers one's own sword intent. This refining of sword essence is actually inferior. With only sword essence and no sword intent, one cannot enter the illusory sword or even transform it into a sword. I'm afraid no one will simply absorb sword qi in the sword tomb like this young master. Of course, this young master is also helpless. If I don't absorb sword qi, won't this young master be swollen to death by this sword qi? Xiaohua immediately found an excuse for himself. However, after reaching this point, this young master has once again reached the end. This sword qi, fragmented sword intent, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth are still endlessly pouring in. Although the sword origin looks incomparably pure, there is no sword intent of my own within it. All sorts of mottled and fragmented sword origin fill it. How can I enter the sword transformation stage? Looking at the situation around him and the situation of the Buddhist gold formation, Xiaohua was at his wits' end again. Things did not go as he expected, that there would be a mistake in the process of refining sword essence. The sword qi that was pouring in and wanted to destroy him would unexpectedly stop. Everything was the same as before, moving according to the trajectory. The inertia of this trajectory was so great that it was like a celestial phenomenon. Even the power of the heavenly lightning had imprisoned him, making it impossible for him to stop even if he wanted to. This young master's death is probably coming. Xiaohua was a little sad. This sword tomb is not only the grave of thousands of flying swords, but also the grave of thousands of swordsmen and cultivators. This young master is also going to turn into a purple flower. Thinking of the meaning of the sword tomb, Xiaohua naturally thought of the enlightenment he had when he first arrived at the sword tomb. These flying swords were broken here and laid to rest here. This is the final destination of their bravery in the past. Just like the countless brave swordsmen and cultivators, no matter what reason they fought, they did their duty and did what they should do. Their corpses are laid to rest here, so this place should be respected by all living beings, not destroyed and harassed. Yes, these broken swords have already understood this life. Let this sword tomb be famous throughout the world. Although this young master's name is not known by others, whether it is the terrifying phoenix or that fleeting nameless, I'm afraid that my name will go down in history. Even the phenomenon of this young master condensing his Dan in the sword tomb today will spread out. This young master is also a person whose name will shake the world, and also a sword that will rather break than bend. Chapter 2690. Thinking of this, Xiaohua's heart was filled with determination. That unbending tenacity was also transmitted to the sword essence. Clang! Clang! Two loud sword cries came from the Dream Executioner and Mountain Splitter. The two flying swords shook violently. Green and red sword lights were unusually dazzling. Even the sword essence inside and outside of Xiaohua's body was violently boiling. Xiaohua was stunned for a moment before he suddenly laughed towards the sky. Ha 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 ha. That laughter was extremely joyous and bold. The ancients said that if you hear it in the morning, you will die at night. This life is enough. I didn't think that I would comprehend sword intent in this desperate situation. Sword intent, sword intent. It is the intent of flying swords. What is a flying sword? Sword. 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 Swords are flying swords. Only swords are true sword intent. There are many sword intents among sword cultivators. Whether it's mountains, flowing water, flying flowers, snowflakes, giant wolves, or even flying phoenixes, they all use all things in the world to explain the essence of flying swords. They all use all things in the world to explain the true meaning of flying swords. Could it be a deviation? Could it be that they are neglecting the essentials? They have really forgotten that only swords would rather break than bend. A sword that stands between heaven and earth with benevolence, heart, truth, and emotions. A sword that does not fear evil, does not fear evil, does not fear wind, does not fear rain, is the true sword intent. Along with Xiaohua's lamentation, even ghost cultivator Huang Yi's tens of thousands of years of grief and comprehension were integrated into his comprehension. The Dream Executioner and Mountain Splitter slowly stopped following Xiaohua's comprehension. A fist-sized heart slowly emerged from the sword light. Then, this heart-shaped sword light suddenly expanded, transforming into a small sword several feet long. The Dream Executioner and Mountain Splitter merged into the heart sword. Moreover, the heart sword slowly expanded, and the refined sword essence rushed into it. As the heart sword expanded, the sword intent actually penetrated the confinement of Xiaohua's core and the lightning tribulation's confinement outside of the Buddhist gold great array. Wung, 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 waves of sword cries came from Xiaohua's body, outside of his body, and even outside of the Buddhist gold great array. It was as if 10,000 swords were bowing down. All the broken swords and sword intents were bowing in front of this sword within the sword. Good. Xiaohua's body also began to flicker with sword light. Within the sword light, Xiaohua's body also began to show signs of transforming into a sword. Seeing this, Xiaohua couldn't help but be overjoyed, and thought to himself, if I can transform into a sword, I should be able to escape the confinement of this phenomenon. Rumble, there was a muffled sound of thunder, and the power of heavenly thunder suddenly rose. Although the sword light around Xiaohua's body didn't dissipate, his body returned to its original state, and he didn't even touch a hair that had transformed into a sword. What can I do? Xiaohua laughed bitterly in his heart. I'm afraid it's still because the sword intent and sword spirit can't fuse into the sword heart. Actually, Xiaohua was still wrong. Not to mention that he was currently in the middle of condensing his core. The celestial phenomenon was shackled, and the lightning tribulation was also hanging in the sky. How could it easily allow him to escape? After all, his body was forged from the flesh and blood of a demonic phoenix, and he had the bloodline of an earth dragon. How could he easily transform into a sword like the others? It's still not right. Xiaohua quickly had another idea. If my cultivation is not high enough, how can I perceive the concept of transforming sword? How can I touch the edge of transforming into a sword? That's right, within this Slayer dream is a split primordial spirit. It's not a projection of the primordial spirit. Xiaohua suddenly realized, this sword spirit is originally this young master himself, and I don't need to cultivate my primordial spirit like an ordinary swordsman. This young master only needs to strengthen his primordial spirit according to the sword spirit molding method, and it will be very easy to fuse with the sword intent, and very easy to form the sword heart. Damn it, Li Xiaobai, Reverend Brightsword, you two are really too powerful. Thinking of this Xiao suddenly understood the importance of the two's orthodoxy, and suddenly understood why the two didn't want to fight. With this kind of wonderful secret technique, as long as one carefully comprehended it, it would be easier for them to transform into a sword than an ordinary swordsman. Wouldn't the comprehension and research of such a secret skill be more attractive to the two of them than fame and reputation? More than that, when Xiaohua's gaze fell on the Slayer Dream and Mountain Splitter's heart sword, he murmured again. The heart sword emitted a faint radiance. This radiance was not only green and red, but it was of all kinds of colors. The mottled sword intent within the sword origin had now rushed into the heart sword and transformed into nourishment for the heart sword's sword intent. The sword intent that had rushed into Xiaohua's body along with the sword light was also attracted by the sword within the sword. Like a myriad of streams returning to their origin, the flying sword slowly expanded, and the dream executioner and mountain splitter actually faintly showed signs of fusing with it. Wasn't this the sign of the sword spirit and sword intent fusing into one? The sword light flashed, and sword chi soared to the sky. Xiaohua's heart sword intent was just at the initial stage, growing like a newborn calf, unexpectedly showing signs of breaking through the restriction. Xiaohua was overjoyed when he saw this. The sword intent was growing strong. Wasn't that his hope of breaking through the restriction? However, this joy only lasted for the time it took to brew a cup of tea. The endless sword intent crazily poured in, and the growth of the heart sword had already exceeded Xiaohua's control. The primordial spirit of the dream executioner felt as if it was floating, as if it was infinitely expanding. Xiaohua could only smile bitterly again. He understood in his heart that he had succeeded in condensing the sword intent, and the sword heart had also taken an embryonic form. However, he had already walked far enough on the path of sword cultivation, and the previous decades of accumulation had been completely exhausted. If the sword intent continued to grow, it would already be out of his control. It might even cause another incessant expansion. Not to mention the Slayer Dream and Mountain Splitter. Even everything from before would turn into flowing water. He could only take the sword intent back into his body while he could still control it. It's really like holding a gourd and a ladle floating up. He almost reached out his hand to hold his head. Is this good? Xiaohua was almost racking his brains. That's right, the tranquil deer sword intent. Xiaohua immediately thought of Reverend Brightsword's flying sword that he had obtained from the valley. Xiaohua had previously thought of taking the tranquil deer sword intent for himself, but since he didn't have any sword essence, he could only treat this as a delusion. The tranquil deer sword intent had only been used once to kill Qin Jian, and had never been used again. Perhaps it could be used here? Thinking of this, Xiaohua quickly took out Reverend Brightsword's flying sword. The moment the flying sword appeared in the air, it immediately let out a sharp sword hum, and at the same time, it let out a resplendent sword light. The sword light was like breathing, and the sword hum was like a challenge. The tranquil deer walked out from the flying sword with the sword light, and its originally tranquil eyes were now filled with a trace of irritation. Meh, the tranquil deer let out a soft cry, and its body shone brightly. As expected, an extremely large amount of sword chi separated from it and flowed into the tranquil deer sword intent, and the tranquil deer's body gradually expanded. Roar! After half a cup of tea's time, the tranquil deer sword intent let out an angry roar, and actually turned into a white tiger, and roared at the heart sword. Clang! Xiaohua's heart sword intent was not afraid of this at all. With a sword hum, the sound shook the surroundings, scaring the white tiger so much that it trembled slightly. However, the sword origin of the white tiger did not retreat even half a step. Looking at the heart sword and the white tiger confronting each other, Xiaohua was dumbfounded. He let Reverend Brightsword's sword intent share the burden of the heart sword intent, and not let them fight each other. Quiet as a tranquil deer, moving as a fierce tiger, Reverend Brightsword's sword intent is actually of these two types. It's one level higher than Qin Jian and the others. Xiaohua sighed and put away Reverend Brightsword's flying sword. The tranquil deer sword intent also helplessly fell into the flying sword. It's not enough to cause trouble. Forget it, I'll just put away the sword intent. Just as Xiaohua activated the sword origin and was about to put away the sword intent, he was a little unwilling. His heart moved slightly, and he stretched out his hand and patted his forehead. The 7 sword pellets refined in the Buddha fire were all taken out. The moment the 7 sword pellets jumped out, they immediately rushed into the heart sword intent, and the sword intent poured into the broken sword pellet like a sweet spring. Good, Xiaohua smiled again. Let's count it as another way to make up for it. No matter what the outcome is today, this sword pellet can still be repaired. Just as Xiaohua thought, within the sword intent of the sword within the sword light, sword chi, and sword intent were all incomparably pure. It was the best supplement to repair the sword pellet. Of course, this was also the beauty of Xiaohua's 9 sword pellets coming from the same source. If it were other sword pellets, this kind of repair would only be incompatible and would conflict with each other. However, Xiaohua's sword intent was formed from dream execution and mountain splitter, and the 9 sword pellets complemented each other. Seeing the cracks on the 7 sword pellets healing at a speed visible to the naked eye, Xiaohua was delighted, but he was also a little scared. He had repaired the sword pellets for so many years, but he couldn't succeed. Looking at this situation, in a short day or even half a day, these 7 sword pellets would probably be completely repaired. From this, it could be seen that the sword chi that poured into the heart sword intent was enormous. If he couldn't control this sword chi, couldn't stop this sword chi from pouring in, then his end would be terrifying. Not only was the sword chi pouring in, at the side of the celestial body empowerment technique, the gold attribute spiritual energy of heaven and earth was still pouring in. Xiaohua's newly created cultivation technique was still operating at all times. Fortunately, the meridians had just opened, and there was no true essence inside. If Xiaohua wanted to make up for the homework of the foundation establishment stage, he was afraid that it would take several years, or even more than 10 years. Xiaohua didn't need to worry about that place for the time being. Sure enough, in less than half a day's time, the 7 sword pellets were repaired one by one according to the order from big to small. All of them were incomparably round and flawless. If it was any other time, Xiaohua would have already used the sword nurturing technique to project the primordial spirit of dream execution onto these 7 sword pellets. But these 7 sword pellets had just been repaired, and the sword intent began to increase again. Xiaohua didn't dare to think too much, and hurriedly put the sword pellets back into the Buddha fire, and also put away the sword intent. However, just as the sword pellets fell into the small battle inside the Buddha fire, Xiaohua was stunned. That damaged small battle inside the Buddha fire didn't give off the same green-red brilliance as the sword pellets. Even after several decades, there wasn't any change at all, like a pine tree biting down on a mountain without letting go. Chapter 2691. This small bucket must be a rare treasure. Xiaohua's heart moved, and he took out the sword pill and the small bucket together. Maybe it has some use? Xiaohua had taken out a small bucket. It was completely different from when he had taken out Reverend Brightsword's flying sword and the 7 sword pellets. Everything he had done before had been intentional, and Xiaohua knew that they would definitely be of some use. But this small bucket, Xiaohua was purely trying his luck, purely trying it out. He didn't hold any hope. Who would have thought that the flowers planted with the intention would not bloom, but the willow unintentionally would grow? After the small dipper was taken out, there was no reaction at first, but when Xiaohua raised the small dipper above his head, it was precisely when the sword energy, sword intent, and spiritual energy of heaven and earth poured in. Buzz! A faint, almost inaudible sound came from the small bucket, and all the sword chi, sword intent, and spiritual energy of heaven and earth fell into it, not leaving a single trace behind. Ah! There's no mistake. Xiaohua almost didn't dare to believe his eyes. It's that simple? How could it be so simple? Who knows, in a while, this small bucket will burst. This young master had better hurry and leave. Xiaohua almost didn't think, and was about to stand up. Unfortunately, he only moved a little. The celestial phenomenon of condensing the core could be ignored. At worst, Xiaohua wouldn't condense his core, but the confinement of the heavenly thunder didn't stop because Xiaohua didn't condense his core. Instead, because of Xiaohua's movement, Xiaohua was firmly pressed down, and Xiaohua couldn't even move. Isn't this forcing me? Xiaohua naturally thought of that day during the lightning tribulation, when he couldn't struggle at all. I can only face the tribulation? Xiaohua made a fuss for a long time, and in the end, he still had no choice but to clap his hands and take out the 9 dry pills again. Into his mouth. The dry pills were indeed miraculous. As soon as he took them, along with the overflowing medicinal liquid, the true essence in his meridians solidified, and this solidification appeared in both his yin and yang meridians at the same time. The 2 solidified true essences, under the effect of 2 balanced suction forces, flowed along his meridians and headed towards the light purple object in his dantian. Oh, it's actually at the same time? Xiaohua frowned. He was afraid that there wasn't much true essence in the yang meridians, so he hurriedly moved the small bucket hanging above his head to the side, wanting to let some of the heaven and earth spiritual chi flow down. It was a pity that no matter how Xiaohua moved, all of the metal attribute heaven and earth spirit chi fell into the small bucket. Not a single strand fell out. Damn it, Why are you even more stingy than this young master? Xiaohua was somewhat displeased, but at this moment, a hurricane appeared around Xiaohua's body. Countless large crystals followed the hurricane and rushed towards Xiaohua. This young master has been fooled by this sword tomb. Xiaohua almost scolded himself. He had condensed his own core, and the surrounding astronomical phenomena were all prepared for him to condense his core. How could he lack the spiritual energy of heaven and earth? After scolding himself, Xiaohua did not dare to hesitate. The crystals were pouring in too quickly, and even the dragon transformation art was unable to deal with it. He had no choice but to use both the heavenly body bestowment technique and the dragon transformation art to quickly refine the crystals and send them into his meridians. Xiaohua even took a break from his busy schedule. Not only did he send the 7 sword orbs in the small bucket into the sword intent of the heart sword, he also took out the yin-yang sword gourd and sent it into the sword intent of the heart sword. The astronomical phenomena were indeed astronomical phenomena. Those large crystals looked very shocking, but they were the purest spiritual energy. When they approached Xiaohua's body, they immediately shrank rapidly, as if there was a Sumeru array around Xiaohua's body. They were all absorbed into Xiaohua's meridians by the heavenly body bestowment technique. Under the dragon transformation art and the mental cultivation method, these crystals were easily refined. Under the effect of the dry pill, they condensed into a solid state and fell into the suction force of the dantian. They followed the meridians and entered the dantian. However, there were so many crystals, and the speed at which they poured in was so fast that Xiaohua was really tired to deal with them. Hiss hiss. The yin-yang thunder pill that had been revolving in his dantian once again emitted electric light. The condensed true essence and crystals all fell into the electric light. At the beginning, that light purple object was only a cluster of illusory light. As the true essence and crystals fell in, that illusory light gradually solidified. This solidification was similar to when Xiaohua was refining pills. Strange runes appeared on it, and these runes flickered with the electric light, constantly overflowing. Immediately afterwards, the purple object trembled slightly. A black and white brilliance flashed, and a needle-shaped sphere visible to the naked eye appeared out of thin air. Rumble, following the emergence of this needle-shaped sphere, Xiaohua's entire body trembled. The brewing heavenly thunder in the sky once again let out a sound, and all the spiritual energy that poured into Xiaohua's body once again sped up. It's condensing the pill. Xiaohua had a kind of realization in his heart. However, at this time, his mind was already clear. He didn't think about the lightning tribulation, nor did he care about the sword intent pouring in. Like a machine, according to his own feelings, he sent 9 dry pills into the air to maintain the solidification of his true essence. The dragon transformation art also didn't have any scruples. Ignoring the almost oppressive sound of thunder, it operated at an extremely fast speed, tempering his true essence. One day and night quickly passed. Xiaohua had taken no less than 600 dry pills, and he was practically taking them nonstop. However, the true essence that was pouring into his body and the true essence still showed no signs of stopping. Is there a mistake? Although Xiaohua wanted to keep his mind clear, at this time, he couldn't help but jump up and down. When I was building my foundation, I took 360 foundation establishment pills. Now that I've condensed my true essence, don't tell me I have to take 720 dry pills? Looking at the golden core in Xiaohua's dantian, it was now the size of a fist. Electric light lingered on it, and the 2 thunder cores on the left and right sides slowly rotated, occasionally sending lightning into the golden core. I'm afraid it has something to do with these 2 thunder cores. Xiaohua inwardly muttered to himself. Because he already knew from Zhen Qing's jade strip that late-stage foundation establishment cultivators condensing their golden core was different from qi refining cultivators. There was a process of condensing the golden core, and it was also based on the cultivator's cultivation base. The size of the golden core was determined by the cultivator's true essence, and it took time. A short period of several days, a long period of several months, and even several years. For him to be able to condense his golden core into such a large and perfect size in one day and night, it was definitely unusual. These thunder cores were the most important. But I'm afraid I don't have many dry pills left. Xiaohua took a rough look and secretly complained, if it's 720 pills, it's barely enough. This Yu Qingtian storage pouch actually had 100 or 200 pills. They were his family's many years of accumulation, and they were prepared to leave them for his disciples. I'm afraid these 700 pills won't be enough. That would be terrible. Where should I go to find more pills at this time? As the saying goes, fortune doesn't come in pairs, and misfortune doesn't come alone. Xiaohua was just thinking about the dry pills when the deafening sound of thunder fell down. Ah? Isn't this forcing me into a dead end again? Xiaohua already wanted to cry in his heart, but no tears came out. He really didn't understand. It was just a foundation establishment stage, just a core condensation stage. What kind of bullshit thunder tribulation was this? In Zhen Qing's Jade Slip, there was no record of this at all. Fortunately, Xiaohua had already experienced the baptism of thunder tribulation under the altar in the Flame Forest Swamp, so he could be considered to have some experience. He hurriedly calmed his mind and slowly released his divine sense. Like a thief walking on tiptoe, he probed the sky outside the Buddhist gold grade array. However, his divine sense had only just reached a height of several feet when a strange voice unexpectedly sounded in his mind. This voice was somewhat distant, and also somewhat vague. Who? Xiaohua was startled. This was the most critical moment for him, so how could there be any mishaps? After Xiaohua withdrew his divine sense, he pondered for a moment, and felt that this voice didn't seem to belong to Little Yellow. Then who else could it be? That's right, Little White. Xiaohua suddenly realized, and hurriedly entered the mysterious dark clouds. However, at this time, the mysterious dark clouds were different from usual. The entire dark clouds were no longer flowing like before, and were almost completely stagnant. The sole strands that could easily enter and exit the dark clouds seemed to be imprisoned by thousands of times, extremely obscure. What's going on? Xiaohua had some doubts in his heart, but he didn't dare to be negligent, and hurriedly entered the heaven ring of aura. As soon as he entered the heaven ring of aura, an incomparably suffocating feeling rushed into his mind. Xiaohua, is there a thunder tribulation outside? Little White didn't wait for Xiaohua to speak, and hurriedly asked. Yes. Xiaohua was actually a bit hesitant. Little White wasn't like Little Yellow, and couldn't be considered to understand too much. He still had some things that he didn't want Little White to know. Quickly send me out, Little White urged. What? You want to undergo thunder tribulation? Xiaohua was shocked. You're just a soul body. How can you withstand the baptism of heavenly thunder? Moreover, if your soul has condensed, you can, but right now you're extremely weak. There's no need for the entire thunder tribulation, right? Just a trace of heavenly thunder tribulation can turn you into ashes, right? I've gone through thunder tribulation before. I still have some experience with this thunder tribulation. Little White knew that time was pressing and couldn't explain too much. He said concisely, my own thunder tribulation definitely won't appear at this time. This thunder tribulation isn't my thunder tribulation. You and I are just spectators. Even if we're affected by the thunder tribulation, we definitely won't suffer too much damage. In addition, the thunder tribulation is a death tribulation, but this death tribulation also breeds life. Haven't you heard of it? Thunder gives birth to all things, and this heavenly thunder is the most fertile. Everything in the world is born from the power of thunder. Oh right, if you want to refine this trace of your primordial spirit into an avatar, it's best to let it go out and undergo thunder tribulation. This is essential. What? This trace of my primordial spirit? Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How old is he? Won't he be turned into ashes in the thunder tribulation? Listen to me, Little White said. Even if this thunder tribulation destroys this trace of your primordial spirit, your mind will only be damaged. What if it succeeds? The mystery in the future. Even I can't explain it clearly. Chapter 2692. All right. Seeing Little White so anxious, Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly waved his soul thread, and with great difficulty, he sent Little White Dragon's soul out of the heavenly ring. The confinement of the lightning tribulation was really powerful. It directly penetrated Xiaohua's soul. To be able to send Little White Dragon out of the heavenly ring, he definitely spent a lot of effort. However, before Little White Dragon came out of the heavenly ring, it said something that almost made Xiaohua collapse. Besides, you were affected by someone else's lightning tribulation. When I come out, I can also guide you on how to avoid the tribulation. I can guarantee your safety. Damn it, this is my lightning tribulation. Xiaohua almost wanted to roar. However, there was no need for Xiaohua to say anything. As soon as Little White came out of the heavenly ring, it was immediately restrained by the heavenly lightning. Looking at the surrounding situation, how could it not know that this was Xiaohua's own lightning tribulation? Little White was extremely shocked. It really couldn't understand how Xiaohua, a cultivator from the human realm, could have a demon beast's lightning tribulation. Its entire soul swam a few times in the air with difficulty. It looked at Xiaohua and originally wanted to ask, but seeing that the lightning tribulation was about to arrive, where was the time to dawdle? However, when it saw Tiny Doe in the air, its body began to tremble. Roar! The little white dragon opened its mouth wide and let out a dragon's roar. Its entire body soared into the air and began to slowly swim around Tiny Doe. Little White flew up. Xiaohua was a bit hesitant. Little White's words were a kind of temptation. After the primordial spirit was divided, the growth was slow. If it was really like what Little White said, the primordial spirit could become an independent body, then it was worth a try. Let's do it. How many tribulations can there be in life? Xiaohua clenched his teeth. Several primordial spirits that could come out were all sent out by him. Naturally, Xiaohua didn't dare to leave these primordial spirits under the lightning tribulation. That was no different from a naked woman standing in front of a pervert. After Xiaohua sent these primordial spirits into the heart sword, he released all the soul threads in the heavenly ring. Even the Buddha's Saraira was sent out by Xiaohua. Xiaohua really didn't care about the consequences of taking advantage of the situation. After doing all this, Xiaohua let out a long sigh of relief. He released his divine sense once more, probing the air. Alas, fortunately, Little White Dragon is already so excited that it is wholeheartedly preparing to face the tribulation. If it sees that Xiaohua actually has so many primordial spirits, I'm afraid it might fall from the sky. At this moment, the sky was filled with dark clouds, and it couldn't get any lower. Although Xiaohua's spiritual force couldn't completely see through the dark clouds, it was obvious that the range of the dark clouds had already exceeded the size of the last time Xiaohua built his foundation. Moreover, the black clouds had a dark red color. The dark red color constantly flickered and rapidly surged, as if there was endless thunder water rolling within. Looking at the edge of the black clouds again, there were strands of heavenly lightning that were as thick as a thumb jumping around faintly. Occasionally, there were a few strands of lightning that actually had a kind of bright golden color. This golden color was clearly different from the first lightning tribulation Xiaohua encountered. Kacha! A sound of thunder flashed from where Xiaohua's spiritual force was probing. It was as if the building was overturned, and a series of sounds spread in all directions, stretching for more than 100 li. That incomparably oppressive, incomparably solemn, and even incomparably terrifying heavenly lightnings might had already enveloped the entire Buddhist gold great array, and within 100 li of this might was within this might. Alas, today's lightning tribulation seems to have come a bit early. After Xiaohua's spiritual force probed out, he immediately withdrew it, fearing that he would be hit by the lightning tribulation. When he built his foundation for the first time, the lightning tribulation descended following the completion of his foundation. Although Xiaohua was somewhat caught unprepared, it wasn't to the point of being flustered. But now, there was still a small amount of true essence in his meridians that hadn't solidified. The golden core in his dantian was admittedly the size of a fist, but in reality, it wasn't complete. Now that the lightning tribulation struck down, what do you think Xiaohua should deal with first? Feeling that the heavenly lightning's might was even fiercer than the previous heavenly lightning's might, the remaining true essence in Xiaohua's body began to gradually solidify and could no longer freely flow. Moreover, with a rumbling sound, a burst of silent thunder resounded in his heart, and a burst of indescribable fear emerged from Xiaohua's heart. Xiaohua understood that the lightning tribulation had already begun. Immediately, everything around him, and even within his body, couldn't move. He could only rely on his physical body to welcome the lightning tribulation. At this moment, Xiaohua suddenly quivered. Damn it, my true essence has already solidified. Why can't this young master take advantage of this moment to condense his golden core? Thinking of this, Xiaohua waved his hand, and no longer cared about the number of 9. He took out the remaining dry distance pills and threw them all into his mouth. Kacha! A series of oppressive sounds of heavenly thunder resounded, and a thread of lightning, as thick as a thumb, sparkled with golden light, was born from the dark clouds and directly fell down. When that lightning fell on the Buddhist gold great array, it suddenly sprinkled down and unexpectedly turned into a golden lightning net. That Buddhist gold great array was like snow that met with boiling water and instantly disappeared. The lightning net fell down, and a part of it fell on Xiaohua's body, and another part fell on Xiaohua's soul, and even more fell on Xiaohua's body. Ah, that kind of indescribable pain was born in Xiaohua's body. Xiaohua really wanted to throw his primordial spirit into space to avoid this kind of discomfort, but at this time, his primordial spirit was firmly controlled within his body, and it was simply impossible for him to move. Moreover, after this kind of indescribable pain, an even more intense pain drowned Xiaohua like a tide. Needless to say, this pain came from the primordial spirit within the heart sword. Although Xiaohua's willpower was firm, in front of this kind of pain that was 10 times more painful, he was still on the verge of fainting. Damn it, little white dragon. Xiaohua really regretted that he was too soft, too greedy. Last time, when this young master faced the lightning tribulation, I still had the phoenix celestial body to resist it. But this time, Xiaohua was in pain, and he unconsciously thought of the celestial body he lost. At this moment, his body was filled with golden lightning, and his body was instantly torn apart. However, at the same time, the 132 million tiny dots flickered with lightning, flickering in and out of existence. Occasionally, they would undergo nirvanic rebirth, and the fleshly body would instantly heal. Naturally, the lightning tribulation this time was the same as before. Not only did it penetrate his body, it also penetrated deep into his meridians. His already orange bones were covered with lightning, and those lightning threads quickly swam above Xiaohua's bones. Not only was the majority of the blood threads that were torn out of his body absorbed by his bones, but the lightning threads also penetrated into his bones, and the orange color on his bones increased. The blood threads that didn't have time to be absorbed by his bones slowly fell, entering his meridians and dantian. Within his meridians, under the operation of the dragon transformation art, the meridians that were also torn apart by the lightning were constantly being reconstructed, as if a crazy dragon was waiting to be reborn. Within his meridians, the true origin that had yet to solidify quickly solidified under the effect of the heaven separation pill. Moreover, because of the lingering lightning, these true origin condensed into lumps and rushed into his dantian under the push of the lightning. But the strange thing was, these lumps were different from the true origin that was sucked into the gold core before. They couldn't fuse with the gold core from before, but instead closely followed the male and female lightning cores, circling around the fist-sized gold core. As for the lightning threads that followed the meridians into his dantian, they were once again attracted by the male and female lightning cores and rushed into them. Boom, boom, 2 crisp sounds rang out, and the male and female lightning cores were actually smashed into pieces. However, at this time, there was a little bit of blood in his dantian, and those blood threads were not afraid of the lightning. The blood threads penetrated into the lightning core, and at the same time, the lightning core rotated and slowly solidified. The dragon transformation art within Xiaohua's meridians was like a coiling dragon, and under the small battle in midair, the soul of the little white dragon was a real coiling dragon. But when the lightning came down, the little white dragon's soul was immediately destroyed by the terrifying lightning tribulation as soon as it came in contact with the lightning threads. However, the remaining little white dragon, which was only the size of a little finger, was once again surrounded by lightning threads and seemed to have more vitality. The entire soul emitted a strange fluctuation, and threads of silver light seeped out from the small battle, landing on the little white dragon's soul, and the soul actually solidified within the lightning threads. Looking at the Buddha's Saraira, it was also somewhat different from the lightning tribulation from before. The entire Saraira was also first shattered by the incomparably sharp lightning, and then slowly regenerated on the lotus seat of the Buddha's Saraira, solidifying bit by bit. The regenerated Buddha's Saraira was clearly repaired in many places, and the color of the Buddha's Saraira was also much brighter. Next to the Buddha's Saraira, the sword intent of the heart sword also flashed with lightning. This lightning scattered the heart sword in an instant, but after the heart sword was scattered, the benevolent heart did not disappear, and a faint heart-shaped sword image flashed with lightning, enveloping the dream executor, mountain splitter, and the 7 sword orbs. Even the 2 flying swords and the 7 sword orbs were also surrounded by lightning. Xiao Hua's pitiful primordial spirit and the soul threads that stretched out from the heaven ring disappeared in an instant under the lightning tribulation, almost like the sunlight shining through the darkness. However, at the place where the primordial spirit disappeared, an extremely faint, almost undetectable fluctuation suddenly appeared the moment the primordial spirit disappeared. This fluctuation followed the flickering of the lightning threads to the place where the soul threads disappeared, and then followed the traces of the soul threads into the Law Eye's soul mark and rushed into the mysterious dark cloud. The mysterious dark cloud's location changed even more. The entire dark cloud trembled violently, and countless lightning flashed within, rumbling loudly. It was almost comparable to the lightning tribulation that wreaked havoc on the Sword Tomb. The fluctuation that entered the mysterious dark cloud rushed inside, and the entire dark cloud swelled. Then, lightning flashed in all directions, and the fluctuation returned with the lightning. After passing through the soul threads flashed with brilliance and gradually took shape. After passing through the soul marks in the Law Eye's soul marks also trembled rapidly, and with this trembling, the Law Eye on Xiao Hua's left hand also responded. However, Xiao Hua did not notice this change at this time. When the fluctuation returned to the place where the primordial spirit disappeared in the heart sword, the fluctuation became even calmer. A dot of black and white appeared from the fluctuation, and with the appearance of the black and white, lightning immediately rushed over, unceasingly attacking the newly born primordial spirit. Lightning birthed all things, it was indeed so. Chapter 2693. Looking at the benevolent heart again, it only slightly surged a few times, just like a heartbeat. Then, within the flickering lightning, it slowly formed the sword intent of the heart sword. Within the sword intent, in addition to the sword light, there was also lightning. Xiao Hua really felt like a year. Although this lightning tribulation did not cause any threat to his life, that kind of stinging pain and itchiness made Xiao Hua feel like death was better than living. Xiao Hua's divine sense could not leave his body, so he naturally could not see the situation of the small bucket above his head. Although he already knew that the small bucket was a strange object, he still underestimated the power of this small bucket. The mottled sword Qi, the broken sword intent, and the extremely tyrannical gold attribute spiritual energy of heaven and earth fell into the small bucket like a whale swallowing water. The small bucket's body actually did not change at all. Only under the lightning of the 3 gold lightning tribulation did the lightning threads that fell into the small bucket have a slight reaction. Moreover, the small bucket's damaged areas had some small repairs. Following the repair of the small bucket under the lightning tribulation, there was actually some extremely pure gold attribute spiritual energy of heaven and earth leaking out from the small bucket's damaged areas. This gold attribute spiritual energy of heaven and earth was different from the silver-white color that entered the little white dragon's soul. It directly poured into the top of Xiao Hua's head. And when this spiritual energy entered Xiao Hua's body, part of it entered his flesh, part of it entered his meridians, and even part of it rushed into his dantian. In his dantian, there was still the solid true essence and lightning revolving around the golden core, but there were more and more solid objects. This solid true essence was like an even smaller golden core, like a small sphere revolving around the golden core, according to a mysterious orbit. This orbit was actually somewhat similar to the heavenly Tao starry sky. The small bucket's gold qi rushed into his dantian. Part of it adhered to the golden core, part of it adhered to other solid objects, and there was more and more. The remaining part of it wandered around the golden core and solid true essence. After an unknown amount of time, the movement in Xiao Hua's body became smaller, and the pain and all kinds of other feelings slowly lessened. Xiao Hua let out a long sigh of relief and secretly said, "It's finally over." Thinking of this, Xiao Hua prepared to take a look at the situation of his core condensation. But just as he was using inner sight, he didn't see anything clearly. Kachacha! A golden thread of lightning that was a bit thicker than before struck down again. "Still, do you want me to live?" Xiao Hua's body was being suppressed to death, and he was practically roaring in his heart. That's right. Since there was a second heavenly thunder, who knew if there would be a third? Who knew if there would be a fourth? Xiao Hua's flesh and blood had been torn to shreds. His recovery speed was already somewhat unable to keep up with the tearing speed. His meridians were also in a heart-tearing and lung-splitting pain. Who knows whether or not the next few bolts of heavenly lightning would directly take Xiao Hua's life. Reincarnation after reincarnation. What was the point of suffering for millions of years? Xiaohua endured another wave of pain, as if he was thinking of Huang Yi's bone-deep sorrow. The pitiful Xiaohua was using the body of a cultivator to resist the third gold lightning tribulation of a demonic beast. He was probably the most miserable person on the Dawn Rain continent. However, he was not the only one in the Sword Catacomb who was in such a miserable state. Spirit-devouring Great Formation could no longer be called Spirit-devouring Great Formation. Under the disturbance of Xiaohua's core condensation celestial phenomenon, those spirit-devouring bugs that didn't care whether they were real or fake all pounced on the pure crystal, and most of the real spirit-devouring bugs were killed by the Jindan cultivator's talismans. When the pagoda exploded, those spirit-devouring bugs were even more out of control. No matter how many sword cultivators urged them, those spirit-devouring bugs ignored them. LV Ruochang and the others had no choice but to rush to the sword formation, preparing to use the sword formation formed by the swordsmen to fight against the cultivators. However, under the influence of Xiaohua, there was no spiritual qi of heaven and earth in the sword formation. No matter whether it was the swordsmen or the cultivators, they had no way to borrow strength and had to fall into a helpless stalemate. They all wanted to wait for the celestial phenomenon to end before making a decision. However, the development of the matter once again exceeded the expectations of the middle-stage Jindan cultivators and the third-grade illusory swordsmen. When the terrifying gold nature spiritual qi of heaven and earth was instantly absorbed by Xiaohua, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth that came from afar didn't stop in the sword formation. Instead, it formed a bigger hurricane and rolled to the west. Not only that, LV Ruochang and the others were extremely sensitive to the fact that not only the gold nature spiritual qi of heaven and earth was like this, but the sword qi and the broken sword rain were also swept away. What the hell is going on? LV Ruochang really didn't understand. She only knew that the sword qi and sword essence in this sword tomb had no special benefits for the breeding and tempering of flying swords. What did a cultivator need these things for when he was pregnant? A few days later, things once again shocked LV Ruochang and the others. It was once again far beyond what they had seen and heard. In the sword tomb where there was no lightning, thunder rolled in the sky. Although there was the heavenly thunder, it didn't affect the sword qi and spiritual qi in the sword tomb. In the end, the dark clouds pressed down. Although the heavenly thunder didn't strike down in a large area, only 3 thunder tribulations, under the dark clouds, more spiritual qi, more sword qi, and more sword essence were disturbed. The whole sword tomb was already unstable. After tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years of accumulation, it was gradually collapsing. This was not the most important thing. What was worse was that under the heavenly thunder, there was a strange small battle. That small battle was used by Xiaohua to resist the spiritual qi and sword qi pouring in. At this time, the small battle had changed from passive to active. It continuously absorbed the spiritual qi, and sword essence disturbed by the heavenly thunder, adding fuel to the fire. As a result, everything in the sword tomb was affected. The remaining magic array and sword array around the Buddhist gold array were the first to be affected. Traces of spiritual qi and sword qi were sucked out gradually until the entire sword array and magic array collapsed and was sucked into the suction force. Then came the 10-direction annihilation array, which swept away all the spiritual qi and sword qi within dozens of miles. Then came the 4-direction sword array, and the magic array and sword array outside the 4-direction sword array. In the end, the purple jasmine flowers at the edge of the sword tomb rushed into the air. The sky was filled with purple, mixed with spots of blood-red mottled, and rushed to the center of the sword tomb. Outside the sword tomb, the wind was also raging. All the swordsmen and cultivators were fleeing in panic. Even outside the sword tomb, the situation was like this. What could LV Ruochang, whose magic array was already destroyed, do? Although the momentum absorbed by the small battle was very large, it was still ineffective against cultivators and swordsmen. However, in this fierce wind, LV Ruochang was like a defeated hen. Her face was pale, and she looked at the countless sword intents rolling up various celestial phenomena in the air in a daze, making the final performance. LV Jianyu. Ruo Ling was also greatly disappointed. She whispered, "We are not lucky, but it's nothing." "No." LV Ruochang bit his lips and waved his hand. "Even if there is such a strong celestial phenomenon, but This is definitely not something that a pregnant cultivator can have. Let's get ready. Once the celestial phenomenon ends, we will immediately surround and kill the cultivators. I don't believe that just these hundreds of thousands of cultivators can't be killed by our hundreds of thousands of swordsmen. Yes, we understand. When the surrounding swordsmen saw LV Ruochang's persistence, they could only force themselves to answer. At this point in the battle between cultivators, the result, was it really that important? Gotcha! When the third heavenly lightning came down like a lightning net, Xiaohua wanted to howl miserably. The power of the heavenly lightning was getting fiercer and fiercer each time. Not to mention Xiaohua's pain. The few traces of blood that seeped out were now slowly dripping down along the surface of his body. However, it was also thanks to Xiaohua's primordial spirit. Not only did he painstakingly cultivate the bone tempering technique, he also painstakingly cultivated the body tempering technique. Furthermore, he also had the dragon transformation art circulating at all times. I can't let the fourth heavenly lightning come. Xiaohua clenched his teeth and endured the changes in his body. He prayed in his heart, after this heavenly lightning tribulation, I will definitely put more effort in these aspects in the future. When I become pregnant, the heavenly lightning tribulation will be even more shocking. Although Xiaohua suffered a lot, he also benefited a lot. Not to mention that his physical body, meridians, and bones improved greatly under the heavenly lightning tribulation. Even the Buddha's relic was reconstructed under the heavenly lightning tribulation. Except for the part that Xiaohua didn't cultivate, the rest were all solid. However, the strange thing was that there were countless vengeful spirits in the sword tomb. These vengeful spirits were also absorbed by Xiao Dou, and not a single one was left out. Xiaohua originally wanted to expiate a few of them and improve the cultivation of the Buddha's relic, but his wishful thinking was in vain. After the heavenly lightning tribulation, Little White Dragon's soul was really too small. It couldn't be compared to before the heavenly lightning tribulation, but the difference was like heaven and earth. They couldn't be compared at all. However, the sword intent that Xiaohua placed outside was not affected by Xiao Dou. Even when the 3 gold heavenly lightning tribulation struck it, the heart sword didn't show any signs of collapse. Instead, it became stronger under the heavenly lightning tribulation. Not only was there lightning on the surface, there were also countless tiny electric sparks flowing inside. This electric sparks not only flowed through the flying sword pill, primordial spirit, and soul strands, but also seeped into the yin-yang sword gourd. The heart sword intent was like this, but it wasn't much. Xiaohua's Jindan had changed even more. Now, Xiaohua's Jindan was already the size of 2 fists. Moreover, the 2 thunder pills and the solid true essence from before were already gone. It was completely a complete Jindan. However, under the silver brilliance of this Jindan, the first Jindan that was condensed was already intact. The mysterious runes on the surface were naturally formed. The solid true essence from before had now turned into countless silver granules. These silver granules had traces of lightning on the surface. They were like stars revolving around the Jindan in the middle. The 2 thunder pills from before were now much bigger. From time to time, lightning would still be produced from them and fly towards the Jindan in the middle. Chapter 2694. The strangest thing was that between the golden core, lightning core, and granules, there were a lot of silver things. These things were like clouds in the shape of silk. They were scattered all over the gaps without any pattern. The lightning threads could easily pass through them without being affected at all. This kind of strange golden core. Even if he saw it with his own eyes, he wouldn't dare to believe it. He would definitely be happy and angry at Xiaohua for making things so complicated. Even the condensation of the golden core was a mess. It was unprecedentedly bizarre. Not to mention the condensation of the golden core. When Xiaohua was building his foundation, he created a gimmick of the 18th level of qi condensation, delaying the date of building his foundation for many years. Only now, when he truly condensed his golden core, did the hidden danger of the 18th level of qi condensation reveal itself. It was really because he encountered a special environment like the sword tomb that he was able to pass through this hidden danger. It was really unknown what kind of earth-shattering thing Xiaohua would do when he was pregnant with a golden core like this. Yes, it really was an earth-shattering thing. When Xiaohua passed the 3rd tribulation lightning, his body, which had suffered very little damage, seemed to have been cut into pieces by 1,000 blades. The surface layer was dripping with blood. Most of the blood threads were absorbed back into his body when his body healed after the lightning tribulation. However, there were still some blood threads that dripped down, directly passing through the remnants of the Buddhist gold great array and seeping into the ground of the sword tomb. However, at this time, the sword tomb, could it still be called a sword tomb? Roar. A dragon roar came from the little white dragon's mouth. This roar was extremely loud, and it actually had the momentum to shake the surroundings. It was very obvious that it was completely different from before the lightning tribulation. Xiaohua, quickly send me back. I want to meditate, don't disturb me. Carefully savor the harvest of the lightning tribulation. After the dragon roar, the little white dragon cried out weakly. Okay. Xiaohua didn't say anything, but he muttered in his heart, it's already like this, and you're still trying to show off. What are you shouting for? Thinking of this, Xiaohua sent out his soul strands to entangle the little white dragon. Xiaohua originally thought that his soul strands, which had undergone the lightning tribulation, would be able to easily send the little white dragon into the heavenly ring. In the end, the little white dragon's soul had become much heavier. He still had to expend a tremendous amount of effort to complete this task. Naturally, when Xiaohua sent the little white dragon into the heavenly ring, the several primordial spirits within the heart sword all returned to their original positions. Following which, Xiaohua followed the little white dragon's instructions and began to carefully comprehend it. Xiaohua closed his eyes and sat cross-legged high up in the sky. The Buddhist golden array had been broken, and his figure had long since been revealed. However, he didn't move. While he was carefully comprehending the feeling of condensing his core and the thunder tribulation, he was also inspecting his body, meridians, bones, and other changes. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Xiaohua opened his eyes. His face was filled with joy, but at the same time he was frowning slightly. Strange, where did the 2 lightning cores in my dantian go? Could it be that because of the lightning tribulation, it fused with this young master's golden core? Xiaohua was somewhat puzzled. But if that's the case, then what about this young master's lightning drawing technique? Thinking of this, Xiaohua stretched out his hand and used the lightning drawing technique. At this time, above Xiaohua's head, although the thunder tribulation had already passed, the dark clouds didn't dissipate so quickly. If it were any other time, once Xiaohua's spell was cast, 10,000 bolts of lightning would have already descended. But this time, his thunder drawing technique actually failed. Damn it, there really is a problem. Xiaohua was somewhat disappointed. Looking at the slowly dissipating dark clouds, he was unhappy. This young master's meridians seemed to have undergone earth-shaking changes. The tempering of my bones has also reached 99%. Even the strength of my body has greatly changed after the lightning tribulation. But this young master is a terrifying phoenix. Without the lightning drawing technique, this young master can only be a bald man. Alas, this golden core seems to be not small. It's even bigger than the golden core cultivators that this young master killed before. Thinking of this, Xiaohua's body suddenly bloomed with golden light. It was the protective golden light of ordinary golden core cultivators. Go! Xiaohua waved his hand, and a fireball flew out. Boom! With a loud sound, flames soared into the sky within a range of several dozen zhang. Hee! Xiaohua's heart was filled with a trace of joy. The method of controlling true essence of a jindan is indeed very different from that of a foundation building. Not only is the magic power several times stronger, even the speed is also much faster. Moreover, with this golden core, even in a situation where there is no spiritual energy of heaven and earth, I can still use great magic. What is this? As far as Xiaohua's eyes could see, there were actually more than a dozen fist-sized spirit-swallowing bugs flying around. One of them rushed towards the place where Xiaohua's fireball was just now. The others were wandering around nearby, and there were even 2 that rushed towards Xiaohua. These are spirit-swallowing bugs. Xiaohua's heart was suddenly filled with joy. He had seen spirit-swallowing bugs in the sword slip before. Why are there spirit-swallowing bugs here? Oh, I reckon that Xiaodo sucked them here. Thinking of this, Xiaohua waved his Taoist robe, and the space of several zhang was imprisoned. These spirit-swallowing bugs couldn't move at all. Xiaohua then put them all into his sword pouch. The heaven and earth sleeve technique has also improved. Xiaohua's heart was filled with joy again. He released his divine sense, wanting to see if there was anything else that he had missed. However, when he released his divine sense, he saw the purple jasmine flowers sweeping through the sky and the specks of blood spots in the purple sea. He couldn't help but be shocked. Aren't the purple jasmine flowers at the edge of the sword tomb? Could it be? Could it be? Xiao Hua almost jumped up from the ground where he was sitting cross-legged. He looked at Xiao Dou above his head in disbelief. Since Xiao Dou had undergone the thunder tribulation, there had been no pure gold spiritual qi of heaven and earth left behind. Moreover, the damaged part seemed to have been repaired now. Could it be this thing? Xiao Hua thought and hurriedly released his divine sense. When his divine sense really saw the situation outside the Buddhist gold formation, he opened his mouth even wider. Yes, above the dark clouds, the sun had already appeared. The golden sunlight was sprinkling down, and it looked like the wind was blowing. It was noon. The sword formation, the magic formation, the accumulated sword essence, had long disappeared. How is this possible? The sword tomb. The sword tomb is thousands of miles wide. Xiao Hua's mind raced. Although he already knew that since the purple jasmine flowers at the edge of the sword tomb had been sucked here by Xiao Dou, and the unique gloominess of the sword tomb had disappeared, this fact already proved that Xiao Hua's guess was true. However, he still denied this guess in his heart. After all, this was really too big. Thinking about this, Xiao Hua probed again and released his divine sense. His divine sense was no longer restricted by the sword tomb, and in an instant, it stretched out for nearly 100 miles. Oh, why are there so many Dao sect cultivators here? When Xiao Hua's divine sense swept past the previous location of the 10-direction annihilation formation, he was surprised to find that there were actually many Dao sect disciples here. These disciples were wearing the robes of various sects and looked panicked. When did my Dao sect disciples come to the sword tomb? Xiao Hua was somewhat baffled. But why haven't I seen the sword cultivators of the Huan country? Xiao Hua's divine sense immediately attracted the attention of the Dao sect disciples. Many disciples released their divine senses and swept toward Xiao Hua's direction. However, these disciples' divine senses only swept out 100 feet before they were immediately awakened and hurriedly withdrew their divine senses. Wasn't the divine sense coming from the direction of the pregnant Dao sect master? Wasn't it calm now because the pregnant Dao sect master had successfully stepped into the nascent soul stage and released her divine sense? Which disciple didn't want to live and look for trouble? There are disciples from various sects, and there are even disciples from the Imperial Thunder sect. Xiao Hua was increasingly baffled. Could it be that my Dao sect disciples are fighting with sword cultivators in the sword tomb? He was completely confused. Xiao Hua's divine sense swept around, but he didn't see any traces of a great battle. At this time, all the traces had long been swept clean by Xiao Dou, so how could he still find any clues? Xiao Hua hurriedly withdrew his divine sense and released his Buddhist sense. His Buddhist sense was released for a distance of over 200 miles, and Xiao Hua finally saw some Dao sect disciples fleeing in panic. This is bad. Sure enough, the battle has started. Xiao Hua suddenly realized. This young master's wife is still there. Thinking about this, Xiao Hua's body flourished with sword light. The heart sword standing in midair let out a sword cry and transformed into 2 flying swords, 7 sword pills, and a sword gourd. At the same time that the sword origin returned to his body, Xiao Hua also stored the Dream Executioner, Mountain Splitter, and the 7 sword pills into his Buddhist fire. As for the sword gourd, it was stored into the space. After that, Xiao Hua activated the Scene Cauldron once more and retrieved the damaged Brahma Gold Grand Array. At the eye of the array, 6 fist-sized metal essence orbs were revealed. The Brahma Gold Grand Array was built on the foundation of these 5 metal essence orbs. If it was in the past, Xiao Hua would definitely be happy, but at this time, he only glanced at it and stored it into the space. After Xiao Hua stored away the Buddha Saraira, his gaze once again fell on the mysterious Xiao Dou. The Xiao Dou was still absorbing spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but this spiritual energy was no longer the same as before. It seemed that because it had absorbed enough, or because other than the sword intent, sword energy, and metal essence of heaven and earth in the sword tomb, other spiritual energy of heaven and earth was useless to the Xiao Dou. So the Xiao Dou's absorption of spiritual energy of heaven and earth was much weaker, far less shocking than before. Xiao Hua was somewhat hesitant. Although the momentum had been greatly reduced, the vortex still existed. Xiao Hua was afraid that he would once again fall into the same dangerous situation as before. If so, wouldn't Xiao Hua be looking for trouble for himself? However, if he didn't store away this Xiao Dou, how could Xiao Hua be willing? Even if Xiao Hua didn't know the power of this Xiao Dou, since it had fallen into his hands, he was unwilling to throw it away. Now that he knew that this object was extraordinary, Xiao Hua was even more unwilling to throw it away. Not good. It seems like there are disciples of the Huanhua sect. Xiao Hua's Buddhist sense had been outside all this time. When he saw that there were actually disciples of the Huanhua sect being chased by swordsmen, he couldn't help but feel anxious. He clenched his teeth and urged the Imperial Thunder Travel to fly towards the Xiao Dou. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The sound of a thunderstorm was suddenly heard. It was even louder than the previous Imperial Thunder Travel. Chapter 2695. Imperial Thunder Transformation. Xiao Hua only had a flash of thought in his mind when he instantly flew below Small Dou. Xiao Hua did not even need to raise his hand. As his figure flashed below Small Dou, his mind wrapped around it and Small Dou was sucked into the space. Boom! Countless amounts of world spirit chi followed the inertia and smashed towards the place where Little Dou disappeared. The enormous force was extremely surging as it directly smashed into the ground. A deep pit that was several tens of feet in size instantly appeared. The soil and dust rose high into the air as countless amounts of world spirit chi continued to rush over. Wave after wave of impact rippled and dispersed into the distance. However, this rapid rippling impact could not catch up to Xiao Hua's figure. Xiao Hua's cheerful laughter scattered across the sky. What is going on? Since the inner cores of the male and female lightning beasts have disappeared, how did my lightning escape technique advance again? Xiao Hua kept Small Dou. His heart was carefree and bewildered. Perhaps it has something to do with the tempering of my physical body? However, just as Xiao Hua thought of this, anger appeared on his face again. He roared like spring thunder. Who dares to hurt my Dao? At this point, Xiao Hua realized that this was Li Zongbao's catchphrase. He hurriedly shut his mouth. Thunder rumbled under his feet, and his figure suddenly sped up. He did not want to use the lightning escape technique, but in the battle between the sword cultivators and the Dao sect, Fairy Hongxia, Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao were already in a predicament. How could he dare to conceal it? Which bastard dares to hurt my Imperial Thunder Sect disciple? Xiao Hua was helpless as he hastily changed his mantra. He used the two secret techniques of stealing the sky, swapping the sun, and crossing the sea by deception. He also took the opportunity to change his Daoist robe and quickly flew forward. As for the location of the spirit-devouring Great Array, because the sword tomb no longer existed, the place where the sword cultivators and the Dao sect confronted each other was still a little turbulent. However, it was already very different from before. Even Xiao Hua could keep Small Dou in such a situation. LV Ruochang, Hung Li and the rest could naturally fight to the death. Seeing the sky gradually disappear, LV Ruochang saw the outcome she had predicted. Although she was shocked by the disappearance of the sword tomb, she was more concerned about killing the Dao sect cultivators. The sword mound was nothing more than a product of the Great War of Dao and sword. If this sword mound was gone, another sword mound would definitely appear. As long as they killed these hundreds of thousands of cultivators, the existence of the sword mound would be meaningless. Therefore, as soon as the suction force of the small battle weakened slightly, LV Ruochang personally took action. He urged the sword light to fight with Hung Hung, and the hundreds of thousands of sword cultivators surrounded the hundreds of thousands of cultivators, ready to kill them one by one. Li Zongbao, Xiao Mao and Fairy Hongxia were all in a critical situation. The three of them had been injured earlier, but after consuming the pills refined by Xiao Hua, their injuries had improved greatly. However, during this period of time, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth had changed, making it impossible for them to cultivate in peace. They had to constantly deal with the harassment of sword cultivators, causing their injuries to drag on and unable to fully recover. This was especially so for Fairy Hongxia. Her phoenix celestial body had been severely injured by the 5 elemental sword chi, and she could no longer summon it. She could only use the connate true water to protect herself, Xiao Mao and Li Zongbao. Xiao Mao was only in the middle foundation establishment stage, and his dermic powers had long been depleted. Fortunately, he cultivated the dragonization ability, and when his spiritual chi recovered, he could extract spiritual chi much faster than others. This was why he could fight with Fairy Hongxia. As for Li Zongbao, who had the highest cultivation, Now that his immortal piercing whip had been destroyed, he no longer had a suitable dermic treasure. Most of his mystique was on the immortal piercing whip, and without it, he was really restricted. He could not even compare to Xiao Mao. Clang, LV Ruochang's sword light shot into the sky, and the sound of the sword humming could be heard. The phoenix sword will flew out from her body and rushed towards Hung Hung. Hung Heng's face was equally gloomy. He pointed his finger, and the talisman in his nascent soul hand flashed with a faint light and grabbed at the phoenix sword will. Hung Heng's mood was the complete opposite of LV Ruochang's. He originally wanted to take advantage of the changes in the sword catacomb to find a flaw in the sword cultivators so that he could lead his disciples to escape from the sword formation. But under LV Ruochang's command, the sword cultivator disciples had a tight defense and were impregnable. After several days of stalemate, there was no gap at all. Seeing that the spiritual qi of heaven and earth had become the same as outside the sword catacomb, Hung Heng's heart sank again. Left with no choice, he could only order the Taoist disciples to fight against the sword cultivators, and he himself took out his talisman. If Hung Hung and the others' talismans were normal, they would naturally be able to deal with LV Ruochang and the other third-grade illusory swordsmen. But in the spirit-devouring array, these talismans had been devoured by the spirit-devouring bugs and had been damaged. Now, they were definitely insufficient to deal with the enemy swordsmen. After the first contact between the cultivators and the swordsmen after the changes, the cultivators were immediately at a disadvantage. But as the cultivators fought, they tried their best to break out of the encirclement towards the west. On one hand, there were disciples guarding the 10-direction annihilation array there. On the other hand, they were still hoping that the nascent soul stage elder who caused the changes in the sword catacomb would suddenly appear. However, after fighting for another half a day, tens of thousands of cultivators were killed. The remaining 100,000 cultivators were exhausted, and their morale was low. Their morale was in stark contrast to the hundreds of thousands of swordsmen. Hung Feng and the others were in despair. Roar. It sounded like a dragon's roar was coming from afar, but it was much softer when it reached this place. But everyone heard it. Humph, don't think about the nascent soul stage elder. Didn't you hear it? This is the roar of a strange beast, not the nascent soul stage elder of your Taoist sect. LV Ruochang's phoenix sword essence was once again crushed by Hung Heng's nascent soul stage elder. Seeing Hung Hung involuntarily look towards the west, LV Ruochang sneered. Even if you have a nascent soul stage elder helping you, do you think we sword cultivators don't have a sword transformation stage elder? Don't forget, when we first entered the sword catacomb, the sword transformation stage elder's sword essence was also there. See, that's right. Hung Heng's face turned ashen when LV Ruochang saw through his thoughts. That's right. How could a nascent soul stage cultivator compare to a sword transformation stage elder? Even if this nascent soul stage cultivator was willing to help, would he dare to? Are you really going to kill every single one of my cultivators? Hung Yao looked sadly at the cultivators who were fighting hard, especially his own disciples. Under the siege of more than 10 grade 6 bright sword swordsmen and 2 grade 1 illusory sword swordsmen, Fairy Hong Xia, Xiao Mao and Li Zongbao were already in a perilous situation. If not for Fairy Hong Xia's innate primordial water, and if not for the fact that these swordsmen were greedy for the innate primordial water, the three of them would have died long ago. What? LV Ruochang sneered. Didn't you all have the same thought when you were in the Golden Destruction formation? If we were in a different situation, would you let the sword domain elders go? Hung Hung gritted his teeth and said fiercely, I don't know if I can be as ruthless as you. However, I know that where it is possible to make mistakes, one should spare them. Even if I fall today, there will come a day when you will be forced into such a desperate situation by my Dao sect's disciples. Haha. All right, I will wait for that day to come. LV Ruochang laughed and threw away his previous coldness. I'm afraid you will never see that day in your life. At this moment, in the western sky, rolling thunder sounded from afar. The sound of thunder was like the beating of a war drum, crushing the courage of the sword cultivators. It's finally here. Hung Hung was delighted. A nascent soul stage cultivator's aura came from afar, slowly pushing towards them. However, this aura was a little strange. It only flashed across the sword formation before it was retracted. Then an angry roar sounded. Which bastard dares to hurt my Imperial Thunder Sect disciples? This voice was like a clap of thunder, shaking the hearts of hundreds of thousands of sword cultivators. They could not help but quietly retract their sword light. LV Ruochang felt the aura of a nascent soul stage cultivator, and his expression turned cold. He gritted his teeth, and the phoenix sword intent that was about to charge towards Hung Hung also stopped in midair. He looked up into the distance. In the distant horizon, where the thunder was rumbling, a powerful divine sense swept over. At the same time, a short figure flew into everyone's vision at a speed faster than rainbow transformation. Senior brother Nameless? Seeing Xiao Hua's appearance after his transformation, Mingyu was the first to cover her mouth and exclaim, "Ah?" The second to be shocked was Fairy Hongxia. For a moment, she did not understand. Was this Nameless the real Nameless, or Xiao Hua's Nameless in disguise? After all, this was the nascent soul stage Nameless. Xiao Hua was far from the nascent soul stage, right? However, although Xiao Hua's spiritual had undergone a huge change after condensing his core, there was still a trace of familiarity within it. Furthermore, when Xiao Hua had arrived at the scene, he had looked at her with concern. Fairy Hongxia immediately understood. This nascent soul stage senior was none other than her lover, Xiao Hua. Senior brother Nameless. Hung Hung naturally knew Nameless' name. Seeing the rumbling thunder, how could she not know that this was Nameless? She hurriedly called out. But after calling out, she realized that this was Nameless after his pregnancy. He was her senior, so she immediately changed her greeting. Disciple Hung Hung greets Senior Nameless. Desun, Xiong Huasong, and the other surviving Golden Core stage cultivators all bowed and greeted Senior Nameless. Xiao Hua was very pleased with himself. However, he did not really fly close to the battle. Instead, he stood far away in the sky and waved his hand. "You all wait." Then his gaze swept across the entire battlefield. He frowned and said coldly, "You all are actually fighting in the sword tomb? My Dao sect disciples, other than those from the west, are there only so many left? What about Qianmo?" Senior Nameless should know that Qianmo had already fallen before coming to the sword tomb. Yuan Zhongyu immediately bowed and said, "That day, Qianmo followed me to the clear cave and was forced to self-destruct by this swordsman Lu Ruochang. And, if not for Qianmo's sacrifice, I'm afraid all of us would have fallen into Lu Ruochang's trap." Chapter 2696. Qianmo is dead? Xiao Hua was slightly taken aback, and the image of that righteous golden core cultivator appeared in his mind. "That's right, it's LV Ruochang's trap," Hung Ju hurriedly said. "She pretended to be weak outside the sword catacomb and lured our cultivators into the sword catacomb. Furthermore, she set up the yin-yang sword formation, the 5 elements sword formation, the spirit-devouring formation, and even a soul cultivator formation. She wanted to exterminate hundreds of thousands of our disciples." Exterminate? Xiao Hua really didn't expect LV Ruochang to have so many tricks up her sleeves. Before he participated in the battle, she set up such a huge trap. If he didn't condense his core in the sword catacomb, perhaps, not only him but also Fairy Hongxia, Li Zongbao, Xiao Mao, and all the other Dao sect disciples would have died in the sword catacomb. Seeing Xiao Hua frown, Hung Ming hurriedly bowed and said, "Fortunately, Senior Wu Ming's pregnant celestial phenomenon broke the sword cultivator's battle and saved our 100,000 disciples. Disciple Hung Ming brings the 100,000 disciples who survived to thank Senior for his great kindness." All the disciples bowed in unison, saying, "Thank you, Senior Nameless, for your kindness." Obviously, Hung Ju was afraid that Nameless wouldn't make a move, and wanted to use this righteousness, using the lives of the 100,000 disciples to ask Nameless to make a move. However, Nameless was Xiao Hua, and he came to make a move. How could he not make a move? However, how to make a move was another problem for Xiao Hua. "You are LV Ruochang?" Xiao Hua's gaze fell on the female swordsman opposite Hung Ju, who had already regained her indifference. Junior LV Ruochang greets nascent soul senior. LV Ruochang's tone was cold, but her etiquette was considerate. She bowed and said, "Junior has already heard of Senior's name. Many thanks to Senior for sparing our lives in the 7 Extremes Mountains." Junior LV Ruo. The other third-grade illusory swordsmen were extremely unwilling, but they also bowed helplessly. This helplessness was the same as when Xiao Hua bowed when he saw the swordsman near the Yin-Yang Twin Springs mountain. "And you can wait." Xiao Hua waved his hand. "I understand what you mean by waiting. This old man didn't participate in the battle, and now I'm a nascent soul senior, so it's not suitable for me to participate in your battle. Hung Ju's heart grew anxious as he silently complained about how the Imperial Thunder sect was as pedantic as Qian Mo. He wanted to say something. In fact, Xiaohua's heart was also full of discomfort. Concealing one's cultivation level and being a foundation establishment cultivator, one could really run amok. But how could he be so restrained after acting like a nascent soul senior? However, do you think that I can just stand by and watch as 100,000 Dao sect disciples die in your ambush? Xiaohua rolled his eyes and said, not to mention that this old man is unable to face the master of the Imperial Thunder sect. I'm afraid that this old man's future cultivation will also have inner demons. Senior, if you want to interfere, then do your best. Lu Ruochang said coldly, Senior, you are not the only nascent soul cultivator here. There are also sword transformation masters in our sword domain. Oh, Xiaohua sneered. Are you threatening this old man? It's not a threat, it's a fact. Lu Ruochang wasn't afraid at all. Since Senior didn't participate in the battle, don't worry too much about it. Your Dao sect's cultivators actually talked about the loss of your sect, but what about the loss of my sword domain? Your Dao sect's cultivators set up the 10-direction annihilation formation in the sword tomb. Didn't they also lure my sword cultivators into an ambush? Didn't they also kill hundreds of thousands of my swordsmen? Oh, there's such a thing? Xiaohua immediately understood the reason why he saw the disciples of the various sects earlier. In short, this is not the time for nascent soul senior and sword transformation senior to appear. And senior is also not a gold core cultivator who is participating in the battle. Therefore, I hope that senior can distinguish right from wrong and withdraw as soon as possible. Lu Ruochang said word by word. Otherwise, when sword transformation senior of my sword domain arrives, it will be hard to say anything. How can there be any sword transformation masters in this sword tomb? If there are falling gold mountain cultivators, there are still some. Xiaohua secretly curled his lips. Senior nameless, don't listen to her nonsense. Xiong Huasong immediately shouted. Before the swordsmen were ambushed, there was indeed a sword transformation master's sword intent at the place where Senior came from, but the swordsmen were killed. There was no trace of sword transformation Senior at all. Oh, I understand. Xiaohua naturally knew the cause of the matter. The sword transformation master's sword intent was definitely Zhang Yuhe's doing. This was what Xiaohua saw that day. Therefore, Xiaohua was even more certain that there was absolutely no sword transformation in this sword tomb. Nonsense, if there was a sword transformation in the sword tomb, how could Xiaohua successfully condense his gold core? Or rather, if the sword transformation was in the sword tomb, could it escape the suction force of small dough? Lu Ruochang. Xiaohua raised his head and said coldly, what do you think your sword transformation swordsmen can say when they see this old man? My sword domain's sword transformation senior and Dao sect's nascent soul senior are all seniors in our eyes. No matter if it's a war or a peaceful time, we disciples should respect them. Lu Ruochang said neither arrogantly nor humbly. As for what seniors say to each other, how would this junior know? Alas, the war between Dao sect and sword cultivators has already lasted for thousands, or even tens of thousands of years. The number of swordsmen and cultivators that died in the sword tomb is also unknown. Among them, there is no lack of outstanding talents. If it weren't for the war, they would all be able to prove their Dao. Xiaohua sighed slightly and had the appearance of an expert. This old man won't talk about the advantages and disadvantages of the war. The 10-direction annihilation formation swordsmen suffered great losses. The 4-direction sword formation cultivators suffered great losses. Both sides can be considered even. After today, it will be the battlefield of the various senior brothers. You all should know when to stop. Lu Ruochang didn't give in and said indifferently, my sword domain's sword transformation senior still hasn't appeared. This junior doesn't know if I can stop. Moreover, Senior doesn't seem to be a Dao sect disciple participating in the war. You don't seem to have the qualifications to say these words, right? Xiaohua frowned and felt very ashamed and angry in his heart. It wasn't that he didn't want to give this Lu Ruochang some color to see, or even take her life. However, he really didn't know what method to use. He didn't know what spell to use, what ability to not reveal his identity. Thinking for a moment, Xiaohua could only say again, right and wrong in the war between Dao cultivators and sword cultivators. No matter what is said, it's useless. You and I are the difference between friend and foe. So much, what's the use? This old man is asking you right now, whether or not you can stop. It's useless. Lu Ruochang also said coldly. This junior is only reminding senior that nascent soul cultivators and sword transformation cultivators are all seniors. You can't lower yourself to the same level as us juniors. If senior violates this rule, don't blame my sword domain's sword transformation cultivators for attacking foundation establishment and qi condensation cultivators for no reason. As for whether or not I should stop, this junior still has the same words. This junior doesn't have the qualifications to say that I should stop. Ha ha, Xiaohua raised his head and laughed heartily. He pointed his finger and said, don't say that there are over 300,000 swordsmen here. Do you think these swordsmen can be my match? In fact, Lu Ruochang's thoughts were exactly as Xiaohua thought. She really wanted to use these 300,000 swordsmen to fight Xiaohua. She firmly believed that Xiaohua absolutely didn't dare, or perhaps disdained to do such a thing to the drawing sword swordsman. And she absolutely dared to use these 300,000 swordsmen to fight Xiaohua. However, Lu Ruochang said indifferently, this junior doesn't dare to think like that. These sword cultivator disciples are just ants in senior's eyes. Senior only needs to stretch out a finger to pinch them to death. Everything depends on senior's thoughts. Nonsense. Xiaohua was somewhat displeased. He wasn't a nascent soul cultivator and didn't have the awareness and self-restraint of a nascent soul cultivator. He said coldly, tell me, my sect's 100,000 disciples, will you release or not release? What if I don't release? What if I release? Lu Ruochang also threw caution to the wind and said coldly. In fact, Heng Jiao and the others were already anxious. They even disapproved. Why would a nascent soul cultivator talk so much nonsense with illusory swordsmen? Just directly kill them. Although there were 300,000 swordsmen, even if a few escaped, would the Dao sect still admit that it was a nascent soul cultivator? They only needed to kill Lu Ruochang and the other illusory swordsmen. At this time, when they heard Lu Ruochang forcing Xiaohua into a dead end, they also looked at Xiaohua anxiously, as if they were waiting for Xiaohua's decision. Damn it! How could Xiaohua not know what these gold core cultivators meant? Not to mention that he wasn't a nascent soul cultivator. Even if he was, he still had to consider his own sect. If he killed all the illusory swordsmen, what would happen to the Imperial Thunder sect? How would Qian Lazy explain to the Huan country's sword cultivators? Release? Naturally, it's good for you, it's good for me, it's good for everyone. Xiaohua said coldly. If you don't release, then you die. It's not good for me, it's not good for everyone. Xiaohua was also very ruthless. He now regretted wearing the Imperial Thunder sect's clothes and appearing as nameless. Then this junior would rather die. Lu Ruochang's face was pale. His slender eyelashes fluttered slightly, but his eyes were like the moon in the night sky. He stared at Xiaohua without the slightest fear. You are forcing me. Xiaohua said word by word. He slapped his forehead. He vaguely remembered the hand of the nascent soul cultivator in the ink-black forest. A huge hurricane appeared, and the surrounding heaven and earth spirit qi condensed around Xiaohua's body. That aura was not inferior to that of an ordinary nascent soul cultivator. Ever since Xiaohua created the foundation establishment cultivation method, his confidence skyrocketed. He believed that with his cultivation of the heaven and earth sleeve, he could definitely use the hand of the nascent soul. Even if there were any mistakes, he was just a nascent soul cultivator. What was so hard to explain? Seeing the heaven and earth spirit qi within 100 feet being absorbed by Xiaohua, Ruo Ling and the others' faces changed slightly. Heng Jiao and the others were also happy. As for Fairy Hongxia, she was a little shocked. The heaven and earth spirit qi condensed rapidly. Xiaohua slightly spread his robe, and the power of imprisonment enveloped Lu Ruochang for 100 feet. A faint palm mixed with rocks, and the others were already beginning to take shape. Senior nameless, Ruo Ling said anxiously. The outcome of the battle has already been decided. Even if Senior kills junior sister Lu, what benefit will it bring to the battle? Besides, why should Senior lower himself to the same level as us? Senior, please stay your hand. Chapter 2697. Who said the outcome of the war has already been decided? How come this old man doesn't know? Xiaohua narrowed his eyes, his tone cold, as if he had already made a decision. He didn't believe that after he killed LV Ruochang and the others, the cultivators of the 3 cultivation countries would sell the Imperial Thunder sect to the sword cultivators of the Huan country. Hiss! Ruo Ling and the other swordsmen sucked in a breath of cold air, realizing that Xiaohua was truly angry. It seemed that he was going to interfere with the war with the power of a nascent soul. Zhu Qingye's expression changed slightly, and he almost flew back a few steps, as if preparing to command the swordsman. Looking at LV Ruochang again, she felt even more regretful. Her previous words didn't involve the war, and she only focused Xiaohua's attention on her. She even wanted to use her own life to exchange for the lives of 100,000 cultivators. But she didn't expect that Xiaohua didn't care about the bearing of a nascent soul cultivator and wanted to kill her. She had overreached herself. Seeing that Xiaohua's nascent soul hand was about to form, Xiaohua's expression became even colder. Ruo Ling and the others unconsciously clenched their fists, preparing to work together to receive the attack of a nascent soul cultivator. But at this moment, whoosh! A long cry of a flying sword came from afar, and a golden light flashed and landed in front of LV Ruochang. A flying sword message? All the sword cultivators were stunned. Because of the special nature of the sword tomb, they couldn't directly use flying swords to send messages. Now that the sword tomb had completely disappeared, a flying sword message could naturally be sent. This was beyond the expectations of all the sword cultivators. However, this flying sword message was right in front of LV Ruochang, and LV Ruochang was restrained by Xiaohua. Although this restraint wasn't to the extent that LV Ruochang couldn't move, LV Ruochang didn't dare to struggle desperately. Let this old man see which old sword ghost sent this message. Xiaohua coldly looked at Lu Ruochang. Without any trace of politeness, he raised his hand, and the flying sword message obediently fell into his hand. A small flying sword flew into Xiaohua's hand. Xiaohua released his divine sense and immersed it in to take a look. His face unconsciously revealed a look of astonishment. After a few minutes, he flung his hand, and the flying sword landed in front of LV Ruochang. He coldly snorted and said, "LV Ruochang, you're a schemer. Jinjin, let me all of you scram." As he spoke, Xiaohua loosened the heaven and earth within sleeves technique. His figure flew up slightly, leaving LV Ruochang more than 10 feet away. When Heng Ju saw Xiaohua's attitude, he couldn't help but be stunned. After Xiaohua saw the flying sword message, he didn't seem to want to care about this matter anymore. Could it be that this is the swordsman's letter? All the cultivators and swordsmen had the same thought. However, LV Ruochang's face was very indifferent. He took the flying sword letter and looked at it carefully. His face flushed instantly. He raised his head and laughed. His earlier indifference disappeared. Ha ha, ha ha. So what if this sword falls today? Your Dao sect cultivators have suffered such a crushing defeat. As a nascent soul cultivator, what can you do? A lone tree cannot hold up the sky, isn't that the case? Junior sister Lu. Ruo Ling was shocked and hurriedly flew in front of Lu Ruochang to stop her from being overjoyed. Senior sister Ruo Ling, look. LV Ruochang gave the flying sword to Ruo Ling and said, "This sword's wish has been fulfilled. Even if this sword falls here today, this sword can still smile and meet the fallen seniors of the sword region." Ruo Ling picked up the flying sword and looked at it carefully. Her face was also overjoyed, but there was also a trace of realization in this joy. Ruo Ling understood, but everyone else was kept in the dark. They were all confused. Heng Ju, Xiong Huasong and the rest looked at Ruo Ling, then at Xiaohua. Ruo Ling's joy was needless to say, but Xiaohua's face was gloomy. Needless to say, the news in this flying sword was definitely bad news to the Dao sect cultivators. But what exactly was the bad news? Could it be more tragic than the destruction of 100,000 cultivators in the sword tomb? Senior Nameless? Ruo Ling didn't pass the flying sword letter to Zhu Qingye and the rest. Instead, she bowed slightly and asked, "Junior, can I tell everyone about this matter? This is a matter of war. It has nothing to do with this old man." Xiaohua waved his hand and didn't answer. However, he didn't leave either. Clearly, the matter on the flying sword letter had already surpassed this. Heng Ju and the rest felt their hearts skip a beat. They all looked at each other in dismay. They really didn't know what could be more unexpected than this. Let the brave warriors of the sword region know. Ruo Ling cleared her throat and said loudly, under the command of LV Ruochang and fellow swordsman LV Ruochang, Skyscraper Ridge, Soaring Wind Sword Sect, Swarm of Owls Valley, Mountain Crossing Ridge, Cloud Cave, and other swordsman friends, suddenly attacked the Lian Kingdom. We obtained a major victory. The Lian Kingdom's peaceful shepherd prefecture's Mo family, Shilong City's Jian family, Qingjizeli family, and other 13 cultivation families, as well as Lu Meng's sect and Mount Duckweed, have now fallen into the hands of our sword region. This news absolutely exceeded everyone's expectations. Not only the Dao sect cultivators, but even the sword cultivators of the Huan Kingdom were shocked. For a moment, everyone was stunned, and the entire battlefield was silent. Immediately after, all the sword cultivators cheered, and all of them were abnormally excited. As for Hengju, Desun, Xiong Huasong, and the rest, their faces were ashen. They never thought that the sword cultivators' true goal was the Lian Kingdom. They really didn't think that the sword cultivators would actually want to open up a territory in the Lian Kingdom. They also never invested too many Dao sect disciples in the Lian Kingdom. Now, this news was tantamount to a bolt from the blue to them. Ruoling looked at Lu Ruochang, whose face was deathly pale, but whose eyes were filled with joy and whose cheeks were slightly flushed. She really didn't know what to say in her heart. This kind of diversion tactic, this kind of strange arrangement, was really not something she could have guessed. Right now, even if Xiao Hua killed Lu Ruochang, even if he killed 300,000 sword cultivators, the Lian Kingdom wouldn't be able to seize the Lian Kingdom. However, it was impossible for the Dao sect's cultivators to easily seize the territory of the Ripple country. Xiao Hua's actions were of no benefit to the Dao sect's war. It could only incite the anger of the sword domain. Perhaps this anger could only be directed at the Imperial Lightning sect. Would Xiao Hua do this kind of thing? Xiao Hua naturally wouldn't do it, because he had just said it. All of you scram. Ruoling quietly pulled on Lu Ruochang's sleeve and didn't say a word, but her gaze already explained her meaning. Although Lu Ruochang bit her lips tightly and was unwilling in her heart, but she wasn't a fool. Knowing when to stop was the right thing to do. If she stubbornly persisted, she would definitely end up like Qian Mo. Seeing that Lu Ruochang didn't speak, Ruoling nodded slightly at Zhu Qingye. Zhu Qingye hurriedly raised his hand and said, "Warriors of the various sword domains, we will return in triumph." As he spoke, he waved his hand and flew to the north of the sword tomb. Naturally, the sword tomb was no longer the same as before, and there was no need for any flying swords to scout the way. The group of sword cultivator disciples puffed out their chests and valiantly flew away with Zhu Qingye. Although Lu Ruochang was extremely unwilling in her heart, she still resentfully left under Ruoling and Mu Ting's hands. Xiao Hua sighed, and a sense of helplessness arose in his heart. Yes, he could ambush Qin Jian and Lu Ruochang, but these actions couldn't change the situation of the Dao cultivator war. A cultivator, whether it was Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, or nascent soul, the effect they could play was too little. The reason why a war was called a war was because of the coordination, planning, and scheming. These were not Xiao Hua's forte. Then Xiao Hua waved his hand, and his figure flew up again. Thunder rumbled around him, and he was about to fly away again. "Senior Nameless," Desun hurriedly shouted, "we thank Senior for saving our lives." "There's no need for that." Xiao Hua's interest waned, and he shook his head slightly. "All the heavenly phenomena that broke the sword formation and whatever shocking thunder, they have nothing to do with me. With my cultivation, it's impossible for me to trigger any lightning tribulations. This sword tomb has undergone such a huge change. This is not something that I can do. I just happened to pass by and saw the changes in the sword tomb, so I came to take a look. It's also a fluke that I was able to save all of you. Now that all of you are tired from the war, let's wait for the other senior brothers to come over." "Senior, please wait for a moment." Heng Li came to his senses and hurriedly said, "Disciple and the others should also report to Senior about fellow Taoist Qian Mo's deeds." "Qian Mo?" Xiao Hua shook his head slightly. He only had a bad impression of Qian Mo, and did not have a trace of good impression of him. He simply did not want to hear about his death. "You all better report to the senior brothers of the Imperial Thunder sect." After saying that, Xiao Hua did not stay any longer. Stepping on the shocking thunder, he flew towards Nanfeng. However, his lips moved slightly, as if he was saying something. "Senior." Heng Li opened his mouth, wanting to keep Xiao Hua, but when he saw that Xiao Hua did not pay attention to him, he felt a sense of disappointment and frustration in his heart. "That's right. What's the use of keeping this nascent soul senior? Not to mention the great defeat of the Sword Tomb. Even in the entire Dao Cultivator War, the cultivators of the Dao sect were also defeated. The faces of the Golden Core cultivators in the conference hall had long been lost. Looking around again, how many of the Golden Core cultivators in the conference hall survived the 4 directions, sword formation of the sword cultivators? Not to mention, among the 27 most famous sects, only 13 cultivators survived, and all of them were injured. The sects that were not famous most likely had already fallen. The war had reached such a stage, and the cultivators of the Dao sect could be said to have suffered a crushing defeat. Forget it. Hung Li looked at Xiao Hua's disappearing figure, and the sound of thunder that was getting softer and softer in his ears, and somewhat weakly ordered, "Regroup, we will return to Sky Patrol City." That's right, Dasun suddenly thought of something, and with a low exclamation, he shut his mouth again. What's wrong? Cheng Ming was beside Dasun, and his meridians were also greatly damaged. When he heard Dasun's low exclamation, he asked softly, "Just now, the strange phenomenon in the Sword Tomb, that faint dragon roar. What's going on?" Dasun lowered his voice and said, "I don't know if it was done by Senior Wu Ming. Also, the Sword Tomb where 10,000 lightning bolts do not occur. Why would there be a lightning tribulation? I have never heard of it before." Chapter 2698. Cheng Ming shook his head slightly, looked at the place where Xiaohua disappeared, and said, "Didn't Senior Nameless say it just now? It seems that the dark clouds of the lightning tribulation and the disappearance of the Sword Tomb have nothing to do with him. And this is not something a nascent soul master can do. Senior Nameless came and went in a hurry. I'm afraid he's going to find out the truth of this matter. Otherwise, Lu Ruochang will definitely not be able to keep his life." Dasun nodded slightly, but he was still a little confused. What Fellow Chung said is reasonable, but if it's not Senior Nameless, who in this Sword Tomb can have such magical power? When did the Sword Tomb have a strange beast? How can there be a dragon's roar? Who knows if it's a dragon's roar? In short, it might be some strange beast. However, even if it's possible, I don't believe that it's Senior Nameless doing. Cheng Ming was a little disdainful. Didn't you see it just now? Senior Nameless nascent soul technique can't be used perfectly. This Sword Tomb is thousands of miles wide, with thousands of years of sword energy. Not to mention a nascent soul master. Even a spirit-severing stage senior can't do it. There must be a big anomaly in the Sword Tomb. A strange beast is going through the lightning tribulation again. And Senior Nameless is just pregnant. This situation is also our luck. Speaking of this, Cheng Ming smacked his lips with a look of lingering fear. He lowered his voice again, afraid that the sword cultivators who had already gone far away would hear him. This kind of coincidence can only be believed by those sword cultivators who don't know the details of our Dao sect cultivators' advancement. If not, with Senior Nameless nascent soul cultivation, he might not be able to kill so many third-grade illusory swordsmen. If not, those third-grade illusory swordsmen would have fallen out with Senior Nameless long ago, right? Yes, it should be so. Hung Zhao and the others were very knowledgeable, so they naturally had the same tolerance. But seeing Dasun nod again, he said, "Previously, I was a little worried for Senior John Doe. If it weren't for the flying sword message, you wouldn't have been able to find a way out. If you wanted to save us, you would have to kill LV Ruochang. Once he made his move, Ruo Ling and the other sword cultivators would have no choice but to act. Not to mention that old man. Even our lives are in danger." Nameless is indeed a senior from the Imperial Thunder sect. Yuan Zhongju aside, he and Qian Mo are really similar. Obviously, with his cultivation level, he might not be able to save us. Yet he refused to give up. If he didn't save us, he wouldn't turn back. He doesn't even take Lu Ruochang's threat seriously. Indeed, Hung Zhao chimed in, "Once we return to Sky Patrol City, the first thing we need to do is to inform the masters of the various sects about the outcome of the war. The second thing is to report the matter of Senior John Doe saving us, so that the teachers can be prepared to assist Senior John Doe at any time. Don't let him be besieged by the swords of Huan country." Not bad. All the Golden Core cultivators nodded. We are indebted to Senior John Doe. We must take responsibility for this matter on behalf of Senior John Doe and the Imperial Thunder sect. We must not let him and the Imperial Thunder sect be attacked by the swords. The group of golden core cultivators was not in a hurry to fly away. They knew that the sword cultivators had retreated and had achieved an unprecedented victory in Huan country. Lu Ruochang and the others would never do anything unnecessary, and the sword cultivators would never chase after them again. Hence, they urged the remaining 100,000 or so disciples from various sects to fly west and meet up with the other disciples before returning to Sky Patrol City together. The 100,000 disciples' faces were filled with joy, the joy of escaping death. They did not care about the Huan country being attacked by the sword cultivators. In their eyes, as long as they could escape with their lives, it was better than anything else. Moreover, they also knew that as the survivors of the early stage of the sword battle, they were all meritorious. Although they did not know if they had to continue to stay in Sky Patrol City to fight with the swordsmen after the nascent soul masters arrived, it was obvious that the Dao sect cultivators were defeated, and they were also badly injured. They were not fit to fight again. What they had to do now was to return to Sky Patrol City and meditate first while waiting for the nascent soul masters to arrive. Then, they would most likely have to return to their sects with the flying ship. Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao stood in midair with a puzzled look on their faces. Xiao Hua's divine thought had become much stronger, so they could not immediately tell that John Doe was Xiao Hua. However, they knew that John Doe first appeared in 7 Extremes Ridge. That was also the time when Xiao Hua went to 7 Extremes Ridge to rescue them. If there was no accident, John Doe should be Xiao Hua. After all, the Imperial Thunder sect would not have so many powerful disciples for no reason. However, whether John Doe was Xiao Hua or not depended on Fairy Hongxia, who was at 7 Extremes Ridge that day. Unfortunately, when Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao looked at Fairy Hongxia, she did not pay them any attention. Her gaze fell on Mingyu's face, who was not too far away from her. Mingyu's eyes were filled with surprise, regret, and longing. She was looking in the direction where Xiao Hua had disappeared. It seemed that she had been staring at Xiao Hua and had not been satisfied. It also seemed that her gaze could penetrate space and see Xiao Hua's not very tall figure. Sigh, for no apparent reason, Fairy Hongxia felt a ripple in her heart. However, a trace of pride appeared at the corner of Fairy Hongxia's mouth. She muttered in her heart, "Husband, what is he doing? When will he be able to conceive a baby? If it's about core formation, it's about the same. And where did he get such a powerful divine ability to make the sword catacomb disappear? Looks like, when I see him later, I'll have to ask him a few more questions." Fairy Hongxia thought as she flew up with the group of disciples. She inadvertently turned her head to look at the sword catacomb that had become very ordinary. This sword catacomb is no longer the sword catacomb. It will no longer be a dangerous place. Sigh, I'm afraid my country of Shi. Fairy Hongxia flew away. Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao also flew away. Hung Hung and the rest also flew away. Everyone's gaze shifted away from the sword catacomb. In their hearts, they all thought that the sword catacomb would no longer exist. What they didn't know was that under the sword catacomb, an unknown depth, there was an unknown space. Layers of black and red lingered on the surface of the space. A body that was dozens of feet in size was lying on the ground. This body was covered in black gas, making it impossible to see its true appearance. The body was quiet, without any movement. However, the calm and orderly swirling black and red suddenly started to boil. It was as if there was some unforeseen event. The swirling blood emitted a faint fluctuation that slowly spread into the space. The black gas on the body was also disturbed and gradually rippled. The strangest thing was that above this space, some of the blood that dripped down from Xiao Hua's lightning tribulation slowly fell. Although it wasn't directly above this space, it seemed to have some suction force. It slowly changed its direction and fell towards this space, the sword catacomb, an existence that had existed for thousands of years. Now that it had disappeared, who knew what kind of unforeseen event it would cause? A few days later, more than 500 miles to the west of the sword catacomb should be where the purple jasmine flower was. Xiao Hua had already returned to his original appearance. He was slowly flying in the air with a trace of doubt on his face. As he walked, he waved his hand and a thumb-sized lightning easily struck down. It was precisely the lightning that struck a thick, ancient tree in the distance. Strange, Xiao Hua whispered to himself. Previously in the sword catacomb, there was no lightning. Now that the sword catacomb is no longer here, why is there no lightning? Could it be that this sword catacomb was originally a little strange? Is it because of this strangeness that the sword catacomb was formed? And it wasn't because of the sword catacomb that it became so strange. Moreover, this young master's lightning-attracting technique still exists. Compared to before the core condensation, there isn't any change. Thinking of this, Xiaohua immersed his divine thought into his dantian, and his hand formed another seal. In his dantian, the two fist-sized golden cores emitted a faint brilliance, and a wave of spiritual power gushed out. No, this golden core seems to be a little different from what martial uncle Zhen Qing said. Xiaohua looked at the incomparably smooth silver golden core and shook his head. The golden core is born from the heavenly Tao and is somewhat similar to alchemy. There must be some traces of the heavenly Tao inside. I understand. Xiaohua's divine sense easily penetrated the golden core and entered the inner layer of the silver brilliance. In an instant, he saw the true core of the golden core, as well as the lightning core and many planet-like true essence particles. The heavenly Tao starry sky. Xiaohua looked at the constantly rotating sphere and the silver clouds and unconsciously groaned. Others bitterly search for the heavenly Tao starry sky. Even Taoist Yan Hong of the Haoming City is proud of the Xian Kong Pavilion's starry sky. However, this young master's golden core actually has this thing. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Now that he knew the disadvantages of mutation, he was really worried about the effects of the heavenly Tao starry sky's golden core when he was pregnant. Forget it. Don't think about it anymore. One wrong step, and all wrong steps. All the karma had already been planted when this young master built his foundation. What's the use of thinking about it now? It's better to cultivate more, look for more secret techniques, and make more preparations for the pregnancy. Xiaohua shook his head and smiled. As the saying goes, when the water comes, the earth will cover it. When the soldiers come, the soldiers will block them. This young master wants to see what kind of scenery it will be like when I'm pregnant. After thinking about it, Xiaohua raised his head and looked into the distance. He felt strange and said, "My wife, why isn't she here yet? Could it be that something happened to the sword tomb? This place is only a few hundred miles away from the sword tomb." As he spoke, Xiaohua released his divine sense. Then, a smile appeared on his face again. This girl doesn't miss her husband at all? This kind of dawdling. Doesn't she know the principle that a long separation makes the heart grow fonder? Sure enough, in the time it took to finish a meal, Fairy Hongxia's graceful figure appeared in midair in the distance. She released her divine thought, and the moment she saw Xiaohua, she immediately increased her flying speed. Like a phoenix returning to its nest, she rushed over. Chapter 2699. Hubby, looking at Xiaohua's smiling face, Fairy Hongxia's heart felt warm. It was as if all the complicated feelings and worries she had along the way had turned into smoke. Looking at Xiaohua rushing towards her like a gust of wind, her brows flushed red. Her slightly warm body was like a swallow as she threw herself into Xiaohua's embrace. Tightly holding onto Xiaohua's waist, Fairy Hongxia used all her strength, as if she wanted to embed Xiaohua into her body. It was only this feeling of strength that gave Fairy Hongxia a sense of security. Xiaohua naturally felt Fairy Hongxia's emotions, and his heart was filled with emotions. Indeed, in a sword battle, there was danger at every moment. Any carelessness could lead to the death of a cultivator. To let Fairy Hongxia fight alone in such a cruel battlefield, it was really difficult for her. Luckily, Xiaohua had encountered two of Fairy Hongxia's most critical moments. Xiaohua had not concealed his cultivation level for Fairy Hongxia's sake. Both times, he had revealed his actual cultivation level. "Hubby, love me." Fairy Hongxia leaned her head against Xiaohua. Her cheeks were as hot as charcoal, and her heart was beating like a little deer. Although the two of them had already experienced dual cultivation before, when she suddenly said such words, even though it was just a whisper, it still made her feel very shy in her heart. When Xiaohua heard this, he was slightly taken aback and immediately became overjoyed. This kind of request is what all men in the world like. It is also something that all men are duty-bound to do. And Xiaohua had already prepared everything for Fairy Hongxia. Following which, Xiaohua hugged Fairy Hongxia in his arms. His figure drew a beautiful arc in the air as he flew towards a low concave area. There was a cave entrance hidden under the mountain rocks there. After a few hours, under the mountain rocks, in the cave, Fairy Hongxia was sweating profusely. Her body was wrapped in a bright red robe, and she was lying on Xiaohua's body. Her arms were like pure white jade, and there was a faint blush in the light jade color. Hubby. Fairy Hongxia's hand was holding Xiaohua's. Hearing Xiaohua's deep heart, her eyes were like flowing water, and she murmured softly, as if she had no strength left, and as if she was afraid of disturbing the silence. You hid it from me so painfully. You actually have such a high cultivation. Hee, I've never hidden anything from you. In this entire world, only you know what my cultivation level is like. Xiaohua was also extremely carefree. He held Fairy Hongxia's slender fingers and laughed softly. Humph, if I hadn't seen your eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. Fairy Hongxia rebuked. You actually managed to cultivate my sister's purloin swapping technique to such an exquisite level. Even those golden core masters could not tell. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Xiaohua's eyes turned slightly, and he said with a smile, your husband also wants to tell you, but there's always no time. Moreover, if you don't ask, I won't be able to recall such minor details of the secret technique. Speak. Fairy Hongxia raised her eyebrows. Other than your identity as nameless, what other identities do you have? And how many dual cultivation partners? Xiaohua's heart thumped. The reason why he did not mention to Fairy Hongxia that he could change his appearance was because he was afraid that Fairy Hongxia would ask such a question. He seemed to already know that all female cultivators, regardless of their cultivation level, would have such suspicions on this matter. Listen to what my wife is saying. Your husband had no choice but to change his appearance in order to save my wife. Xiaohua hurriedly explained, your husband is so handsome and handsome. Changing my appearance would damage my image. Why would your husband feel uncomfortable for no reason? Che, Fairy Hongxia snorted coldly. There are millions of cultivators in the Dawn Rain continent. Who knows how many of them are handsome and outstanding? How many of them are at the nascent soul stage like nameless? Do you think that all female cultivators only value the stinky appearance of male cultivators? At this point, Fairy Hongxia originally wanted to treat Mingyu's matter as a joke, or to warn Xiaohua. But when she was about to say it, she stopped. Moreover, she had made a decision in her heart. No matter how well Mingyu treated her, she would never tell Mingyu's background to Mingyu, and she would never tell Mingyu's thoughts to Xiaohua. Haha, nameless is a nameless person. Xiaohua smiled. Nameless will only exist where my wife is, and where there is no wife, there will naturally be no nameless. If my wife doesn't like it, in the future, there will be no nameless in this world. Yes, I really don't like nameless. In the future, don't let him appear. Fairy Hongxia said without hesitation. Moreover, nameless limelight is too conspicuous. The Golden Core Masters of various sects have already reported this matter to their sections. The Imperial Thunder sect will definitely do their best to find nameless. I see that you don't like to show off, then don't let them find any clues about you. My wife's instructions are the golden rule. Xiaohua used his hand to pat Fairy Hongxia's shoulder and smiled as he replied. Then he immediately changed the topic and asked, this place is not too far from the Sword Tomb. Why did my wife come so late? Your husband thought that you wouldn't be able to come. Humph, do you think that I am like you, who can leave at any time? Fairy Hongxia said coquettishly, in the Battle of the Sword Tomb, my Dao sect disciples were almost completely annihilated. The various sects were busy counting the number of disciples who survived. How could I leave at will? Sai, that's right. That day, my Dao sect disciples gathered at Sky Patrol City. Every one of them was full of fighting spirit, who knew that at this time, only 100,000 disciples survived. Speaking of this matter, Xiaohua also sighed. In this battle, my Dao sect suffered a crushing defeat. Oh right, what happened in the Battle of the Sword Tomb? Your husband saw that beside the sword array, there seemed to be another array? The Golden Core Masters of the discussion hall. Why would they think of setting up an array in the Sword Tomb? Fairy Hongxia's face showed that she was in a difficult position and said softly, I really don't know how the array was set up in the Sword Tomb. I only found out after chasing the sword cultivators into the Sword Tomb. As for the details, my husband can ask senior brother Li Zongbao. He should know more. All right, when your husband sees Li Zongbao, I will ask him then. Xiaohua nodded. That senior brother Li mentioned it to me before. Fairy Hongxia chuckled. The three of you have killed Qin Jian and received the #1 bounty of our Dao sect. Your bounty is in his hands. If I see you, I'll ask you to look for him. He'll give you a surprise. Surprise? What surprise? Xiaohua was curious. Fairy Hongxia shook her head. I don't know. I'm afraid that the bounty is extremely high. As for what kind of bounty there is, because the battle was in a hurry, I only know that there is a huge reward for you. As for what it is, I don't know. What kind of surprise can there be? It's just some cultivation techniques, spirit stones, and the like. Xiaohua did not mind. He had many things in his space. Just the things he gave Zhong Haoren, and the rest would not be any less than the bounty. However, he really could not think of any surprises. I will tell my husband about the battle at the Sword Catacomb. Thinking about the 2 battles at the Sword Catacomb, Fairy Hongxia felt a lingering fear. She could not help but want to tell Xiaohua about it. She wanted him to share the fear in her heart. All right. Xiaohua had long known about the uneasiness in Fairy Hongxia's heart from her abnormal behavior. If this uneasiness were to continue for a long time, it would definitely become an inner demon. Telling him about it now was indeed beneficial. Following which, Fairy Hongxia told Xiaohua about everything that happened at the Sword Catacomb. Although Xiaohua already knew the outcome, but his heart could not help but rise and fall with Fairy Hongxia's experience. In the end, he even felt a little regretful. My wife. Xiaohua hugged Fairy Hongxia tightly, just like how Fairy Hongxia hugged him previously. It's been hard on you. In the future, you will stay by my side. I will be a big tree that can shelter you from the wind and rain. I will block all the difficulties for you. Hee. After Fairy Hongxia finished speaking, she heaved a sigh of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted off her shoulders. Hearing Xiaohua's caring words, she smiled sweetly and shook her head. Although my husband's words make my heart feel sweet, you cannot do that. Oh, why? Xiaohua did not expect Fairy Hongxia to reject him. He was stunned. The path of cultivation is like rowing a boat against the current. If I were to always be under your protection, how would I be able to grow? Even if I have some secret techniques, my husband has some help. But what about the tribulation? Would my husband be able to help me overcome the tribulation? Fairy Hongxia smiled. My husband's kind intentions are appreciated. However, this path, I still have to walk it myself. Only the path I walk is the true path. Good. Xiaohua praised. With such ambition, you are truly my wife. If your husband does not praise you, who will? No matter who praises me, it is not as good as my husband praises me. Fairy Hongxia smiled. Back then, my husband's cultivation base was much weaker than mine. Now, TSK, you can even pretend to be a nascent soul master. You can make a group of gold core masters bow down and worship you. You can make a group of third-grade illusory swordsmen run away in fear. I will have to catch up to my husband. Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. He was just about to ask about the journey to Million Meng Mountains when he saw Fairy Hongxia smiling like a flower, pointing her finger at Xiaohua's nose and saying, "What a pity. My husband has such a powerful divine ability, but in terms of finding the direction, you are still lacking." Ah, how did you know? Xiaohua was stunned. This was his only weakness, and he had never told anyone about it. TSK, Fairy Hongxia smiled. My husband told me that it was 500 miles south of the Sword Catacomb, and this place is already towards the west. If not for me flying towards the west for a few dozen miles, how would I be able to find my husband? Ah, it's already towards the west? Xiaohua's expression was very awkward. He scratched his head and said, I remember flying straight towards the south. Chapter 2700. Fairy Hongxia smiled tactfully and did not speak. After a while, she asked curiously, Husband, in the Sword Tomb, you should be condensing your core, right? How could there be such a celestial phenomenon? Also, how did you get to the Sword Tomb? Xiaohua hesitated slightly. The matters of the Yu family of Fallen Gold Mountain were very complicated. Furthermore, there were many disputes with the Huanhua sect. His appearance as Fengying had nothing to do with Fairy Hongxia. However, he had already promised Fairy Hongxia that other than Nameless, he did not have any other clones. Now that there was another Fengying, wouldn't he be lying? Furthermore, if Fairy Hongxia knew about the Jade Tong, wouldn't she pay more attention? Then, with the Jade Tong's high cultivation, wouldn't it be easy for something to go wrong? Even if he was not afraid of the Jade Tong, Fairy Hongxia could not help but be afraid. This person had personally sacrificed 100,000 cultivators. Should I say or not? Xiaohua hesitated because if he did not say anything, Fairy Hong Xia would be even more ignorant. Who knows, she might even fall into the jade tongs trap. Hee, if husband doesn't want to say, then don't say it. Fairy Hong Xia did not have a trace of unwillingness. Other than the matter of Mingyue and the rest, Fairy Hong Xia was still very assured of Xiaohua. And it's not that I don't want to say it. Actually, rather than knowing some things, it's better not to know. Xiaohua smiled and said, "These things are related to your Huanhua sect. I'm afraid that you will be involved. However, after the Battle of the Sword Tomb, you are a hero of the war. Not to mention that Xiang Ming will take care of you. Even the sect leader of the Rinsing Flower sect will favor you. These miscellaneous matters are nothing." It's actually related to my Huanhua sect? Fairy Hong Xia was stunned. However, thinking about the Sword Tomb, she frowned and knew that it was not a small matter. Thus, she did not ask any more questions. Hee, didn't you want to know about the Sword Tomb's celestial phenomenon? With a wave of his hand, Xiaodou was taken out from the Buddha fire. He smiled and said, "It was this item that destroyed the Sword Tomb." Saying that, Xiaohua briefly explained the abnormality of Xiaodou. "Do you recognize this item?" Xiaohua asked with a smile. Fairy Hong Xia took the small dipper. After looking at it, she released her divine sense. In the end, she shook her head and said, "I have never heard of this item, nor have I seen any records of this item. However, since this inconspicuous thing could actually destroy the Sword Tomb, that was definitely a treasure with inconceivable power. Husband, you have to keep it well. Even if it's someone else, you can't just casually ask too much." Out of habit, Fairy Hong Xia wanted to say, "If you can't do it, go ask senior martial brother Li Zongbao." However, on second thought, Li Zongbao realized that if the whereabouts of such a powerful treasure were leaked, even though he would keep it a secret, he could not afford to be careless. If the Utopia faction knew about it, and He Ping really wanted it, what could Li Zongbao do? "Got it." Xiaohua smiled as he put Xiaodou back into the Buddha fire. "If I don't have full confidence, I definitely won't ask." "Completely confident? Why are you asking others?" Fairy Hong Xia asked curiously. Xiaohua shrugged his shoulders and asked, "If this husband doesn't ask, how would this husband know the origin of this thing?" "Husband, where did you get it?" "Naturally, you can go and look for it." Fairy Hong Xia replied. "TSK." Xiaohua imitated Fairy Hong Xia's tone and said, "This thing is a piece of trash. I picked it up." As he spoke, Xiaohua told her the origin of the matter. Can it be like this?" Fairy Hong Xia was a little dumbfounded. She did not expect Xiaohua to pick up this item, and this item that he picked up was actually so powerful. "Husband, your luck is really TSK. Fairy Hong Xia did not know what to say. "That is..." Xiaohua raised his head. "My luck is the best in the Xiaoyu continent." "Haha, you're so shameless." Fairy Hong Xia laughed like a flower. The two of them teased each other for a while. Finally, Xiaohua asked, "My wife, when are we going to Million Mountain Meng?" "When we return to Sky Patrol City, I'll report to Martial Uncle Mingyu." Fairy Hong Xia finally mentioned Mingyu. However, she still stole a glance at Xiaohua. Seeing that Xiaohua did not notice, she said, "After all, my Huanhua sect has suffered heavy losses. The remaining disciples, Martial Uncle Xiang Ming will not casually send them out." "Oh, how many disciples are left in your Huanhua sect? What about my Imperial Thunder sect?" Xiaohua thought again. "Also, how did Qianemo die? I really don't know how Martial Uncle Qianemo died." Fairy Hong Xia said apologetically. "You can ask Li Zongbao about this. However, my Huanhua sect is left with less than 5,000 disciples. However, your Imperial Thunder sect has 4,000 more disciples than my Huanhua sect because of the physique of the disciples. I know about this." "Ah, less than 10,000 disciples?" Xiaohua's heart ached, but he was still surprised. "That's right. Only 100,000 disciples survived the square sword formation. The disciples of the Huanhua sect all had thunder and fire properties, so the spirit-swallowing bugs didn't attack them with all their might. They were only killed by the sword practitioners' flying swords. Only by doing so could we save 10,000 disciples." Fairy Hong Xia nodded. Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and asked again, "The sword cultivators have 300,000 disciples in the Sword Tomb. They have conquered such a large territory. I'm afraid they have at least 200,000 disciples. In this battle, they have gained too much of an advantage." Yes." Fairy Hong Xia sighed and then comforted Xiaohua. "But husband, you don't have to worry too much. How can there be no deaths in a battle? The cultivators in the three kingdoms are as numerous as the hairs on a cow. Compared to the sword cultivators, the number of cultivators dying is nothing. When the nascent soul masters come again, there will be hundreds of thousands of disciples gathered in Sky Patrol City. Tizke, that's hundreds of thousands of lives. Xiaohua smacked his lips and said, "Gone just like that. I'm afraid it's not just hundreds of thousands of lives." Fairy Hong Xia said, "Including the sword cultivators, it's estimated to be 1,000,000 lives. Actually, there are times when I really wonder why there are so few Golden Core Stage elders in my Dao sect and why their cultivations are so weak. If there were a few advanced Golden Core Stage elders who were adept at planning and strategizing, my Dao sect would not have suffered so many casualties." It's true. Xiaohua suddenly realized that the masters in the conference hall were really only in the middle Golden Core Stage. Even he could not defeat them. How could they fight with the sword cultivators? Maybe they just want them to die. Xiaohua waved his hand and said casually, "Forget it, the battle is over. It's useless to think about this. Qian Mo is also dead. I'm sure my Imperial Thunder Sect's sect leader Qian Lazy should also be here. Your Huanhua Sect's sect leader should also be here. Who knows?" Fairy Hong Xia shook her head. "Actually, the sect leader may not be here. But every sect must have a nascent soul cultivator. When will they be here?" "I don't know," Fairy Hong Xia said honestly. "But we have to go to Million Mountain before the nascent soul masters arrive." "Okay," Xiaohua nodded and said, "I'll accompany you back to Sky Patrol City. But I won't be entering Sky Patrol City after you report." Speaking of this, Xiaohua's eyes lit up and he said with a smile, "Why do you have to go back to Sky Patrol City? You and I can go to Million Mountain now." Unexpectedly, Fairy Hong Xia smiled bitterly and said, "I've already thought about it before I came. First, now that my Dao sect has been defeated, I suddenly propose to go to Million Mountain. I'm afraid it's a little suspicious, or even a hint of escape. Second, the sword vault has disappeared, but the space cracks and other dangerous places in it may not disappear. Instead, it will move because of the changes, and the path that we found earlier may not be usable. Besides, the sword vault is no longer a dangerous place. The sword cultivators will definitely place a large number of troops around the sword vault, which will increase the resistance for us to pass through the sword vault." "These are nothing," Xiaohua said proudly. "Do you think I'm afraid of these? Don't forget, you're Xiaohua, not John Doe." Fairy Hong Xia smiled and said, "And I still want to wait for the sect to settle down before I make my own plans." "Listen to me." Xiaohua clenched his hand and said, "We'll go to Million Mountain now. If we wait for the nascent soul masters, I may not have time." "How can you not have time?" Fairy Hong Xia asked curiously. "You're also one of the lucky survivors of this war. Maybe you're also going to return to the Imperial Thunder Sect." There's such a thing?" Xiaohua was somewhat dumbfounded. He had always been calculating how to avoid meeting Daoist Jingyu, but he never thought that he, as a meritorious official in the war, actually didn't have to fight together with a nascent soul master. How could they meet Daoist Jingyu? Didn't I say earlier? The nascent soul masters will bring back hundreds of thousands of disciples. As for us, these hundreds of thousands of disciples, although we are all meritorious subjects, we are also people who have retreated in defeat. It is not suitable for us to fight again. I heard from Martial Aunt Mingyue that the Jindan masters in the conference hall intend to have us all return to the sect." Fairy Hong Xia pursed her lips and said, "Of course, we disciples who have some matters to attend to may stay in Sky Patrol City." Xiaohua would not tell her about Jingyu's matter. He shook his head and said, "I think it's better for us to go first." "All right then." Fairy Hong Xia nodded and said, "If that's the case, I'll catch up with Martial Aunt Mingyue and tell them about this matter. I'll follow you to Million Mountain Meng." "Good." Xiaohua stroked Fairy Hong Xia's silky skin and said, "I'll follow you. Husband, you don't have to show up now." Fairy Hong Xia shook her head. "The Imperial Thunder Sect is now without a leader. Although you're only at the middle stage of Foundation establishment, your reputation is already out there. If you go back, you may not be able to come out. You'll follow me and contact senior martial brother Li Zongbao to see if there's any surprise for you. Then follow me to the Sword Tomb." "All right, I'll do as you say." Xiaohua kissed Fairy Hong Xia's cheek. The two stood up, tidied their clothes, and flew out of the cave. Chapter 2701. Fairy Hongxia's ability to find directions was indeed better than Xiao Hua's. She did not fly towards the sword catacomb at all. Instead, she flew towards the direction of the Sky Patrol City based on her estimation. In just a few days, Xiao Hua's Buddhist consciousness had already seen the Dao sect's troops in a neat formation. "My wife, it seems that the Dao sect's troops are in front of us. I will not meet them." Xiao Hua clenched his fists and said softly. Fairy Hongxia was naturally used to Xiao Hua's divine thought range. She smiled and said, "Then I will go and tell Senior Uncle Xiang Ming. He won't suspect me, right? You are a great contributor who saved dozens of gold core cultivators. Even if he suspects me, he will not suspect you." Xiao Hua smiled. "Of course. Such a major battle. The famous Xiao Hua of the Imperial Thunder Sect is actually not in the Sword Catacomb. This is really suspicious." Fairy Hongxia teased Xiao Hua with a few words, then smiled and said, "This concubine also called Senior Brother Li out." "Don't." Xiao Hua rolled his eyes and said softly, "I will go and find him myself. If you go and find him, he may suspect me." All right. Fairy Hongxia was actually quite surprised why Xiao Hua was so secretive. If she had the strength of a nascent soul cultivator, she would have revealed it long ago. She would definitely be put in an important position by the sect. Moreover, if she had such a cultivation, how could the Kai family of Liang be at such a level? They would have already suppressed the Kai family of Liang. However, Fairy Hongxia was extremely smart and did not ask any more questions. She just hugged Xiao Hua and flew into the air. After Fairy Hongxia reluctantly flew away, Xiao Hua once again charged into the air and executed the lightning escape technique. The sound of thunder was so loud that it sounded like thousands of heavenly drums were beating. Within the sound of thunder, there was a kind of surging momentum, as if he was about to soar into the sky. However, this carefree and unrestrained momentum was only a gradual process. It was far from reaching the limit of a shocking change. Imperial Thunder Transformation. Xiao Hua's heart was as calm as an ancient well. He already knew when he was condensing his core that the lightning core in his dantian would undergo some changes after going through the lightning tribulation. His lightning escape technique would definitely improve. However, he didn't expect that he would reach the Imperial Lightning Transformation stage in such a short time. He was at the same level as the head of the Imperial Lightning Sect, Qian Lazy. However, thinking about Yu Leijing and Lei Ting behind him, a sense of expectation and a trace of pride involuntarily leaped into his heart. Perhaps I will be the first Yu Leijing disciple on the Dawn Rain continent to cultivate the lightning escape technique to the Thunderclap Ninth Heaven? Xiao Hua's figure streaked across the void in midair and had long since disappeared without a trace. After chasing the hundreds of thousands of Dao sect disciples, Xiao Hua rested for a bit before flying over. When he was a few dozen kilometers away, Xiao Hua took out the token and checked it with his divine sense. Sure enough, Li Zongbao's imprint had reacted. Xiao Hua listened in the air and sent out a message. After waiting for an entire meal's worth of time, Xiao Hua finally saw Li Zongbao fly out from the large group of people. What shocked him was that Xiao Mao was actually following beside Li Zongbao. Xiao Mao, this guy, is a disciple of my Xuanyan school from the country of Xi. Now that the three countries have separated into groups, why is he following beside Li Zongbao? Xiao Hua frowned slightly. During the war, it didn't count for much, but if it's still the same now, I'm afraid that the higher dimensions of the Xuanyan school will have some thoughts? It had to be said that Xiao Hua, who previously didn't care about these minor details, or didn't understand them at all, had gradually matured after the baptism of the great Dao sword battle. In this world, there was no such thing as a natural leader. Everyone slowly grew up in an environment of life and cultivation. Those so-called great talents who rushed the seedlings to help them grow, their so-called endings, were probably similar to this great Dao sword battle. Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao gradually flew closer. The two of them could already see Xiao Hua's thin figure. Li Zongbao's expression didn't change, but Xiao Mao couldn't help it. He was originally more than 3 feet behind Li Zongbao, but he actually urged his flight technique to get close to Li Zongbao's back, almost parallel to him. Moreover, the fiery passion in Xiao Mao's eyes couldn't be concealed. Xiao Hua's eyebrows twitched, and he couldn't help but glare at him. This glare immediately woke Xiao Mao up. His figure immediately slowed down a lot, and he obediently flew behind Li Zongbao. Li Zongbao naturally sensed the change in Xiao Mao's flight, but he didn't care. He looked at Xiao Hua flying over and said indifferently, "Junior brother Xiao, you ran here?" "Greetings to senior brother Li." Xiao Hua respectfully bowed in greeting. Xiao Hua's greeting made Li Zongbao's tense face jump slightly. An indescribable expression flashed in his eyes, and he raised his hand to return the greeting. Xiao Mao naturally also came up to greet him. Then Xiao Hua smiled and said, "Hee, I'll let you know, senior brother Li. I walked around the Sky Patrol City for a while and realized that there were no swordsmen. Even our Path Sex cultivators had decreased. I had to return to the Sky Patrol City." "Why did you return to the Sky Patrol City?" Li Zongbao frowned. "Hee, I didn't enter the Sky Patrol City." Xiao Hua's heart warmed, and he smiled apologetically. "I just met the patrolling city guards outside the Sky Patrol City. I heard from them that our Path Sex disciples had come out in full force to kill the swordsman in the Sword Catacomb. So, I immediately rushed over. I didn't expect to meet a large group of people before I even reached the Sword Catacomb. Senior brotherly, congratulations on making a new contribution in the Sword Catacomb." "You're talking nonsense," Li Zongbao said coldly. "The city guards of the Sky Patrol City didn't even know that we came to the Sword Catacomb. Hee, I naturally met other Path Sex disciples who were alone on the way. This kind of trivial matter. I don't have to report it in detail, right?" Xiao Hua smiled and looked at where Li Zongbao and the rest came from. He said, "Senior brother Li and the other senior brothers have returned from the Sword Catacomb so quickly. I guess you must have achieved a very glorious result in this Path Sex battle?" "Yes, very glorious," Li Zongbao said snappily. "Now that our Path Sex disciples are only left with 100,000 people, it's indeed very glorious." "Ah? Why?" Xiao Hua turned pale with fright. Li Zongbao glanced at Xiao Hua and waved his hand. "Go and ask Xiao Mao." "Yes." Xiao Hua turned his head and asked seriously, "Junior brother Xiao, why did you come out with senior brother Li?" "I don't think I called you. Now that the battle is about to end, our special task force in the conference hall has been disbanded. If you stay with senior brother Li, won't the Golden Core Masters of your Shuanyan school have any opinions about you?" Xiao Mao was stunned, and then he felt warm in his heart. He knew that Xiao Hua was concerned about him, but he rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "Big brother, who said the battle is over? You weren't in the Sword Catacomb. How do you know the battle is over?" Xiao Hua laughed in his heart. He knew that Xiao Mao was joking, so he said casually, "Our Path Sex disciples have died like this, and it's still not over? If it's not over, why did you come back?" "Xiao Mao is not in our Utopia faction," Li Zongbao said lightly. "I saw your message, so I called Xiao Mao over." Hee, it's just as senior brotherly said," Xiao Mao said with a smile. "When I received the message and knew that big brother was safe and sound, I was very happy. I immediately reported it to the masters and called senior brotherly over." Then, Xiao Mao briefly explained the situation of the battle. It was very simple. It was definitely like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water, skimming over it. Xiao Hua was too lazy to correct him. He turned his head and asked, "Senior brotherly, how did Master Qian Mo of the Imperial Thunder Sect fall? Who is the culprit?" Li Zongbao stared at Xiao Hua for a moment and said word by word, "The one who forced Master Qian Mo to self-destruct was LV Ruochang of the Black Phoenix Sword Sect." That day, the nameless senior of the Imperial Thunder Sect already knew. In front of all, 100,000 cultivators, he didn't take LV Ruochang's life. You know the details, so what's the use of knowing the culprit? Maybe the nameless senior was afraid that he would lose a lot of your 100,000 cultivators because of a small loss. Xiao Hua sighed. Xiao Mao couldn't take it anymore and said anxiously, "Master Qian Mo was so ruthless to Big Brother. He didn't even protect Big Brother in the meeting hall of the Sky Patrol City. His death has nothing to do with Big Brother. Maybe Master Qian Mo is that kind of person." Li Zongbao raised his eyes slightly and looked into the distance. He said, "My master has been talking about Master Qian Mo recently. He admires Master Qian Mo a lot." "Yes, everyone is different. Everyone's way of doing things is also different. You and I feel that this matter is ruthless, but others feel that it's normal." Xiao Hua naturally agreed. Xiao Mao probably doesn't know about the death of Master Qian Mo. Li Zongbao continued to explain the matter. If Master Qian Mo could leave, he would have left. But he didn't leave. If he left, perhaps we wouldn't have to chase after the Sword Catacomb. Xiao Mao said unrelentingly. What about the Sword Catacombs 10-direction annihilation array? Xiaohua asked curiously. I can't figure it out even if I break my head. The sword cultivators suppressed the disciples of my Dao sect and fought their way to the Sword Catacomb. How? How could they think of setting up an array in the Sword Catacomb? And how could it kill so many sword cultivator disciples? This is really too strange. Who said it wasn't? Xiao Mao continued. When I found out about this, I was so shocked that my jaw almost dropped. Li Zongbao looked at Xiao Mao and said indifferently, if you want to talk about this matter, it has something to do with your sect's master Qian Mo. Ah, it's actually Qian Mo's plan? Xiaohua was shocked. It said that this plan came from Tu Hong, who was assassinated by Qin Jian. Li Zongbao said word by word. However, Qin Jian is already dead. This credit naturally belongs to Qian Mo. Ah? Hearing this, Xiaohua was even more shocked. He didn't think that Tu Hong would play such an important role in the battle of the Dao sect. Chapter 2702. What's going on? Xiaohua asked. Thus, Li Zongbao told him everything he got from Heng Heng. Actually, Li Zongbao was also kept in the dark before. He only found out after a few days. On one hand, he admired the arrangement of the Sword Catacomb. On the other hand, he felt that the sword intent inside the Sword Catacomb was inconceivable. That sword intent was simply a stroke of genius. If it wasn't for that sword intent, this great array would be complete nonsense. Tu Hong's so-called ambush was also just empty words. After speaking, Li Zongbao looked at Xiaohua, as if he wanted to get an answer from him. Xiaohua was even more fascinated when he heard this. At this moment, no one understood the origin of the sword transformation sword insight better than him. No one could sense the coincidence within it better than him, and no one understood the cause and effect within it better than him. Boom! An indescribable fluctuation came from Xiaohua's karmic hand, which hadn't made any progress for a long time. It enveloped the entire space, and even some of the stars above the heavenly Dao's starry sky changed. Although the change was small, the effect was obvious. The starry sky became clearer, and the veil that covered the heavenly Dao seemed to have lessened by a lot. Xiaohua's figure flickered faintly, and that pursed smile became even more mysterious. Suddenly, Xiaohua disappeared, but before Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao could react, Xiaohua actually reappeared. Although Xiaohua still looked the same after he reappeared, but from the bottom of their hearts, they had an intuition that this didn't seem to be the Xiaohua from before. Who are you? Xiao Mao was impatient and cared more about Xiaohua. He immediately shouted. Xiaohua was stunned. He asked curiously, who am I? Xiao Mao, what do you mean? You are Xiaohua? Li Zongbao frowned slightly. He used his divine sense to scan Xiaohua. Strange. What are you two talking about? Xiaohua scratched his head. If I'm not Xiaohua, who is Xiaohua? Why did you suddenly disappear? Xiao Mao asked. I disappeared? How is that possible? Xiaohua answered without hesitation. I've been standing here all this time. This. Li Zongbao looked at Xiao Mao. Xiao Mao also looked at Li Zongbao. They looked at each other. In truth, Xiaohua also had some doubts in his heart. The karmic hand within the space had changed, and his entire space was shaking. In particular, the primordial spirit that Xiaohua had comprehended in the hand of karma gave him a lot of profound insights. Xiaohua's mind instantly went blank, and he felt as if a long river without a head or tail had filled the entire world. No, it wasn't the sky, nor was it the earth. It was a starry sky. Under the vast starry sky, there was an endless stream of water that was as bright as the Milky Way. Of course, it was only for an instant. Xiaohua saw Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao again. Regarding their questions, Xiao Huaqing knew that it was caused by the strange situation just now, but he could not explain it. Forget it. You can be whoever you want. What does it have to do with me? Li Zongbao pondered for a moment, then slapped his hand and took out a few storage bags from his bosom. When Xiao Mao saw this, he immediately took out a few storage bags from his bosom. Seeing this, Xiaohua immediately understood that this was a reward from the conference hall. Why are there so many? Xiaohua looked at the nearly 10 storage pouches in front of him and couldn't help but be surprised. This is why I called Xiao Mao here. Li Zongbao said indifferently. Killing Qin Jian is your own merit. Xiao Mao and I didn't help at all. This merit. I can take it, but as for the reward, I can't take it. I see. Xiaohua finally understood why Li Zongbao called Xiao Mao over. He secretly gave Li Zongbao a thumbs up in his heart and said with a smile, "Senior brother Li is too polite." That day, if Senior brother and Xiao Mao didn't risk your lives to charge forward and awaken me from my bloodthirsty state, I might have already been killed by Qin Jian. If you die, we will also die, Li Zongbao said indifferently. So we are doing this for ourselves. Forget it. Xiaohua waved his hand. Since the merit is shared equally, the reward is the same. I don't want it, Li Zongbao said resolutely. I don't lack these. Moreover, I have already benefited a lot from the battle. These external things will taint my state of mind for no reason. Oh, I see. Xiaohua nodded and looked deeply at Li Zongbao. Senior brother Li's words, I will remember them in my heart. If Senior brother Li has any errands in the future, please don't hesitate to ask. I will not shirk my duty. Li Zongbao nodded, but there was no look of gratitude on his face. However, Li Zongbao was very satisfied. He knew Xiaohua very well. The weight of this sentence was heavier than all the rewards added together. A cultivator who had just condensed his core and already had the strength of a nascent soul cultivator. This was an unconditional promise. This was something that no treasure could exchange for. Xiao Mao, you don't have to be so polite. Xiaohua waved his hand, and all the storage bags landed in front of him. You can take half of them and leave the rest to me. Big brother, Xiao Mao said respectfully, you can take your pick first. No matter how many there are, the rest belongs to me. Oh, okay. Xiaohua did not stand on ceremony as he looked through the storage bags one by one. Even though he had told Fairy Hongxia that he did not mind, he was still dumbfounded when he saw so many spirit stones, spiritual herbs, pills, and skills. So many. Xiaohua muttered. You don't know how many people Qin Jian has killed. Li Zongbao said coldly, you don't know how many people want Qin Jian dead. All the sects have offered a reward for finding the culprit. Especially the sects that have lost their disciples, they are offering huge rewards. Xiao Mao explained, how many years has it been? We have accumulated too much. Okay. Xiaohua began to take out the cultivation techniques and handed them to Xiao Mao. I will leave these to you. Make a copy for me. Okay. Xiao Mao didn't hesitate. After taking them, he began to take action. Then, Xiaohua divided the Dharma artifacts and treasures into two and took one for himself. As for the spiritual stones, Xiaohua didn't leave a single one for Xiao Mao. He said, with too many spiritual stones, your heart will be messed up. You are still young. I will take care of these things for you. Xiaohua picked up some spiritual herbs that he didn't have in his storage bag and took all the pills that Xiao Mao didn't need. Then he handed the storage bags to Xiao Mao and said, Big brother, I have finished picking. These are all yours. So much? This time it was Xiao Mao's turn to be shocked. Big brother, this is too much. I feel guilty. You still have a long way to go. Xiaohua said earnestly. Moreover, in Xuanyan school, there are many people you need to rely on. These things might be useful. Isn't it the same for Big Brother? Xiao Mao said, and insisted on taking something out. Xiaohua thought for a moment and nodded, then take a look. If there is anything you don't need, give it to Big Brother. In the end, Xiao Mao actually wanted to give half of it to Xiaohua. How could Xiaohua accept it? He only asked for 30%. They were all rare items that Xiao Mao had no use for. Li Zongbao watched the two of them pushing back and forth to divide the items. He patiently clapped his hands and took out a token and handed it to Xiaohua, saying, other than the reward from the discussion hall, this is a special reward from your Imperial Thunder sect. Oh, what is this? Xiaohua asked curiously. Looking at the faintly discernible lightning on the token and a fist-sized amnesty character in the middle of the lightning, Xiaohua asked curiously. Sect Master's Special Pardon Order. Xiao Mao smiled and took out a token that was similar to the Imperial Thunder sect's Sect Master's Special Pardon Order. Senior Brother Li specially asked for this for Big Brother. Although Li Zongbao didn't say it clearly, Xiao Mao already knew and explained. Sect Master's Special Pardon Order? Xiaohua was extremely surprised. He knew that this was the surprise that Fairy Hongxia was talking about. He took the Special Pardon Order and looked it up and down. He also immersed his divine sense in it and saw the image of Master Qian lay inside. It was similar to the token he gave Zhong Haoren, but the Master Qian lay inside said, This is my Imperial Thunder Sect's Sect Master's Special Pardon Order. I, Master Qian Lei, am the Imperial Thunder Sect's sect master. Those who hold this token, no matter how serious their crimes are, can be pardoned. This token can only be used once. Senior Brotherly. Little brother, what do you want this for? Xiaohua looked at Li Zongbao, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Li Zongbao stared at Xiaohua and looked at him for a while, then waved his hand and said, "If you think it's useless, then it's useless. Anyway, the rewards are already enough. This special pardon order, it's just a decoration." Tu Hong. Xiaohua looked at Li Zongbao's eyes and knew that he was worried about this. He smiled and said, "No matter what, this is Senior Brother Li's concern for this little brother. This little brother thanks Senior Brother. Keep it well." Li Zongbao said lightly, "Maybe it'll be useful." Speaking until here, Li Zongbao suddenly stopped. He suddenly realized that if Xiaohua was Wu Ming, his cultivation would not be inferior to Shui Yuzhenren by too much. This sect master's special pardon order is really useless. Suddenly, a feeling of "it's not my concern, it's just that he's flying too fast" arose spontaneously. As soon as this thought came into his mind, Li Zongbao was immediately moved and lost interest. It was as if he had done a lot of hard work, only to find that it was useless in the end. Li Zongbao's expression was calm, and Xiaohua couldn't tell what he was thinking. He just casually put away the sect leader's special pardon token and said, "Senior Marshal Brotherly, the war seems to have come to an end. Presumably, the nascent soul masters of the various sects in the 3 cultivation countries have already made preparations. We, the special task force of the conference hall, should also be disbanded. These hundreds of thousands of disciples, what should we do with them?" Although the outcome of the battle has already been decided, the nascent soul masters have yet to receive any news. By the time they send their troops over, it will be a matter of several months later. During this period of time, we still need to cultivate in Sky Patrol City and patrol the vicinity of Sky Patrol City. In addition, when the Golden Core Masters in the conference hall sent a message to the sect, they had already discussed that the survival of our hundreds of thousands of disciples is all thanks to Senior Wu Ming of the Imperial Thunder Sect. This last merit also belongs to the Imperial Thunder Sect. We have been fighting for several years. It's time for us to take a break. The conference hall has already issued an order that all disciples can rest and return to the sect when the nascent soul masters arrive. Li Zongbao glanced at Xiao Mao and said, "As for the special task force of the conference hall, the Golden Core Masters in the conference hall are prepared to award us for meritorious service in this war. The name of this team will be used forever." Oh, haha. Xiaohua clapped his hands and said, "I didn't expect that the 3 of us will be recorded in history in the future." "Of course." Xiao Mao smiled and said, 3 Foundation establishment disciples killing a 3rd-grade illusory swordsman. This is also rare in the history of the war between Dao cultivators. If we don't go down in history, who will? Extreme joy begets sorrow. Extreme joy begets sorrow. Xiaohua whispered, "It's better to keep a low profile. Don't let others keep an eye on us. Maybe, after the war, there will be many cultivators looking for us to learn from each other." Io, isn't that so? This is big trouble. Xiao Mao came to a realization. All these don't matter. Li Zongbao waved his hand and said, "Because of this, the special task force of the conference hall, Junior Brother Xiao Mao, if you have any problems, you can directly look for me, or look for your big brother Xiao to solve it. And if Junior Brother Xiao has any problems, you can also look for me and Junior Brother Xiao Mao to solve it. This matter has already been discussed by my master and Martial Uncle Gao Wei of Xuanyan cult, and at the same time, it has also been approved by the various masters in the conference hall. The news has already been sent to the Imperial Thunder Sect along with the battle report." Chapter 2703. Oh, I see. Xiaohua immediately understood that the special task force of the meeting hall was not only about the 3 of them, but also about the Imperial Thunder Sect, Utopia Faction, and Xuanyan School. These Golden Core Masters may not be good at war, but they are really clear-headed and open-minded in other aspects. Xiaohua could only admire them in his heart. Because of the existence of this team, Xiaohua, you can still listen to my orders. Li Zongbao said, "If you don't want to go back to Sky Patrol City, you can patrol around later." At this point, Li Zongbao hesitated and looked at Xiao Mao. Xiao Hua understood that Li Zongbao was discussing with him about going to Luyang. This time, Xiao Hua was caught off guard. He promised Li Zongbao to go to the Kai family in Luyang after the war, and he promised Fairy Hongxia to go to Meng Mountain during the war. But he did not expect these two things to happen together. Senior brother Li. Without waiting for Li Zongbao to send him a message, Xiao Hua said anxiously, "This? Whoosh." At this moment, a messaging charm flew over and landed in front of Xiao Hua. "Who is it?" Xiao Hua asked knowingly. He picked up the messaging charm and looked at it, then smiled and said, "Senior brother Li, please wait a moment." Li Zongbao's expression relaxed, as if he was relieved. Xiao Hua waved his hand, and the communication talisman flew back. In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Fairy Hongxia arrived. Fairy Hongxia was familiar with the two of them, so she greeted them casually and smiled at Xiao Hua. "You're lucky. The sword catacomb battle is over, and the whole war is over. And your matter is also over? You're only here now?" "Haha, I'm lucky. Xiao Hua replied with a smile. "I believe senior brother Li has already told you about the situation of the battle." Fairy Hongxia glanced at Li Zongbao and asked Xiao Hua. "Yes." Xiao Hua nodded. "Since the war has come to an end, I should do what I promised you." "Good." Fairy Hongxia smiled and said, "I've already asked for leave from Uncle Xiangming. I just need to come back before the nascent soul masters arrive in Sky Patrol City. If it's convenient for you." "It's convenient. Xiao Hua did not wait for Fairy Hongxia to finish speaking before he smiled and said, "This Xiao is still part of the special task force of the discussion hall and is under the command of senior brother Li. As long as he agrees, everything will be ready." "Where are you going?" Li Zongbao felt a bit strange, but he also understood Xiao Hua's hesitation. Xiao Hua did not know if he could reveal Fairy Hongxia's matter, so he glanced at Fairy Hongxia. Instead, Fairy Hongxia smiled and said, "Senior brother Li, please know that I have something to do with Xiao Hua. I'm going to Million Meng Mountains with Xiao Hua. This matter involves the affairs of my family, so it's not convenient for me to tell you." 1,000,000 Meng Mountains? Upon hearing the words of Fairy Hongxia, Li Zongbao's face revealed a look of astonishment, as well as an inexplicable and strange expression. "So," Xiao Hua looked at Li Zongbao's expression and said apologetically, "Regarding the matter of the red clouds, we had already made an agreement. The agreement was made during the war, and the agreement with Big Brother Li was made after the war." "I understand." The strange expression on Li Zongbao's face faded, and he said calmly, "Actually, what I wanted to say just now is also 1,000,000 Meng Mountains." "Ah, not?" Xiao Hua was shocked, and he almost said Luyang. "Yes, it is 1,000,000 Meng Mountains." Li Zongbao confirmed again. "This." Fairy Hongxia smiled bitterly and said in a low voice, "Senior brother Li, my going to Million Meng Mountains is completely a private matter of my Kai family." "Yes, I understand." Li Zongbao nodded slightly. "My destination should be the same as yours." "Ah, the same as mine?" Fairy Hongxia was even more shocked. Xiao Hua glanced at Li Zongbao, and then at Fairy Hongxia. He understood that Li Zongbao had misunderstood, but on second thought, he was moved by Li Zongbao's infatuation. "Senior brother Li," Xiao Hua said in a low voice, could it be because of Tu Hong?" Li Zongbao raised his eyebrows and said with some hesitation and determination, "Exactly. I wanted to give up on this idea, but when I saw Yu Meng, I couldn't help but have some extravagant hope. This matter is extremely important to me, just like the growth of my cultivation. But it's already been decades. I think the white bones have already appeared." Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. "What decades? What white bones?" Fairy Hongxia was confused. "Tell junior sister Hongxia in detail." Li Zongbao gritted his teeth and said in a low voice. Xiao Mao quickly bowed and said, "Senior brother Li, big brother, no need, my heart is clear to the sun and moon. Junior brother Xiao, you don't have to avoid it." Li Zongbao waved his hand to stop him. Xiao Hua looked at Li Zongbao's determination and knew that this matter was a knot in Li Zongbao's heart, and now was the time to resolve it. "Hongxia, do you still remember what I said when I brought your sister Kai Zhuoxia's body back to Luyang?" Xiao Hua turned to look at Fairy Hongxia, and there was a trace of sadness on his face. "Sister?" Fairy Hongxia was stunned. After all, Kai Zhuoxia had passed away for decades, and as her sister, she often thought of her. She would never have thought that when Li Zongbao mentioned it now, Xiao Hua would remember it even more. In an instant, Fairy Hong Xia's face flushed red. She seemed to have understood something. Her eyes widened and she covered her mouth with her hands. She looked at Li Zongbao with an incredulous expression. She even pointed at Li Zongbao and stammered, that person that can't be told to sister, is you. Li Zongbao didn't agree, but he nodded slightly. Fairy Hong Xia immediately understood why Li Zongbao had always been so protective of her. It wasn't only because of Xiao Hua, but also because of her sister. Instantly, Fairy Hong Xia's heart was filled with sadness. Yes, her sister Kai Zhuoxia was only a low-level female cultivator at level 6 of the qi refining stage, and she was from a cultivation family, a nameless Kai family of Luyang. What about Li Zongbao? At that time, she was already a famous genius cultivator in the Dawn Rain continent and had already reached the peak of level 12 of the qi refining stage. In addition, she was from the utmost happiness faction. Her sister was definitely not worthy of such a status. However, in addition to her sadness, Fairy Hong Xia's heart was filled with joy, and she had a new confidence and love in this world. That day, Kai Zhuoxia had used the sky-stealing sun-swapping technique to hide her beauty. Li Zongbao didn't care about Kai Zhuoxia's appearance, but instead fell in love with her. At this time, he even wanted to accompany her to the Meng Mountains. Although Li Zongbao didn't allow Xiao Hua to reveal his identity that day, that was for the sake of the Kai family of Luyang, and he had his reasons. Fairy Hong Xia's heart couldn't bear any resentment at all. Oh yes, Xiao Hua. Fairy Hong Xia turned to Xiao Hua and asked, the cause of my sister's death. You didn't dare to tell me back then. Now that your cultivation has reached such a level, and you've told me about senior brother and sister, shouldn't you tell me the reason? Fairy Hong Xia had wanted to ask Xiao Hua for a long time, but she was afraid that Xiao Hua would be put in a difficult position, so she took the opportunity to ask him today. Yes, of course I can tell you now. Xiao Hua nodded. Actually, it's very simple. Xiao Hua had already told Li Zongbao the cause of Kai Zhuoxia's death, and now he repeated it in front of Li Zongbao. Finally, he said, that day the actions of Misty Mountain and Flying Phoenix Ridge in Flaming Forest Marsh were their secret, and I didn't dare to reveal it. I was afraid that it would affect the Kai family of Luyang. Now that Flying Phoenix Ridge has been destroyed, Misty Mountain is nothing, so I can tell you now. Fairy Hong Xia naturally knew about the relationship between Misty Mountain and Shui, and subconsciously turned away. However, when she heard that her sister had done so much for the Kai family of Luyang, Fairy Hong Xia's eyes turned red again. Big brother, you found the location of the fire essence flame crystal. It's where senior sister Kai died, right? Xiao Mao didn't expect that the fire essence flame crystal he used was also the cause of Kai Zhuoxia's death. Yes, that's right. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. It was when your Xuanyan cult got the news of the fire essence flame crystal from Zhuoqing Yuan that we went to Flaming Forest Marsh. Sigh. Xiao Mao sighed. He didn't expect that Kai Zhuoxia's death was related to him. But, senior brother, why did you follow me to Million Meng Mountains? Fairy Hong Xia addressed Li Zongbao as her senior brother, and she had long regarded Li Zongbao as her family. Li Zongbao sighed. I've long heard that the soul cultivators in Million Meng Mountains have a secret technique that allows people to meet the dead. Previously, Majia wanted Xiao Hua to accompany Majia to Luyang's Kai family. But thinking about it, if I could meet Zhuoxia in Million Meng Mountains, wouldn't that be even better? Senior brother. Fairy Hong Xia bit her lips and nodded. Since senior brother is so obsessed with my sister, I can rest in peace even in the underworld. Oh, don't tell me, you didn't go to Million Meng Mountains for this reason? Li Zongbao hurriedly asked. Fairy Hong Xia also hurriedly smiled and said, of course, I had such intentions. But I didn't expect that senior brother would actually. That's why I didn't mention it earlier. Since that's the case, senior brother naturally has to follow us. Fine. Xiao Hua's heart was filled with darkness. If he had known earlier, senior brother, please follow us to Million Meng Mountains. Xiao Hua, what do you say? Fairy Hong Xia glared at Xiao Hua and said, of course, senior brother Li's cultivation base is extremely high, and he'll be of great help to us. How could Xiao Hua not nod? I'm not familiar with Million Meng Mountains, and it's actually very strange. If senior brother Li follows us, he'll definitely be of great help. I'll go too. Xiao Mao hurriedly shouted. Why are you joining in the fun? Xiaohua was unhappy for no reason and glared at Xiao Mao. He couldn't stop Li Zongbao from going to Million Meng Mountains, but if Xiao Mao wanted to go, he could naturally stop him. Xiao Mao shrunk his head and didn't say anything else, as if he was about to retreat. He couldn't ignore Xiaohua's words. Unexpectedly, Li Zongbao pointed at him and said, "Of course you have to go. I don't want to be bored alone." Fairy Hongxia's face was slightly red as she said, "If junior brother Xiao wants to go, of course you can, but you should first ask for leave from the Xuanyan School's teachers." "Yes, I'll." Xiao Mao's face lit up with joy. Woo, a sharp sound, similar to the sound of a sword, came from afar. A ray of light flew over at an extremely fast speed and stopped in front of Xiaohua. "Oh, my communication talisman?" Xiaohua looked and saw that it was actually the communication talisman that he refined. He couldn't help but be stunned. Looking at Fairy Hongxia and the rest, he whispered, "Who is this?" Fairy Hongxia was in an extremely good mood as she smiled and said, "Perhaps it's a female cultivator?" "Che, how is that possible?" Xiaohua had already thought about it. He didn't seem to have given the communication talisman that he refined to other female cultivators. "Why don't you see for yourself?" Fairy Hongxia smiled. "N." Xiaohua stretched out his hand, took the communication talisman, and sent his divine sense into it. It was fine if he didn't see it, but once he saw it, his expression changed drastically. He didn't have time to explain anything and said to Li Zongbao and the rest, "You all follow the disciples to Sky Patrol City first. Over here, a close relative's life is in danger. I can't not go. Once I'm done, I'll immediately rush to Sky Patrol City to look for you all." After saying that, without waiting for Fairy Hongxia to say anything, Xiaohua's figure flashed as lightning flashed around his body. He used the hibernating thunder escape and flew towards the direction of the communication talisman. Chapter 2704. Close relatives? Who could it be? Fairy Hongxia could not help but look at Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao, who were bewildered. "Shui Shui? Impossible, she's an Imperial Thunder Sect." "Then who else could it be?" Li Zongbao looked at Xiaohua flying further and further away. He flicked his sleeves and said, "Let's go, we'll return to Sky Patrol City first." From what I know, if Xiaohua did not have a reason to go, he would not be in such a hurry. I know." Fairy Hongxia knew that Li Zongbao was afraid that she would misunderstand and was explaining for Xiaohua. She nodded and said, "It's good that Xiaohua is going. We still have some free time. Let's use this time to rush back to Sky Patrol City and make some preparations to inquire about Million Men in Meng Mountain." "That's right." Li Zongbao flicked his sleeves and flew into the air first. "Sigh." Li Zongbao was so cold. Wasn't it because of Kaizhuaxia? Fairy Hongxia could not help but sigh and said to herself, "What is love in this world? It makes people so devoted." After Xiaohua used the hibernating thunder escape to fly for a moment, he immediately stepped on the sound of thunder and flew rapidly towards the south. He flew straight for the time it took to eat a meal before he stopped. He released his Buddhist awareness to look again and again, but he couldn't distinguish it. So, Xiaohua clapped his hands and took out a message talisman that was emitting a faint black gas. It was given to Xiaohua by Zhang Qingxiao. He used a little magic to activate the message talisman, and it flew towards the southwest again. Sigh! Xiaohua was extremely helpless. He flew up and chased in the direction of the message talisman. In less than half a cup of tea's time, a strange black shadow also flew over from the direction of the transmission talisman. That figure was extremely light and extremely fast. It stopped about 10 zhang away from Xiaohua, and the figure was revealed. It was Zhang Qingxiao's peerless and handsome figure. Xiaohua had already seen Zhang Qingxiao's flickering figure through his Buddhist sense. At the same time, he also released his Buddhist sense to the left. Seeing that there was no one else, he couldn't help but look at Zhang Qingxiao, who stopped in midair. He asked curiously, "What? You came alone?" "Yutong is still in Huan country." "Naturally, I came alone." Zhang Qingxiao nodded. Didn't you say you wanted to kill someone? Where is he?" Xiaohua asked in a bad mood. Zhang Qingxiao raised her eyebrows and said, "I want you to kill someone. But they didn't say it's now." "If I don't kill him now, what kind of message are you sending me?" Xiaohua asked curiously. "I miss you, so I came to see you," Zhang Qingxiao said with a strange expression. "TSK, you better think about your sword cultivator sister." Xiaohua waved his hand and said, I still have things to do. If there's nothing else, I'll return to Sky Patrol City first." After saying that, Xiaohua turned around and prepared to leave. "Stop!" Zhang Qingxiao shouted angrily. "If I had nothing to do, why would I look for you? Even if it's not to kill that person, it must be something important. What's so important about it?" Xiaohua felt a little strange. "You have a group of devil cultivators from the 13 sacred sects behind you. Is there anything you can't do on this Dawn Rain continent?" Tisk, Zhang Qingxiao laughed. "You actually know quite a lot. If you don't want people to know, don't do it in the first place." Xiaohua replied with a smile. "I've done so much to let people know. If I don't want people to know, how would you know?" Zhang Qingxiao retorted Xiaohua without holding back. Xiaohua's heart moved and said with a smile, "Why? You want to announce Heavenly Devil Sect to the public?" "That's right." Zhang Qingxiao raised her head and waved her hand. "When the time comes, my Heavenly Devil Sect will be famous all over the world. At that time, who knows how many people will want to join my Heavenly Devil Sect? Not to mention wanting to be my Heavenly Devil Sect's vice sect master." Xiaohua shrugged and curled his lips, not caring at all. He even snorted from his nose and said, "Whoever wants to be can be, this young master doesn't like it." "Your grandmother." Zhang Qingxiao scolded and shouted, "You want to be? I won't let you be. It's just a vice sect master. Why would this young master care? If this young master wants to be, I'll also be the sect master." Xiaohua muttered unwillingly in his heart. Zhang Qingxiao's heart moved and she said with a smile, "Io, that's right. Could it be that junior brother also wants to establish a sect?" Xiaohua was somewhat depressed. Facing this second senior brother of a devil cultivator, he couldn't gain any advantage. He still revealed a trace of flaw in his words. Even if this young master wants to, he won't pick any time. Xiaohua hurriedly made up for it. At this point, he suddenly had a kind of realization and slapped his forehead. I also understand. The opportunity that the famous Heavenly Devil Sect's sect master is looking for is the great battle of nascent soul Dao cultivators." Zhang Qingxiao didn't have the slightest intention to be angry from being guessed. She said with a smile, "That's right, you finally have a trace of awareness and thought of this matter. This old master is avoiding nascent soul cultivators to establish a sect. What's there to be ashamed of? This old master hasn't reached nascent soul cultivation yet." At this point, Zhang Qingxiao seemed to have thought of something and said curiously, "That's right, the sword cultivators have already led the Dao sect cultivators into the sword tomb. Why didn't you go? Your Dao sect's disciples are probably going to die this time. Don't you feel heartache?" "This young master doesn't feel heartache? What's the matter?" Xiaohua blinked his eyes. He knew that although Zhang Qingxiao sent disciples to be concerned about the great battle of Dao cultivators and prepare for the establishment of her Heavenly Devil Sect, this great battle was after all within the Sword Tomb. It was still very difficult for the Devil Sect's disciples to investigate. Even when the Sword Tomb changed, the Heavenly Devil Sect's disciples didn't have time to report the specific situation to Zhang Qingxiao. Look at your appearance." Zhang Qingxiao was a bit puzzled. "Haven't you always bemoaned the state of the universe and pitted the fate of mankind? Haven't you always saved the ignorant from water and fire? Why did you change your attitude this time?" "Oh, that's right. Did you finish giving out the spirit seeds again?" Zhang Qingxiao's sentence reminded Xiaohua. Xiaohua unceremoniously slapped his hand and took out another storage pouch. Are you done?" Zhang Qingxiao was really flustered and exasperated. "This old master came to find you, not to ask you for rice seeds. Then what exactly do you want?" Xiaohua said with a smile and still threw the storage pouch to Zhang Qingxiao. "Damn your grandmother." Zhang Qingxiao also laughed and took the storage pouch and put it in her bosom. She seemed to be the same as Xiaohua. To anything and everyone, she had a feeling of being at ease. However, when it came to this mysterious junior brother Xiao, she didn't have any confidence. She had a feeling of having a guilty conscience, so when they met they opposed each other with equal harshness. Sarcastically retorting was a kind of uncontrollable behavior. "What you did don't you know?" Zhang Qingxiao laughed and asked again. Xiaohua was even more baffled and asked curiously, "What did I do?" How come I don't know? On the contrary, you know." Where did you get the Buddhist cultivation method that you gave to Zhang Lu?" Zhang Qingxiao said with a cold snort. "After Luer read your cultivation method, she immediately fainted. Junior sister has never used the messaging talisman before, But this time she urgently sent a message to me. Lure is her favorite. The good thing you did. Don't tell me you want me to clean up your mess? How is that possible? Xiao Hua turned pale with fright and said anxiously, that Buddhist cultivation method was obtained from the Yin-Yang Twin Springs Mountain from a Buddhist cultivator's storage pouch. Although I didn't practice it, it's indeed orthodox Buddhist. Even the Buddhist weapon in the storage pouch is very powerful. Whether it's orthodox Buddhist or not, I don't know. I'm only the sect leader of the heavenly demonic sect, not the sect leader of the Buddhist sect. Zhang Qingxiao waved her hand and said, this matter started because of you, so you have to solve it. If I don't look for you, who else should I look for? Why didn't you tell me earlier about such a big matter? Xiao Hua said anxiously, why are you still dawdling here with me? Xiao Hua said, and was about to fly into the air. Now you're anxious. Zhang Qingxiao sneered. Lua has been unconscious for many days. According to Junior Sister, his life is not in danger. Besides, why didn't you go to the Sky Patrol City to use the teleportation formation? Why did you fly to the wilderness in the south? I know there's a teleportation formation in the Sky Patrol City. Xiao Hua said evasively. You killed Tu Hong, right? Zhang Qingxiao laughed. You really have guts. You actually killed Tu Hong in front of the Shui region sage. This kind of thing. Even I wouldn't dare to do it. That bastard Tu Hong deserves to die. Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhang Qingxiao. He didn't hide it and said hatefully, he plotted to kill hundreds of thousands of disciples and even wanted to harm the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect. If I don't kill him, who should I kill? You killed him to your heart's content. Zhang Qingxiao said coldly, from what I can see, apart from Tu Hong, who is a talented commander, the rest of the Dao sect cultivators are just a motley crew. By killing Tu Hong, you are personally leading the Dao sect cultivators to destruction. So what if it's destruction? This kind of person who offends the heavens and reason can't be allowed to live in this world. Even if he has great talent. Xiao Hua said unceremoniously. TSK. What right do you have to say that? Zhang Qingxiao smirked. That's what I want to do. So what? Xiao Hua sneered. Are you going to leave or not? Of course I'm leaving. But you have to wait a moment. Zhang Qingxiao stretched out a finger and shook it slightly. Xiao Hua suddenly realized that Zhang Qingxiao didn't have time to talk nonsense with him. So there was something else. Thus, Xiao Hua didn't say anything. He clapped his hands and took out a few spirit pills from the space and put them into his mouth, slowly refining his true origin. When he was condensing his gold core in the sword tomb, he had opened up a set of Foundation Establishment meridians in an inconceivably short amount of time. The Foundation Establishment realm of this set of meridians was extremely unstable, and at the same time, it also led to the instability of his gold core realm. Therefore, his main task now was to stabilize these newly opened meridians and stabilize his gold core realm. Xiao Hua knew that no one could answer him in this kind of situation. He could only cultivate according to the Foundation Establishment cultivation method. He would first refine his true essence, and after his realm had stabilized, he would then practice the gold core cultivation method. Chapter 2705. However, thinking of the golden core cultivation method in the space, Xiao Hua looked up at Zhang Qingxiao, who was standing there calmly, and felt warmth in his heart. Although the two of them opposed each other as soon as they met, Zhang Qingxiao still helped him at the crucial moment. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua's heart suddenly moved, and he said, "Second senior brother." "Oh, what's the matter?" Zhang Qingxiao naturally covered her storage bag and said, "Why did you suddenly call me senior brother? Damn it, have I not given you enough things?" Xiao Hua was angry. "I just wanted to tell you something, and you treat me like this? It's good that you don't want things." Zhang Qingxiao was relieved and raised her eyebrows. "What is it? Good or bad?" "Bad," Xiao Hua said decisively. "Oh." Zhang Qingxiao's expression froze. "Is it related to Yellow Flower Ridge?" "No, it's related to Zhang Yutong." "Oh." Zhang Qingxiao's expression relaxed. "What happened to Yutong?" Xiao Hua originally wanted to tease Zhang Qingxiao, but thinking of his concern for Zhang Yutong, he didn't dare to speak carelessly. He just shook his head and said, "It's not about Zhang Yutong, it's about Zhang Yuhe." "Oh, Zhang Yuhe? She actually appeared in the Battle of Dao Cultivators?" Zhang Qingxiao was stunned. Zhang Yuhe was originally a chess piece that he had set up. Who would have thought that Zhang Yuhe would suddenly disappear when she returned to Huan country, disrupting his plan? But fortunately, in the end, the great battle between Dao cultivators still broke out. Although he had not achieved his goal of killing Yuanian cultivators, the Heavenly Devil sect was about to take shape. Today, when he suddenly heard Xiaohua mention Zhang Yuhe, it really surprised him. She didn't appear in the battle of Dao cultivators. She died. Xiaohua shook his head, secretly wondering if he should tell Zhang Qingxiao about the Yu family on Fallen Gold Mountain. How did she die? Did he die before, or did he die now? Zhang Qingxiao asked as expected. She died now. Xiaohua hesitated for a moment and said softly. Zhang Qingxiao heard and seemed relieved. She nodded and said, "That's good. If that's the case, it has nothing to do with me. I don't need to listen to Yutong's nagging anymore." Then Zhang Qingxiao didn't ask another word. Zhang Qingxiao didn't ask anymore, but Xiaohua felt somewhat uncomfortable. After all, Zhang Yuhe was Zhang Yutong's twin sister. Xiaohua had to tell Zhang Yutong about her death. Thinking of this, Xiaohua clapped his hands and took out the yin-yang sword gourd. He handed it to Zhang Qingxiao and said, "Look at what this is." Zhang Qingxiao didn't even look at Xiaohua. She unceremoniously took it, looked at it again and said, "It seems to be a sword cultivator's yin-yang sword gourd. But how did it become one? And there are actually two types of yin and yang in it. It's a little strange." Xiaohua couldn't help but be envious of Zhang Qingxiao's vast knowledge. At the same time, his heart was moved. He originally wanted to ask Zhang Qingxiao about the origin of the small fight, but now he wanted to know if this small fight could stump Zhang Qingxiao. Zhang Qingxiao could not see anything strange, and naturally looked at Xiaohua. He knew that Xiaohua would not take out the sword gourd for no reason. This is the great yin-yang six directions sword spirit. Xiaohua pointed his hand. That day, Zhang Yuhe and Zhang Yutong came to Meng for this. How could this be the great yin-yang six directions sword spirit? Zhang Qingxiao laughed. Yutong told me that day, and my disciples also paid attention to it. But the conditions to refine the great yin-yang six directions sword spirit are too harsh, and the materials needed are too rare. I still have to worry about the establishment of the sect, so I didn't pay attention to her. Could it be that you want to give this to Yutong? Don't even think about it. Xiaohua shook his head and said, "This is indeed the great yin-yang six directions sword spirit. Zhang Yuhe is one of the six directions yin spirits." What? She was actually refined into a six directions yin spirit? Zhang Qingxiao was also in extreme disbelief, and then he laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, the heavenly Tao is really retribution. She always wanted to refine others into sword spirits, but now she was too smart and caused Qingqing's life. She herself was refined into a sword spirit. What a joke! Hearing Zhang Qingxiao's words, Xiaohua already knew that Zhang Qingxiao must know the refining method of the great yin-yang six directions sword spirit. Quick! Xiaohua didn't say anything. He made a sword sign and pointed his finger. Two green and red sword lights soared into the sky. As soon as the sword lights flew out, Zhang Qingxiao's expression changed drastically, and an inexplicable fear appeared on his face. Keep! Xiaohua wasn't very familiar with the control of the yin-yang sword gourd, so he didn't dare to demonstrate it. He hurriedly kept it and looked at Zhang Qingxiao's deflated expression with a smile, asking, "Could it be that this isn't the great yin-yang six directions sword spirit?" Zhang Qingxiao looked at the yin-yang sword gourd in fear, and the expression in his eyes was very complicated. After listening to Xiaohua's question, he shook his head and said, "This thing looks like a sword spirit, but it seems to have surpassed the category of a sword spirit. It seems to be an extremely powerful thing, but I can't remember it at the moment." Spirit-slaying vital light. Xiaohua immediately thought of the name of the yin-yang sword spirit. What second senior brother is talking about? Could it be the spirit-slaying vital light? As Xiaohua called out the name, Zhang Qingxiao's face showed a look of realization. Yes, it's the spirit-slaying vital light. But then Zhang Qingxiao shook his head again. No, this is not the real spirit-slaying vital light. The real spirit-slaying vital light is pale white. Oh, I understand. This is the spirit-slaying vital light that hasn't been refined yet. Oh my, it's really the most ferocious thing in the demon realm. Zhang Qingxiao almost shrank his neck. This is just the spirit-slaying vital light that hasn't been refined yet, but it has such power. I can't resist it. Then, Zhang Qingxiao laughed again. Ha ha, The heavens are really helping me. Junior brother has this spirit-slaying vital light. Why would I be afraid of someone from the devil's sect? You're thinking too much. Xiaohua sneered. I just got this thing and haven't refined it yet. I don't even know how to use it. That's easy. Zhang Qingxiao beamed with joy and returned the yin-yang sword gourd to Xiaohua. He slapped his forehead with his palm, and a strange fluctuation rippled out from between his eyebrows. In an instant, it covered Zhang Qingxiao. Then, the fluctuation seeped out traces of black smoke. The black smoke extended out like tentacles and danced with the fluctuation, gradually covering Zhang Qingxiao's figure. Xiaohua naturally knew that Zhang Qingxiao was using the devil sect's secret technique, so he released his spiritual sense to help him be on guard. In the blink of an eye, the black smoke around Zhang Qingxiao's body slowly disappeared, and his figure was also revealed. However, it was obvious that Zhang Qingxiao's face was slightly pale, and it seemed that the loss was not small. This is the devil qi. Xiaohua looked at the black smoke around Zhang Qingxiao and thought, if you want to cultivate the devil technique, you must have devil qi. I don't know how second senior brother did it, but if I ask, it will definitely involve his privacy. Forget it, everyone's fate is different. Why should I cultivate the devil technique? The refining of the 5 elements wishful heaven staff doesn't necessarily need the devil technique. Seeing the black smoke disappear, Zhang Qingxiao slapped his hand and took out a jade slip from his chest. The black smoke in his hand lingered endlessly. After a cup of tea's time, Zhang Qingxiao let out a long breath and threw the jade slip to Xiaohua. He said somewhat tiredly, Here, this is the refining and usage method of the Death Spirit Yuan Light. I used the Devil Sect's technique to record it. You can also use the Buddhist sect's spiritual sense to check it. I won't waste any effort. Thank you, second senior brother. Xiaohua didn't look at it and immediately put it into his space. He said very respectfully, Don't thank me. I'm doing this for myself. Zhang Qingxiao waved his hand and said, This Death Spirit Yuan Light is extremely powerful, and the refining process is also extremely complicated. Even if you're in the Dawn Rain continent, it's unlikely that you can successfully refine it. Xiaohua was startled, and then he said with a smile, I didn't intend to refine the Death Spirit Yuan Light, as long as I can control it. I didn't expect second senior brother to be so generous. It's just, here, I might as well give it to you all at once. Zhang Qingxiao waved his hand. Is that so? Is there still a golden core cultivation method? Is there still a nascent soul cultivation method? Xiaohua asked shamelessly. Zhang Qingxiao covered his storage pouch and said resolutely, Don't even think about it. Do you know what the Death Spirit Yuan Light is? It's the primordial killing light that can kill all living things. Once covered by this killing light, all living things will have no way to survive. With this Death Spirit Yuan Light, it's more powerful than any nascent soul cultivation method. As long as you successfully refine this Death Spirit Yuan Light, who in the Dawn Rain continent can be your opponent. Chake, you already said that this Death Spirit Yuan Light is in the Dawn Rain continent. Speaking up to here, Xiaohua suddenly froze. That's right. Even someone as powerful as Zhang Qingxiao didn't know the refining method of the Death Spirit Yuan Light, and even the method to use it. How could Fallen Gold Mountain's Yu family know? The strangest thing was that Yu Qingtian was dead, and this Yu Tong seemed to be younger than him. How could he refine the Death Spirit Yuan Light? Of course, Fallen Gold Mountain's Yu family might also have an inheritance, but this inheritance seemed to point directly to the 10,000 demon realm? What's wrong? Zhang Qingxiao also saw the deep shock in Xiaohua's eyes and asked curiously. Little brother was just about to tell second senior brother about Zhang Yuha's death. Immediately, Xiaohua didn't dare to hide anything and hurriedly recounted what he encountered in the Sword Tomb. What? 100,000, hundreds of thousands of cultivators, blood sacrifice. Damn it, is my heavenly demon sect a demon sect? Or is this Fallen Gold Mountain's Yu family, or Huanhua sect a demon sect? Zhang Qingxiao was really shocked, even if I want to sacrifice cultivators. I still have to think about it, right? In this world, what is a demon? What is Tao? If a demon is good, then it's Tao. If a Taoist is evil, then it's a demon. Xiaohua said coldly. Otherwise, how could I recognize you as second senior brother? Chapter 2706. I really don't care about letting you recognize this second senior brother. Zhang Qingxiao also sneered. I just see that you can see so far with just a foundation establishment stage cultivation base, so I reluctantly treat you as my junior brother. Speaking of this, Zhang Qingxiao frowned again. This fallen gold mountains you family is a bit strange. How can they have the method to refine the soul-punishing light? And they dare to brazenly set up a large array in the sword tomb to perform a blood sacrifice. In particular, they intercepted Zhang Yuhe. Could it be that this Yu family is a descendant of the 10,000 demon realm? What kind of place is the 10,000 demon realm? Xiaohua was too lazy to argue with Zhang Qingxiao and asked. It's a realm like the Devil Realm and Dawn Rain Continent. Zhang Qingxiao glanced at Xiaohua and said hesitantly, there is a space channel between the 10,000 demon realm, Dawn Rain Continent, and the Devil Realm, so the three can sometimes be connected. The ancestor of the Yu family may have come from the 10,000 demon realm to Dawn Rain Continent through the space channel and lived here, leaving the method to refine the soul-punishing light in Dawn Rain Continent. What is a realm? What is a space channel? Xiaohua's eyes lit up and immediately asked. Zhang Qingxiao saw Xiaohua's joy and was also surprised. He naturally knew that Xiaohua's memory had some flaws and knew what Xiaohua thought of. Don't think blindly. You are definitely not from the 10,000 demon realm. Zhang Qingxiao shook his head. With your cultivation base, how can you pass through the space channel? Why? Xiaohua hurriedly asked. Take a look. Zhang Qingxiao waved his hand, and an irregular plane appeared in front of them, bright like glass. What is a realm? I also don't know. Don't ask too much. I just got the inheritance of the Devil Realm. It's already good that I know this. Zhang Qingxiao pointed at the plane and said, for example, this is the so-called realm. You and I are all ants on this plane. Xiaohua's eyes were bright as he carefully stared at the mirror as if he wanted to find something from it. Just looking at the middle of this realm. You won't find anything. Zhang Qingxiao pointed at the edge of the plane and said, you have to look here carefully. Oh, here. Xiaohua's eyes flashed. He saw that there were many hair-like twists and turns at the edges. This is called a spatial vein. Zhang Qingxiao pointed at the twists and turns that were as thin as hair and said, it is said that the middle of this interface is very stable, but the surroundings are not. It is even very chaotic. Perhaps it is the part of the interface that was not mature during its formation. These spatial veins, aren't there a lot of them? Xiaohua was shocked. Probably. Zhang Qingxiao wasn't very sure either. These are all extremely mysterious or useless things for cultivation. I'm not very clear about them either. And then, what is? When Xiaohua said this, his eyes suddenly lit up. He also waved his hand and another mirror appeared beside him. Then he pointed at it again. The mirror seemed to shatter and many cracks appeared. Many of them were intertwined with the previous cracks. That was a spatial passage. Xiaohua pointed at the connection between the two mirrors and said, no. Unexpectedly, Zhang Qingxiao shook her head with a smile. She pointed at the intersections and said, these are called space nodes. Or perhaps it's a spatial crack. Why is it not a spatial passage? Xiaohua was stunned. The spiritual energy of the two interfaces is different. Even the creatures are different. They are completely different things. Zhang Qingxiao calmly pointed at the two surfaces and said, the spiritual energy in their spatial veins is also different. Where the two veins intersect, the spiritual energy is unusually violent. The so-called spatial storm and spatial tearing are normal things. If there is no, damn it, I can't tell what cultivation level it is. Anyway, no one can pass through this node. Even the demon spirits of the 10,000 demon realm would be torn to pieces here. That's true. Xiaohua pointed at the sky and said, if these spatial cracks can be passed through, the channels between the two interfaces are indeed too many. Yes. Zhang Qingxiao waved her hand again, and the numerous twists and turns flickered slightly. However, when they flickered, many of the twists and turns were annihilated. In the end, only a dozen twists and turns were still flashing. These are the spatial passages, Zhang Qingxiao said. Xiaohua bit his lips slightly and looked carefully. He saw that these twists and turns were thicker than the ones on the left. The twists and turns between the two planes were almost parallel. There were no obvious nodes between the two intersecting twists and turns. Instead, there were some places where they overlapped. Little brother understands. Xiaohua sighed and said, the spatial range of the nodes is too small. The impact of the spiritual energy of the two interfaces is too great here. It can't be used at all. and where the two parallel intersecting spatial veins overlap, the impact of the two types of spiritual energy will be buffered. Although there are spatial storms and other things, they are relatively small and easy to pass through. Zhang Qingxiao clapped her hands and said, "Yes, that's right. The more the spatial veins overlap, the more stable the spatial passage is, and the smaller the spatial storm inside. Of course, the bigger the spatial veins, the bigger the spatial storm, and the more stable the passage is. And the smaller the spatial veins, the smaller the spatial storm, and the more unstable the passage is. Little brother understands. Also, although the spatial passage can allow people to enter and exit the two interfaces. But because the spatial veins are extremely complicated, you see, there are other veins tangled together around it. This is simply a maze. If there isn't a particularly clear path, no one dares to enter." Zhang Qingxiao said again, "As long as you get lost in this spatial vein, damn it, it's definitely a dead end." "Fine," Xiaohua shrunk his neck. "Little brother can even get lost on flat ground. This kind of place. Little brother won't even think about it." "You better not think about it." Zhang Qingxiao nodded and said, "As strong as the demon realm. Even the corporeal body of the demon general doesn't dare to rashly try the unfamiliar spatial passage, let alone the cultivators of the Dao sect." "Then, the passage between the demon realm and Dawn Rain continent?" Xiaohua asked again. Zhang Qingxiao didn't hide it and waved her hand again. Many of the twists and turns around the plane slowly floated up again like water plants in the water. This spatial vein isn't unmoving. It even floats rhythmically. Zhang Qingxiao said, "The spatial network that connects the Devil Realm and Dawn Rain continent isn't stable. Every 1,000 years, it would overlap and form a passageway or crack. The Devil Realm's devil cultivators and devil generals would be able to invade Dawn Rain continent through this passageway. The 10,000 demon realm is also ordinary." Xiaohua knew that Zhang Qingxiao wasn't willing to talk about the demon realm, so he asked about the 10,000 demon realm. "That's right." Zhang Qingxiao waved her hand again, and another plane appeared on top of the two planes. Many twists and turns spread out on the plane and intertwined with the previous twists and turns. "How many of these planes are there?" Xiaohua suddenly asked. How would I know?" Zhang Qingxiao was stunned and said with a smile, "You can have as many as you want. It has nothing to do with me." Xiaohua smiled. He knew that Zhang Qingxiao didn't know about this. He stretched out his hand and erased the three planes. He frowned and said, "If that's the case, Falling Gold Mountain's you family is a little interesting. Why did they come to Dawn Rain continent? What do they want to do? It has nothing to do with you or me." Zhang Qingxiao said lazily, "Moreover, that Falling Gold Mountain has been in Dawn Rain continent for so many years. If they wanted to do something, they would have done it long ago. Why would they wait until now? I'm afraid that the ancestors of Falling Gold Mountains you family couldn't survive in the 10,000 demon realm and fled to Dawn Rain continent." "Ha, that's right." Xiaohua laughed, but there was a trace of doubt in his heart. He knew from Si Yinding that the Yu family had a legacy realm. Maybe they chased from the 10,000 demon realm to Dawn Rain continent. They weren't fleeing but were preparing to find the entrance to the legacy realm. Why aren't they here yet? Zhang Qingxiao was a little impatient. She had talked to Xiaohua for so long. After all, she was still worried about Jiang Luer. She looked to the north and whispered, "I haven't come to Sky Patrol City for a few days. These guys have slacked off a lot." Sky Patrol City? Xiaohua frowned slightly and seemed to think of Heavenly Demon Sex by Feng Liang. However, Xiaohua looked at Zhang Qingxiao's handsome face and held back from asking. He was afraid that Bai Fengliang would attract Zhang Qingxiao's attention and lose his life because of it. "Are you waiting for news from Sky Patrol City?" After waiting for a moment, Xiaohua probed. "Well, the Battle of Dao Cultivators is related to my Heavenly Demon sect. I can't not pay attention to it." Zhang Qingxiao said snappily, "You weren't at the scene of the battle." "What you know is not much. Xiaohua was about to speak, but Zhang Qingxiao frowned and said, "You wait here. I'll be back soon." "Okay." Xiaohua nodded and no longer said anything. He stood there with his eyes closed. However, he had already taken out Zhang Qingxiao's magic bamboo slip and did not hesitate to immerse his Buddhist consciousness into it. After the time it took to eat a meal, Zhang Qingxiao flew back with a jade slip in her hand. She had a strange expression on her face. She saw Xiaohua standing there as steady as Mount Tai. She stopped about 10 feet away from him and stared at Xiaohua from top to bottom for a long time. What's wrong? Xiaohua kept the magic bamboo slip and carefully calculated the magic bamboo slip in his mind. You. Who exactly are you? Zhang Qingxiao asked. Previously, I thought I overestimated you, but I didn't expect you actually gave me so many surprises. What surprises? Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. He looked at the jade bamboo slip in Zhang Qingxiao's hand and had a premonition in his heart. Chapter 2707. The sword catacomb has disappeared. Don't you think you should tell me something? Zhang Qingxiao's expression flickered. Also, don't tell me you don't know that nameless from the lightning control sect who is pregnant? Also, what's that long Xiao? What about the 10-direction annihilation formation? The 4-direction sword formation? Do you need me to tell you? Xiaohua said with a smile. 10-direction annihilation formation? 4-direction sword formation? What does that have to do with me? Zhang Qingxiao raised her eyebrows. The deaths of so many sword cultivators and cultivators is exactly what I wanted. What I want to know now is why the sword catacomb suddenly disappeared. You just said the blood sacrifice formation of fallen gold mountains you family was to the west of the sword formation, where the entire sword catacomb was sucked away. You were there at the time, so don't tell me you had nothing to do with this. When did I say I had nothing to do with this? Xiaohua didn't have any intention of denying Zhang Qingxiao's words. Don't tell me you've really formed your nascent soul? Zhang Qingxiao's face lit up, and she almost cried out. If that's the case, then our plan. How could it be so simple? Xiaohua sighed and slapped his forehead, releasing the pressure of a gold core. Sigh. You just formed your gold core. Zhang Qingxiao's face was filled with disappointment. She shook her head and said, your strength is comparable to a nascent soul cultivator, and you can even scare off a third-grade illusory swordsman. But if you're up against a nascent soul cultivator, or even a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, I'm afraid the difference is still too great. Seeing Zhang Qingxiao's disappointment, Xiaohua felt a wave of warmth in his heart. He knew that this disappointment was because his revenge at Yellow Flower Ridge had been delayed. Earlier in the sword catacomb, I was condensing my gold core, not my nascent soul. Xiaohua pondered for a moment, then slapped his hand, took out the small bucket, and handed it to Zhang Qingxiao. All the phenomena were caused by this item. I want you to see what this item is. This. Zhang Qingxiao took the small bucket and looked at it for a while. She weighed it up and down, then she lifted the small bucket with both hands and placed it in front of her eyes. A faint black smoke was emitted from Zhang Qingxiao's eyes, and within her pupils was a dazzling brilliance similar to Zhang Jihao's. When the brilliance fell on the small bucket, the 5-colored halo rippled back and forth at an extremely fast speed. After half a cup of tea's time, Zhang Qingxiao raised her head, and the 5-colored brilliance in her pupils flashed away. This thing isn't something that I can see with my divine ability. Zhang Qingxiao sighed and raised his hand to pass it to Xiaohua. Furthermore, I've already helped you look at the origin of the soul-punishing primary light. I'm afraid I won't be able to help you look at it again in a short period of time. However, since it had such power and was able to destroy 1,000 miles of sword mound, this was definitely not an ordinary item. I'm sure that 10 soul-punishing primary lights can't compare to this small bucket. I can only look at it, but I can't use it. Xiaohua took it in a bad mood and weighed it up and down in boredom. That bored and indifferent look made Zhang Qingxiao's heart tremble. Damn it, that is the thing that destroyed the sword mound. You're giving it to me so easily. Oh. Let's go. Zhang Qingxiao didn't ask any more questions. She didn't even mention the mysterious dragon roar in the sword mound. She slapped her hand and took out a light flying boat. She cast a spell on it, and the flying boat flashed with a dark green brilliance and rapidly expanded. Although you're not afraid of the snow region now, in the Sky Patrol City, you're still not the opponent of the snow region. You and I better take the Black Jade Arrow boat. Oh, this is your Heavenly Demon Sex flying boat? Xiaohua was a little envious. Naturally, he thought of Li Zongbao's flowing cloud flying boat and the damaged thunderboat in his space. Xiaohua had already gathered the materials needed to repair the flying boat. Unfortunately, he didn't have the time to check the jade slip to refine the flying boat. It seems there are still a lot of things to do. Xiaohua thought to himself. I'm short of time now. Yes, this is my Heavenly Demon Sex Black Jade Arrow boat. Zhang Qingxiao said proudly. Your Imperial Thunder sect has the Thunder Boat, Seven Skills sect has the Flowing Cloud Flying Boat, and Huanhua sect has the Feather Court Boat. My Heavenly Demon sect naturally has our own flying boat. Come, come, come. I'll let you see how my flying boat is. After saying that, Zhang Qingshao floated onto the flying boat. The dark green brilliance on the flying boat swayed slightly. It was a sign that the boat was about to set off. Hee, I'll see if your flying boat is comparable to my Imperial Thunder sect's Thunder Boat. Xiaohua flew onto the Thunder Boat and said without hesitation. Zhang Qingshao's body flashed with brilliance. The faint black chi fell onto the flying boat from his hand. Sure enough, the flying boat soared into the sky and headed towards the south of the country of Shi at an extremely fast speed. Within the Imperial Thunder sect, on the Thunder Immortal Peak, in the Great Thunder Hall, on top of 8 floating praying mats, neatly sat the 8 palace masters of the Imperial Thunder sect's 8 Great Thunder Palaces. Above the hall, purple lightning flashed faintly. Countless talismans flowed along with the lightning. Sizzling sounds could be heard intermittently, revealing the tranquility of the hall. Although the palace masters of the 8 Great Thunder Palaces were present, except for Qian Lazy, who had a red face, when his gaze swept across the faces of the other 7 people, including Fairy Xianhua, all of them had their eyes lowered, as if they were looking at the floor of the hall. They didn't even breathe loudly. Zhensheng. Oh, Sheng Yunzi, Dui Jie. How's the disciple recruitment this time? After Qian Lazy looked at everyone one by one, his brows furrowed. His gaze fell on the last 2 people. Those 2 were the palace master of the Imperial Thunder Palace, Zhensheng, and the palace master of the Imperial Thunder Palace, Dui Jie. However, at this time, Zhensheng's cultivation had already reached the early nascent soul stage. His appearance had also changed to that of a young scholar, looking to be in his 20s. As for Dui Jie, her hair was still white and she looked very old. When Dui Jie heard Qian Lazy's question, she let out a sigh of relief. She glanced at Sheng Yunzi, who already had a Dharma name, and hurriedly replied, "Yes, as sect master knows, it's getting more and more difficult to find disciples with lightning attribute physiques. The earlier testing methods have gradually lost their effectiveness. In the past, we could find 1 disciple in 10,000 children. Now, even if we double the number, we still can't find a disciple. What about the disciples with fire attribute?" Obviously, Qian Lazy was somewhat dissatisfied with this answer. However, it was within his expectations. Although he frowned, he didn't blame her. The disciples with fire attribute are the same as before. In fact, there are even more disciples with fire attribute. Dui Jie continued, but the physiques of these disciples can't be completely tested. Many of them can only be confirmed after some simple cultivation. Of course, the rogue cultivators who have already started cultivating can be determined after a simple test. But these cultivators, I don't dare to recruit too many. Dui Jie hesitated for a moment before continuing. Now that there is a war between cultivators, the 3 cultivation countries are in turmoil. Many sects, even sword cultivators, have taken advantage of the great loss of our cultivators and the fact that other sects are vigorously recruiting disciples to send their spies to our Imperial Thunder sect. When Dui Jie mentioned that the Imperial Thunder sect's swordsmen had suffered a great loss, Qian Lazy snorted and coldly asked, "What about the disciples in the sect?" The disciples in the sect seemed to be less than before. Dui Jie hesitated. "How much less?" Qian Lazy asked. "At least 20%. They only know how to cultivate. They don't even think about the future of our Imperial Thunder sect." Qian Lazy snorted again. "Why do you want them to dual cultivate? Isn't it just to let them give birth to disciples for our Imperial Thunder sect?" Yes. Dui Jie's voice was very low. She didn't dare to not answer, but she didn't know how to answer either. "Sect Master." Sheng Yunzi bowed and said, "You can't blame the dual cultivating disciples of our Imperial Thunder sect. The change in the spiritual energy of this world is also a kind of pressure on them. Everyone wants to enter the next realm before their lifespan is up. This dual cultivation, naturally, the birth of children will be neglected a lot." Qian Lazy originally wanted to scold Sheng Yunzi, but when he saw Sheng Yunzi's young face, he restrained himself and coldly asked, "Do you have any ideas? Since Sect Master gave the order to recruit disciples every year, I have carefully checked the qualifications and conditions of the recruited disciples. I found something special," Sheng Yunzi said with confidence. "Oh, tell me." Qian Lazy raised his eyebrows and nodded. First of all, I found that although the physiques of those rogue cultivators are easy to identify, after they entered our Imperial Thunder sect, their progress is extremely limited. Now, just like what Dui Ling said, the quality of these disciples is mixed. Our Imperial Thunder sect is taking too much risk. In the future, we need to accept fewer of these disciples. Seeing that Qian Lazy didn't say anything, Sheng Yunzi continued. Secondly, although the number of aristocratic family disciples joining our Imperial Thunder sect is less than before, every one of them has made great progress. Some of them have even surpassed the blood relatives of our sect. In the future, our Imperial Thunder sect should accept more disciples from aristocratic families. There are too many disciples from aristocratic families. It's not easy to control them. Dui Jie retorted. They can easily create a lot of big and small circles within the Imperial Thunder sect, causing the disciples of our Imperial Thunder sect to be divided. This situation has existed for thousands of years. Sheng Yunzi said with a faint smile. Besides, where are there no circles? Where are there no barriers? Not to mention the cultivators, even the people of the secular world are ordinary. Continue. Qian Lazy said impatiently. Thirdly, we need to find a way to identify disciples' physiques as soon as possible. Now, but before Sheng Yunzi finished, Qian Lazy said coldly, this is also a cliché. If this sect could find it, I would have already told you. Yes, this subordinate understands. Sheng Yunzi hurriedly added, as for the fourth point, I feel that we should focus on recruiting young children. Bullshit. Qian Lazy finally couldn't help but curse. I know all of this. Sect Master, please calm down. Fairy Xianhua hurriedly persuaded. Let Sheng Yunzi finish. Hurry up and say it. Qian Lazy's chest heaved up and down. Obviously, he was very angry. Yes, after my observation, I found that 40% of the 100 young children recruited into my Imperial Thunder sect came from the border between Xi and Meng. This is rare in the past. Sheng Yunzi hurriedly said with a smile. Although this subordinate doesn't know the reason, if Sect Master sends more people to the border of Meng, or even deep into Meng, this subordinate thinks that there will be a big harvest. Chapter 2708. Oh! Qian Lazy raised his eyebrows and looked at Dui Jie. Is what Sheng Yunzi said true? Dui Jie was stunned and said embarrassedly, This? I really didn't think about it. I haven't carefully checked the origin of the female disciples of Dui Lei Palace. After all, these disciples were scattered all over the country of Xi. If what Sheng Yunzi said is reasonable, and your Dui Lei Palace is the same, then your two Lei Palaces should send more people to Mongolia. Qian Lazy waved his hand and said, Now my Imperial Thunder sect is lacking in disciples. You two have to work harder. Previously, let go of those harsh conditions. Yes, we understand. Sheng Yunzi and Dui Jie finally heaved a sigh of relief. Dui Jie, I heard that you didn't get off the Thunder boat when you went to Sky Patrol City? Qian Lazy couldn't help but look at Dui Jie and ask. Dui Jie heard and showed anger on her face. She bowed and said, That's right. How could Shui you not know that Tu Hong from Sky Patrol City treated my Imperial Thunder sect's disciples in such a despicable manner? He even hid it from the sect master and the cultivators of the 3 cultivation countries. If Sword Cultivator didn't expose this matter, wouldn't my Imperial Thunder sect's disciples have fallen into their trap? If I went to Sky Patrol City, I would become the laughingstock of other sections. How could I get off the Thunder boat? How could I meet the Gold Core Realm cultivators in the conference hall? Well, Qian Lazy was expressionless. Even if you didn't go to the conference hall, you should have paid a visit to Shuiyu. After all, he is a nascent soul realm cultivator. I know my mistake. Dui Jie bowed and said, Well, it's not a mistake. Qian Lazy waved his hand and said, Sky Patrol City is just a Shuiyu cultivator. In the past 10 years, my Imperial Thunder sect has produced nascent soul realm cultivators one after another. Not to mention Sheng Yunzi. Even Kuang Tian has surprised me. Haha, there's also Wu Ming, who is only at the late Gold Core realm, who can use Imperial Thunder Shock. Fairy Xianhua saw that Qian Lazy was in a better mood and said with a smile, Wu Ming will reach the nascent soul realm sooner or later. It's not just the nascent soul stage. Lei Tan's spiritual master hurriedly added, Even if it's the soul avatar, this subordinate wouldn't be surprised. Actually, Daoist Miyu hesitated for a moment before saying, "From what this subordinate saw, the lightning escape technique that Nameless used, I'm afraid that Kanching is a bit exaggerated." Master Qian Lei's eyes flashed as he looked at Spiritual Master Miyu. "I've left the task of searching for Wuming to you and Spiritual Master Kuangtian. Have you made any progress?" Reverend Miyu bitterly smiled and said, "The person in charge of this matter is still Crazy Heaven. Sect Master should ask him." "Looks like you have no idea?" Qian Leizi was a bit dissatisfied. "I really don't know." Daoist Miyu said, "Crazy Heaven has been investigating one lightning palace after another. Recently, he has not discussed with this subordinate. Summon Kuangtian Jinren." Master Qian Lei waved his hand, and a bolt of lightning struck the gate of the huge Thunder Palace. "Yes." Outside the palace, a guard answered and hurriedly flew away. Seeing that Master Qian Leizi's expression was not good, and he had asked about recruiting disciples for no reason, Fairy Xianhua hesitated and whispered, "Sect Master, this Dao Cultivator War, how is it going? Previously, my Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples had made a lot of contributions, and many of them returned victorious. In this war, my Imperial Thunder Sect can be considered to have made a lot of contributions to the cultivation world. According to what you said before, Shanghua Sect has already contacted you. Should we also prepare for the second stage of the war? Is Sect Master going to personally go to Sky Patrol City? This Sect Master hasn't decided yet." Speaking of the war situation, Master Qian Leizi's face turned a bit ugly and whispered, "Let's see how Qian Mo and the others fight against the sword cultivators first." Sect Master. Fairy Yao Feng from distant Thunder Palace, who had been quiet all this time, opened her mouth and said, "Although my Imperial Thunder Sect is not a sect on duty in the conference hall, we are still famous in the country of Shi. Previously, Qian Mo's shady business with Sky Patrol City had really damaged the reputation of my Imperial Thunder Sect. In my opinion, this Qian Mo doesn't have the ability to command a great war. When it comes to arranging troops, it's even worse. Sect Master, it's better to call him back from Sky Patrol City as soon as possible." Qian Leizi listened to the two's words and his face sank. He looked at the gate of the palace as if he was thinking about something. Fairy Xianhua glanced at Fairy Yao Feng and smiled. Fairy Yao Feng's words are not without reason. When Sect Master chose Qian Mo as the gold core stage cultivator in the conference hall, I was also a bit surprised. This Qian Mo didn't stand out in the Heavenly Thunder Palace and wasn't considered as outstanding. Not to mention the disciples of Heavenly Thunder Palace. Even the female disciples of Earth Thunder Palace and Distant Thunder Palace are better than him in judging the situation and arranging troops. But later on, I thought about it carefully and understood Sect Master's painstaking efforts. "Oh, why?" Fairy Yao Feng was slightly taken aback. "The disciples of my Imperial Thunder Sect don't need to have leadership talents and the ability to intimidate the crowd? Junior sister, you just said that my Imperial Thunder Sect is not a sect on duty in the conference hall. We don't make any decisions on war matters. Why do we need such excellent planning? Qian Mo's character is too conservative and lacking in development. It is precisely because of this that he can get along with other gold core stage cultivators and be modest to each other. There is no need to have any dirty thoughts. Alas, in a great war, there are protagonists and supporting roles. My Imperial Thunder Sect can only be a supporting role now." Fairy Yao Feng said with a bitter smile. "One day, my Imperial Thunder Sect will be the protagonist." Reverend Miyu said very firmly, "Fairy Xianhua's words are exactly what I think. This time, Qian Mo's mission is not to defeat the sword cultivators, but to protect my Imperial Thunder Sect disciples as much as possible." Qian Leizi finally spoke. "If my sect sends Tu Hong, I'm afraid that in less than 2 days, my Imperial Thunder Sect's 100,000 disciples will only be left with 20%. Hee, that's right. That brat Tu Hong deserves to die." Fairy Yao Feng agreed. "To be able to use your own disciples and my Dao Sect's disciples as bait, of course, he is meritorious service. But with his hands covered in blood, how can he cultivate? What a pity that Shuiyu is protecting him." As for the situation in Sky Patrol City, Qian Leizi ignored Fairy Yao Feng's words, and a worried expression appeared on his face. "Qian Mo has not contacted my sect for many days. This battle seems to be in a stalemate." While speaking, Qian Leizi raised his eyebrows and smiled. "Speak of Qian Mo will arrive. Let's see Qian Mo's battle report." Qianping? Qian Lazy flung his Taoist robe, and a mirror appeared in front of him. When he saw the situation inside, he was slightly stunned. Disciple Qianping greets sect master. Qianping was an extremely thin cultivator, and only had the cultivation of an early gold core stage. When he saw Qian Lazy, he was a little panicked and even stuttered. Seeing Qianping's nervousness, Qian Lazy was even more shocked and said in a low voice, "Qianping, where is Qian Mo? I'm a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect." Speaking of this, even Qian Lazy, who had the cultivation of a middle nascent soul stage, felt a chill in his heart. He knew that in order to maintain contact with the sect, each sect had at least 2 people who knew how to use the secret communication technique. At least one of the 2 people was in Sky Patrol City. Among the disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect, besides Qian Mo, Qianping also knew how to communicate with him. But without Qian Mo's order, Qianping would never contact him rashly. If the situation of the Imperial Thunder Sect was not so critical that Qian Mo had no time to return to Sky Patrol City, then Qian Mo had a problem. Sure enough, Qianping told Qian Lazy the details of the battle with a terrified expression. Qian Lazy's face was filled with shock and anger, or was extremely furious. Even when Qianping told Qian Lazy about Wu Ming, and Qian Lazy knew that the Imperial Thunder Sect had obtained the greatest merit in this battle, there was no trace of joy on his face. After Qianping finished his report, he stole a glance at Qian Lazy's extremely gloomy expression and said, "The Golden Core cultivators in the conference hall have made a decision. Because there are not many disciples left, they are going to send them back to the sect." I understand." Qian Lazy let out a long sigh and forced a smile on his face. He said, "You have worked hard in Sky Patrol City. I agree with the decision of the conference hall. The first stage of the Sword Principle battle has ended. You don't have to fight anymore. You can cultivate in Sky Patrol City now. When the Thunderboat of the Imperial Thunder Sect arrives, you can return." "Yes, I understand." Qianping's expression also relaxed. Qianping informed the disciples. They are the meritorious members of the Imperial Thunder Sect. When they return, I will personally welcome them at Sky Thunder Peak. Every one of them. I will reward them handsomely. Qian Lazy encouraged Qianping in a very kind manner. Yes, Qianping thanks the sect master for the reward. Qianping's words finally flowed smoothly. After the transmission ended, Qian Lazy waved his Taoist robe, and the mirror turned into a pile of fireflies. All the nascent soul cultivators in the Great Thunder Palace were speechless. That's right, the Imperial Thunder Sect had invested more than 100,000 disciples in this Tao cultivator battle. Previously, more than 10,000 disciples had returned. Now, after the Battle of the Sword Tomb, they had been killed so miserably by the Sword Principle cultivators. Only 10,000 disciples were left. This was definitely something that no one could imagine. There was a dead silence in the Great Thunder Palace. No one knew how to open their mouths. No one knew what to say. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, a voice sounded from outside the palace. Reporting to the sect master, "Kuang Tian is here. Let him in." Qian Lazy seemed to have calmed down and said faintly. As he was speaking, Qian Tian, who had already become a nascent soul cultivator and changed his name to Kuang Tian, quickly walked in from outside the Great Thunder Palace. Behind him was a Foundation Establishment disciple. At this time, Kuang Tian had naturally reformed his body. His face, which was only around 30 years old, was 90% similar to Qian Diheng. At this time, the usual arrogance on Kuang Tian's face had long disappeared. With a solemn and respectful expression, he came to the front of the palace and bowed. Subordinate greets the sect master and the palace masters. Chapter 2709. Master Qian Lei flicked his sleeves and glanced at the Foundation Establishment disciple beside Crazy Heaven with a strange expression. Crazy Heaven was slightly taken aback, but he stood there obediently and didn't ask any questions. Disciple Gen Qinchin greets sect master. The Foundation Establishment disciple saw that Crazy Heaven didn't speak, so he had to speak up himself and bowed. Crazy Heaven, who is he? Master Qian Lei asked. He is a disciple of Jade Archive Hall. Crazy Heaven answered when Master Qian Lei asked him. I met him outside the hall and brought him along. What do you want? Master Qian Lei said impatiently. Which disciple's life spirit tablet broke again? Yes, yes, sect master will know. Seeing that Master Qian Lei was in a bad mood, Zhen Qinqin hurriedly took out 2 jade slips and respectfully handed them over. This time there are too many life spirit tablets broken. The disciples of Jade Archive Hall are busy counting them. Junior was afraid of delay, so I sent a batch over first. Also, the disciple who sent the jade slips last time hasn't returned to Jade Archive Hall. I'm afraid he accidentally fell into the forbidden area of the sect. Hall Master Zhen didn't notice it in time. I'm afraid Sect Master didn't receive the jade slips last time, so he sent me another one. You can leave. Master Qian Lei finally understood why the news of Qian Mo's death didn't arrive until today. Naturally, he wouldn't get angry at this Foundation establishment disciple. He lightly waved his hand and signaled Crazy Heaven to take the jade slips and let the disciple leave. When the Jade Archive Hall disciple's footsteps gradually disappeared from the hall, the entire Great Thunder Hall fell into silence. Sigh. It's been hard on Qian Mo, this child. Fairy Xianhua sighed again and broke the silence. This old one didn't expect that he would make such a choice. That's right. Let me walk my path. I am alone, and I have no regrets. Qian Mo, this child's heart is filled with so much bitterness, and how much he wants our Imperial Thunder sect to rise. Reverend Mi also sighed with emotion. If he didn't have this ambition, how could he say such a thing? How could he do such an admirable thing? Sheng Yunzi bit his lips as his face turned red. He blamed himself. This subordinate didn't think that Qian Mo would have such lofty ambitions and have such magnificent achievements. This subordinate is inferior. Previously, this subordinate had done some things and felt that it was amazing. I felt that I had contributed greatly to the Imperial Thunder sect. But now, compared to Qian Mo, this subordinate feels inferior. Please punish me, sect leader. Forget it. Everyone has their own talents and goals. Qian Lazy waved his hand. You've done what you should do. Why should I blame you? Sai, it's not just Qian Mo. Which of the Imperial Thunder sect's disciples who died in the great battle of Dao cultivators wasn't a hero of my sect? They might not necessarily lack Qian Mo's ambition. They might not necessarily lack Qian Mo's lofty aspirations. It's just that they didn't even have the opportunity to say it out loud like Qian Mo did. Qian Lazy sighed slightly. He looked up at Guangtian and asked Gantian, "How is the matter with Nameless?" Reporting to Sect Master. Guangtian bowed. This subordinate has thoroughly investigated 4 out of the 8 great lightning palaces, disciple by disciple. But until now, there have been no clues. N. Slowly investigate. You should find out who this Nameless is. Qian Lazy nodded. Now, in this great battle of Dao cultivators, other than Qian Mo being a hero respected by all sects, Nameless is a hero that all sects are grateful to. Our Imperial Thunder sect is the sect with the most meritorious service in this great battle of Dao cultivators. Ah, Nameless, what did he do again? Guangtian was shocked. Qian Mo, what happened again? In order to defeat the sword cultivators and protect the lives of tens of thousands of our Imperial Thunder sect's disciples, Qian Mo sacrificed his own life. Kunlun sect's Yuan Zhongyu spread his last words to the entire Sky Patrol City. Miu glanced at Qian Lei and explained, as for Nameless, he even formed his nascent soul in the Sword Tomb. He broke through the Sword Cultivator's formation and used his own strength to deter a group of illusory swordsmen. He saved the Golden Core Cultivators and the remaining 100,000 Dao Cultivators from the Sword Tomb. Ah, Nameless formed his nascent soul? Guangtian was shocked, but there was a trace of joy on his face. Our Imperial Thunder sect has another nascent soul cultivator? And I'm afraid so. Qian Lazy nodded. But now, we need to find out which Thunder Palace this Nameless disciple belongs to. Why do I feel that there is something fishy about this? Of course. Lazy Jinren laughed. How many late-stage Golden Core disciples do we have in our sect? Which one of them has the hope of forming his nascent soul? But this Nameless has the Thunder Escape technique and the Thunder Summoning technique. Moreover, he is a late-stage Golden Core disciple. We have never heard of him before. This is really strange. Then, how many disciples are left in our Imperial Thunder sect? Guangtian peeked at Qian Lei and asked in a low voice. Our Imperial Thunder sect claims to have more than 100,000 disciples. In fact, we sent out more than 80,000 disciples. Previously, nearly 10,000 of them returned. Now we have lost 60,000. How many do you think we have left? Qian Lazy said lightly. Hiss. Quangtian gasped and said in surprise, Only 10,000? This is still considered good. Qian Lazy sneered. Qian Ping said it clearly just now. Due to the special physique of our Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples, the spirit-devouring array was less harmful to our disciples. The other sects lost thousands of their disciples in this battle. Damn it! That sword cultivator is too arrogant. His methods are too vicious. Quangtian Jinren could not help but curse. However, he immediately shut his mouth. Fairy Yao Feng, who had been silent all this time, spoke again. There is one thing that this subordinate does not understand. Sect Master, please explain. Speak. Although Qian Mo died a heroic death, he had a righteous cause. However, this subordinate feels that he was not capable enough to take on this responsibility. This is a mistake in itself. Fairy Yao Feng said without any trace of politeness. Moreover, Qian Mo has always been a stickler for the rules. He even acted willfully. Junior sister. Fairy Xianhua frowned. The dead should be respected. Although this child Qian Mo had many shortcomings, he had our Imperial Thunder Sect in his heart. Since he was willing to die for our Imperial Thunder Sect, all his shortcomings are nothing. Sigh. Yao Feng, this sect master knows what you mean. Qian Lazy sighed and said, You are blaming this sect master. This sect master did not choose the right person. Not only did we push Qian Mo to his death, we also caused 60,000 Imperial Thunder Sect disciples to die in the wilderness. Fairy Yao Feng shook her head and said, This subordinate does not dare to blame Sect Master. After all, Sect Master is able to judge the situation and devise strategies. Since Sect Master sent Qian Mo, there must be a reason for Sect Master to send him. This subordinate has always had this question, but did not dare to ask. Now that the battle has reached this stage, could Lord Sect Master dispel this subordinate's doubts? This matter is indeed extremely secretive. Master Qian Lei waved his hand, and a bolt of lightning struck the pillar of the enormous Thunder Palace. The pillar began to glow with lightning, and surged up to the roof of the palace. Countless purple lightning bolts flashed, and covered the entire enormous Thunder Palace. Actually, this sect sent Qian Mo, because we had no other choice. Qian Lazy opened his mouth. What's more, you might not know that except for Qian Mo, a cultivator at the middle stage of Gold Core Realm, all the other sect's disciples are at most at the middle stage of Gold Core Realm. Obviously, Thunder Meng Daoist and the others were clear about this news. There was no trace of shock on their faces. Fairy Yao Feng nodded and said, That's right. Since the Golden Core disciples in the Imperial Thunder Palace are only at middle Gold Core cultivators, and there is not even a late Gold Core disciple, how can they fight against a third-grade illusory swordsman and win? This battle, our Dao sect, did not plan to win. Qian Lazy's words shocked everyone. Why? Thunder Meng Daoist asked anxiously. Since you did not plan to win, why did you send hundreds of thousands or even millions of disciples? Are we sending them to their deaths? That's right, you are right. Lei Meng sent them to their deaths. Qian Lazy said coldly. How is this possible? Everyone was completely confused. Quangtian Jinren narrowed his eyes and seemed to be thinking about something. Qian Lazy looked at everyone, and then at Quangtian Jinren and asked, How did you reach the nascent soul stage? Sect Master, I had some luck and obtained a drop of Zhongyao milk. Quangtian Jinren did not dare to hide anything and replied. Qian Lazy did not ask further and only said, What if you could not obtain this drop of Zhongyao milk? I am afraid that I will reach the end of my lifespan and will not be able to reach the nascent soul stage. Quangtian Jinren said honestly, Now that the heaven and earth Ling Qi in the Xiaoyu continent has changed, it is 10 times harder for us to reach the nascent soul stage. That's right, the heaven and earth Ling Qi has changed. Qian Lazy pointed his finger and said, But who is the benefit of the heaven and earth Ling Qi change? Seeing that no one answered and Qian Lazy was pointing at him, Quangtian Jinren could only say, According to what I know, some disciples of the cultivation families in the Heavenly Thunder Palace have improved rapidly under the heaven and earth Ling Qi change. Yes, that's it. Qian Lazy clapped his hands and said, The heaven and earth Ling Qi change has been going on for dozens of years. Our cultivation sects in the 3 cultivation countries have not found the source of the change and have not found a way to deal with it. However, those cultivation families have stimulated their true bloodline because of the change in heaven and earth Ling Qi. Most of their disciples have improved by leaps and bounds in their cultivation and have the potential to surpass our cultivation sections. What do you think our cultivation sects should do? Kill. Reverend Miyu said coldly, this? I am afraid that the other sect masters have the same idea, right? That's right. Qian Lazy nodded and said, the other sect masters are worried that the power of the disciples of their cultivation sects will increase, and they will not be able to control it, so they have been trying to stop it. The sword cultivators of the Huan country, starting a sword Dao war, is exactly what they want. Sending the disciples of the cultivation sects into the war is killing two birds with one stone, isn't it? But the other sects are easy to deal with. They have chosen a lot of disciples from the cultivation sections. Even if they lose 100,000 or 200,000 disciples, they may not necessarily lose their blood-related disciples. But our Imperial Thunder sect is different. Fairy Yaofeng said with a bitter smile, 90% of the disciples of my Imperial Thunder sect are blood-related disciples. This is where our sect is in a difficult position. Qian Lazy did not hide it. Shanghua sect, Xuanyan school, Qiqiao sect, and Huanhua sect have all sent their disciples. How can our Imperial Thunder sect not send any disciples? Their numbers couldn't be too much less than theirs. Although our sect knows that this is Shanghua sect's scheme against our Imperial Thunder sect. But how can our sect deal with it? The only thing our sect can do is to remind Qian Mo that no matter the outcome of the war, he only needs to protect the disciples of our Imperial Thunder sect. And Qian Mo has indeed done so. Sai, if the Imperial Thunder sect is not strong, then I am not strong. If the Imperial Thunder sect is weak, then I am weak. I want to wield my sword and kill in all directions, using my strength to control the heavens. Reverend Lei Meng sighed with tears in his eyes. That's right, only now did the group of nascent soul cultivators know the bottom line of this sword war. Only now did they know the plan of the sect leaders of the cultivation sections. They could not help but lament the loss of 60,000 disciples of their Imperial Thunder sect. Furthermore, they also knew that although the loss of 60,000 disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect was considered small among all the sects, but the other sects might not be able to deal such a heavy blow. But what about the Imperial Thunder sect? Among the 60,000 disciples, most of them were blood-related disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect. They were truly capable. Although the war was cruel, the struggle between sects was not to be underestimated. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.